News Dump is brought to you by Omaha Steaks and Stamps.com.
All right, Elliot. It's the first weekend of December.
Fine.
Are people officially allowed to start enjoying the holiday season yet?
Yeah, it's fine. It's December.
Well, here you go. There you go. We got these for you.
Okay.
You can put those on and we can all be in the spirit. We do have you look great. A few holiday stories to start off this week's episode of News Dump. A few of them involving the Grinch. Now, the term Grinch has pretty much become a catch-all for bad holiday behavior or attitude over the years. It's basically the Christmas Karen. Everyone hates the Grinch. And I think sometimes for not the right reasons. But
even the Grinch hates the Grinch. It's a very miserable person.
As you're all aware, here in America, we do things a little bit different.
A little bit different.
Because we're insane. We're literally insane over here. So every year, cops make fake arrests of the Grinch in an attempt to save Christmas. And that is in spite of the fact that the actual story is about the Grinch literally experiencing emotional growth, realizing what he's doing is wrong, and then redeeming himself and becoming friendly with the townspeople. And it's also a story about how Christmas isn't about goods and toys and all that. It's about the spirit of coming together and celebrating. Something that America fucking hates.
Well, people would know what the story was about if they hadn't banned Dr. Seuss.
That's why.
You can't read it anymore. It's gone.
This is actually the right going one step further and arresting a character from Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
Well, you see, this is the slippery slope they were talking about.
If people had access to Dr. Seuss's books, and I'm assuming they just simply don't. I'm assuming all Dr. Seuss books have been burned in a giant bonfire. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's my understanding of the situation.
And now the dang cops are arresting the Grinch.
Yeah, this is what happens.
But no, this is actually just like, hey, look, we're cops, we're fun, right?
Yeah.
Let's arrest the Grinch in front of children.
Facebook is like one of the worst things to happen to American policing. Every fucking week, some police department in the U.S. is like, hey, did you lose this baggie of drugs? If so, lost and found, come on down and get it. And like local news, they were, but it's that same story pops up every week. It's like, all right.
Well, and it's also just like we're having fun with the kids, right? The kids who are now being shown that arrests are not only a completely normal thing that happen all the time, but even characters from your favorite Christmas movies and books are also going to be arrested by the police.
Yeah.
And by the way, they killed the Grinch afterwards.
Yeah.
He died in police custody.
All the Who's down in Whoville, they wouldn't have had to worry about the Grinch stealing Christmas if they lived in America.
Exactly.
And exercised their Second Amendment rights.
Oh, and we'll get to that.
So yeah, this year is no different when it comes to propaganda about Grinches getting arrested. There's plenty of Grinch arrests happening all around the country, but what's even more insane and so perfectly American might be the attempt at marketing that was recently deployed by a sheriff's office in Colorado, which shows Santa Claus, jolly old Saint Nick, applying for and receiving his concealed carry permit so that he is free to carry his gun while delivering presents to children across the world.
Ain't that America?
Yeah. The tweet and Facebook post sent out by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office reads as follows. Guess who came in to receive his concealed handgun permit today? Santa! Did you know the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has issued 49,750 concealed handgun permits with another 2,560 awaiting to be issued? Oh, wow. That just puts me right in the holiday spirit.
Yeah, really buried the lead there. Like, hey, here's Santa Claus. But also, by the way, we've issued 50,000.
Just one of many.
Yeah.
And yeah, the post had a photo attached of jolly old Saint Nick looking just absolutely thrilled to finally be able to protect himself on the busiest night of the year by keeping a loaded firearm inside his bag or in the glove compartment of his sleigh.
Yeah.
So, sorry kids, if you've been bad, we're all out of coal.
Yeah.
Joe Biden's supply chain issues mean coal is off the menu. But you know what's on the menu? Lead.
Yes. And also, like when you think of Santa's toy bag, you think of like a comically large sack full of toys and stuff. In the photo, there's a very small handgun-sized sack on the table. And I don't know if that's like actually it or what it's supposed to be, but there's a little green sack on the table, and it's like, I love to think that he's just like, thanks, and is literally carrying a loaded firearm around in a tiny gun-sized sack.
I mean, most of these mall Santas, it's just a job, but there's a small percentage of them who take the role of Santa very seriously, and they sort of live their lives as Santa. So yes, if you were living your life as Santa Claus, you wouldn't keep your gun in just any old case. You'd keep it in a jolly green Santa Claus
and it would be
themed
candy
bag.
cane colored.
Yeah.
Actually, on Nathan For You, he meets a Santa Claus who does exercise his Second Amendment rights.
Yeah.
So this is not abnormal, honestly. Yeah. But yes, of course this post was done as a joke, but it's just a perfect representation of how our country fetishizes gun ownership. And it's also just plain weird to have someone who represents joy and hope and good tidings as someone who also feels the need to be armed and ready to kill at a moment's notice.
Yeah, the gun companies are not allowed to make like TV advertisements in this country, but I sometimes kind of wish they did, just to see what they would come up with.
Yeah, no, it would be psychotic. Is that
just out of morbid curiosity?
Is that the jingle jangle of reindeer on my roof?
Yeah.
No, it's actually Santa who's packing heat and has bullets clanging around inside of his sack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, if you were breaking into millions of homes at night, you might actually run into some trouble.
You want to be strapped.
Yeah, especially like the people, the Let's Go Brandon giant diesel truck people are definitely the type that would shoot Santa on sight for breaking into their house.
Yeah, it'd be tragic if that were to occur.
But yeah, people, they had a clear problem with this because it was a stupid fucking post. I mean, look at the goddamn country. Read the room.
Yeah, there was literally a horrific school shooting just days ago. I know we're all numb to it, but yeah.
It definitely happened. And the last thing that children should have to worry about is Santa packing heat. The sheriff's office, they kept the post up, but they issued a statement shortly after which read, EPSO intended to highlight our staff in the concealed handgun permit office, not to be insensitive. Santa correlates to the month of December, and we thought he would help to recognize our hardworking staff. The only way this could have been better is if it was Jesus applying for a concealed carry permit.
You know, Jesus would still be with us today.
That damn Judas.
If instead of living over in Italy, he lived here in America.
Yeah. Well, America does have some things going for it. Capitalism, it does have some positives because now you can live in the Grinch's cave, Elliot. That is our next story, and it's a little more positive than Santa shooting people.
Yeah, so back to the Grinch now, and look at the slightly less insane side of the holiday season. You can now stay inside the Grinch's home during the holiday season if that's something that interests you. All you calling all Grinch heads.
I mean, yeah, if you are a person who just wants to be secluded from society and stay comfortably, it's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a great hilltop view of the town.
Yeah.
That's prime real estate where the Grinch lives. So the 5,700 square foot cave located outside Boulder, Utah, it's honestly quite impressive and very cozy looking. And in honor of the year of the book's initial release, the cave rental is available for just $19.57 per night.
Yeah, next year they're going to be honoring the year that the book was burned. So it's going to be $20.21 a night. Yeah. So get it while it's cheap.
So yeah, this literally looks like something that was designed by Universal for Grinchmas. There's definitely a lot of work that went into it, but you are staying in a cave, so it's not like you have rides and entertainment outside of just staying in what is basically just a themed Airbnb carved into the side of a mountain. Though the natural beauty is probably pretty nice.
Yeah.
Here's a local ABC affiliate with more. Designers have brought the classic Dr. Seuss story to life by constructing the Grinch's rocky residence within a hand-carved cave on the side of a massive stone mountain where holiday enthusiasts, for the first time, will be able to experience the Grinch and his dog Max's home like never before. The kitchen will be stocked with roastable beast, Who pudding, and an emergency stash of Who hash. Whoa!
Hey, toke up.
It is Colorado?
No, this is Utah, so I don't think that's legal.
Damn.
Yeah.
You will be arrested. Just like the real Grinch.
Like the real Grinch.
The music room will feature the Grinch's organ alongside Max's drum set leading into the study, main bedroom, guest bedroom, and more. The nostalgic impermanent house will also be loaded with all of the Grinch's gadgets. His over-the-top coffee machine, armoire with green furry pants, and all the kitchen supplies one would need to host a festive feast. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So apparently these types of rentals are all the rage right now because the house from Home Alone is also available to rent this Christmas, but it's actually just a huge mansion outside of Chicago.
You can stay in a mansion.
Yeah, I mean, it's outside of Chicago. drove past it when I was a little kid. I wasn't driving, but my family, we visited
Why do you let Elliot drive? It's Christmas
We
after all.
visited Chicago, where my dad's originally from, when I was a kid, and yeah, we kind of like accidentally, like we ended up in a neighborhood that like sort of looked like it, and then we saw it because they had a little cardboard cutout of Kevin McAllister
Oh my God.
in the window.
That's amazing.
And it was awesome. It was like the first time I'd seen something from a movie in real life, and that was like my favorite movie at the time. So,
I mean, it's huge though too, right?
But,
in real life.
yeah, it's a big house. It's a very nice neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin McAllister, middle class family. I don't think so.
Well, Elliot, it was the late 80s, early 90s.
John Hughes, all of John Hughes' movies, it's like, you don't realize until you're an adult, but like, oh, all these kids are like fucking loaded.
Extremely wealthy. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so the Home Alone house, it's just another promo type deal. So the cost is just $25 for the night.
You just have to be the first person to get it, which will almost certainly be some bot that resells it for $2,500 a night.
Yeah. This would be cool, though, if they actually sent 2 people to try to break into the house.
So with the whole promotional event thing, there's going to be, using this word very loosely because I'm sure they are too, booby traps inside the house that you can set along with a screening and shit like that. But what's cool about this is that unlike a lot of other film productions, parts of the interior of this house were actually used in the movie.
Yeah.
Typically, this shit happens on a soundstage and it's just the exterior. I think it's like the kitchen and some other stuff was actually used in the movie. And interestingly enough, the basement of the house was actually a pool at the local high school. So when it floods, they just filled up the pool at the high school.
There's a great episode of the Netflix show, The Movies That Made Us.
Yeah,
or something
it talks about that.
About it. Yeah, very cool.
That show's editing really drives me nuts, but the information is fun.
It's fucking junk food, but it's pretty interesting
It's
stuff.
like, yeah, that show and the toys that made us.
Yeah.
It's very much, hey, you know what kids like? YouTube. Let's make actual documentaries like YouTube videos.
Yeah.
But speaking of staying elsewhere for Christmas, while a mansion in a Chicago suburb or a decked out cave might be interesting to someone out there, snowstorms might force you to have a sleepover in another location that you never thought possible. Earlier this week, we covered the story about dozens of people and an Oasis cover band getting trapped inside of a British pub and having to camp out there for multiple days before the weather cleared up and snowplows could allow them to escape. But a pub in the UK wasn't the only abnormal place that people got trapped during recent snowstorms, because another group of people in northern Denmark were recently stuck inside of an IKEA where they had to camp out and stay the night.
At least it's roomy.
Exactly. Now this is, once again, this is another just best case
It's
scenario.
fully stocked with delicious meatballs.
Exactly. It's arguably better than a British pub, because with a pub you get like the pub food and you get beer.
Yeah. And if they have champagne, maybe even a champagne supernova in the sky.
But while some people apparently did sleep in like vans outside of the pub, the people that had to sleep in the pub were like in sleeping bags on the ground.
Yeah.
IKEA, they got everything. They got everything you need to survive.
They got beds.
Swedish meatballs and beds and couches, but lots of beds.
Yeah.
Here's the Washington Post.
12 inches of heavy, wet snow piled high Wednesday night in northern Denmark, coating roadways, grounding flights, and halting train lines. As the flakes fell, a group of shoppers and employees still inside an IKEA in the city of Aalborg soon suspected they may not make it home. They were right. 6 customers, about 24 employees, and a handful of workers from a neighboring toy shop hunkered down in the Swedish furniture store for the night. They made the best of an unusual scenario. Michelle Barrett, one of the toy store employees, told public radio broadcaster DR. Quote, "We just laughed at the situation because we will probably not experience it again," Barrett said. Store manager Peter Elmos told Ekstra Bladet, a Danish tabloid newspaper, that he encouraged everyone to pick the exact bed they always have wanted to try. That evening, they watched television and enjoyed stuffed pork, hot cocoa, and rissolmande, a Danish rice pudding served during Christmas time, according to DR. As everyone tucked themselves into bed, Elmos said he strolled around the floors singing goodnight songs. In the morning, they had hot coffee and freshly baked cinnamon rolls. Eric Bongsgaard, one of the stranded customers, said he was impressed with the service the staff provided. "It was fantastic considering the circumstances," he told Ekstra Bladet.
Again,
It sounds like the best case scenario, yeah.
exactly. Like, deep down, I understand that Americans would probably take this better than I would assume. But imagine getting stuck inside a Walmart during a snowstorm. Yeah. Like, I can't imagine that the employees and management would be as warm to people.
No.
But I could be wrong. We could be wrong. But I feel like they would just it would be like, all right, black coffee and cots.
Yeah.
And here's some aluminum foil. Wrap yourself up in that. It'll keep you warm. And don't open anything from the sporting goods section.
We will be patting all of you down.
Yes, that would be considered stealing.
Loss prevention is still on duty.
But if I am gonna get trapped in a snowstorm, I hope it's in Europe somewhere like fun. Imagine being in Germany and it's like, oh no, you're trapped inside of an actual gingerbread house.
Oh,
what are you gonna do?
Oh, and there's mulled wine. Oh no!
Everyone's singing carols. Oh, what a terrible experience. Anyways, in a follow-up to another holiday story we covered recently, it looks like Netflix is turning the tale of a mistaken text message which led to a recurring Thanksgiving dinner invite into a movie. It's become a tradition. A text to the wrong number about an invite to Thanksgiving dinner ended with a friendship between a grandmother and a then high schooler named Jamal Hinton. Now it's getting turned into a Netflix movie. Here's Variety with more. The Thanksgiving text will recount the true tale that began in 2016 when Wanda Dench thought she was texting her grandson to check if he would be coming over for Turkey Day. Apparently, she had the wrong cell phone number. She actually texted Jamal Hinton, a high school senior at the time, who accepted her invitation anyway and has attended her feast every year since. Dench and Hinton have expressed support and excitement for the upcoming film. Quote, "We are excited to share our story with the world. We hope it inspires more people to reach out and make connections that they wouldn't ordinarily make. We are so blessed to find a genuine friendship brought together by God from a mistaken text message." And, okay, I'm glad God was looking out for that text message.
Is this a documentary or a narrative?
It seems like it's going to be like a hokey Hallmark-style movie.
Yeah, this sounds like something for the Hallmark Channel.
Exactly. But, look, everyone's asking for more buffer between Halloween and Christmas.
Yeah.
So now there's going to be another Thanksgiving movie that you can watch to fill the void.
Yeah.
Something for the people that think planes, trains, and automobiles is a bit too blue.
Yeah.
That's Steve Martin. Sure seems angry.
It's just the one scene with the F-bombs.
Yes.
But yes. But yeah, it's...
he also wipes his face with dirty underwear.
Yeah. But it's a classic Grinch tale. Steve Martin plays a Grinchy character.
Yes.
And John Candy gets him to accept the true meaning of Thanksgiving.
That's another movie where, in a long line of lots of movies from my childhood, where watching it with grown adult eyes, you're like, I really sympathize with Steve Martin.
Yeah.
All of these scenarios.
The whole situation sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's making it worse.
John Candy is... Look, he's a good person at heart, but he does fuck up a lot.
Yeah, he's extremely annoying.
Yeah.
But Steve Martin, he's too grumpy. He's not accepting the situation he's in and adapting to it. He's just being mad for no reason.
And John Candy does pull a little, couple of not so nice things there.
Yeah,
but still the best Thanksgiving movie. I don't think this is going to dethrone it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
all right, we're done with holiday stuff. We can take off the.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Ho, ho,
because we're talking about rust in a second, and we shouldn't be wearing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do have more news for you coming up in a second, but let's take a quick break first. Thank today's sponsors. And since we're talking about a feast, let's start with Omaha Steaks. We've both been getting shipments of Omaha Steaks for years now, and it's such a great feeling because not only do you get a bunch of delicious meats to cook, their sides and desserts are incredible. The holidays are obviously right around the corner, and finding the perfect gift is tricky, but Omaha Steaks makes it easy to send friends and family an unforgettable gift guaranteed to be loved.
Honey, look, there's a big box of meat on our doorstep. Somebody must really love us. And it's true. I would be thrilled to receive this. So go to omahasteaks.com and enter News Dump into the search bar to order the perfect gift package. For $99.99, you'll get 24 entrees, like the world-famous bacon-wrapped filet mignon, chicken breasts, sides, desserts, and so much more. When you use code NEWSDUMP, you'll also get an additional 8 Omaha Steaks burgers free with your order.
Wow.
8 burgers. That's 8 for you, or 1 each for 8 friends.
Yeah.
There
you
you
make
go.
a really tall, comically tall burger.
Yes.
For just one for yourself.
Yeah, and it's a bonus. It's like you didn't even mean to get this. It's just a bonus for using our code. And now you can make something comically large.
Yeah,
everyone's going to love
it. Like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Now, we've all heard the news about shortages and shipping delays, so don't wait. Order the perfect gift package today at omahasteaks.com, and you'll get 8 free burgers to do with as you please.
Yeah.
And that's if you enter our code NEWSDUMP. Achieving gift greatness is easy with Omaha Steaks. It's incredible flavor, it's an incredible value, and it's 100% guaranteed. So go to omahasteaks.com, use keyword news dump. It's in the search bar.
Yeah.
It's a click into the search bar, you start typing news dump, you'll see it pop up because someone was like, went to a link and didn't work right, but that's to explain
Those are your instructions.
There you go.
This episode is also sponsored by Stamps.com. If you're looking for ways to skip the trip to the post office and dodge all that hectic holiday shopping traffic, why not save time and money with Stamps.com? Stamps.com lets you compare rates, print labels, and access exclusive discounts on UPS and USPS services all year long. It just makes sense, especially if your business sends more mail and packages during the holidays. Whether you're selling online or running an office or side hustle, Stamps.com can save you so much time, money, and stress during the holidays. Access all the post office and UPS shipping services you need without taking the trip and get discounts you can't find anywhere else, like up to 40% off USPS rates and 76% off UPS.
Going to the post office instead of using Stamps.com, it's like taking the stairs instead of the elevator. You're just going up a couple floors, sure, you take the stairs. You could use the exercise. Walking up 30 flights a day, okay, I need a break. If you spend more than a few minutes a week dealing with mail and shipping, Stamps.com is a lifesaver. You'll save so much time and money, you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner. Save time and money this holiday season with Stamps.com. Sign with promo code NEWSDUMP for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, free postage, and a digital scale to do with as you please. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com, click the microphone at the top of the page, and enter that code NEWSDUMP to get our deal.
All right, back to the news now with an update on the Rust shooting that took place back in October, resulting in the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. Now, typically, as time goes on and investigations and interviews are conducted, the general public will know more about what exactly happened during an incident like this. But somehow, things keep getting more and more strange regarding what really happened on the set of this film. It's almost feels like we know less now than we did in the immediate aftermath.
Yes, the waters have been muddied many times now.
Yeah, so now it is being alleged that actually, I guess Alec Baldwin didn't pull the trigger of the gun that fired the shot that killed the film cinematographer at all. He did not pull the trigger, and that's according to both his recent statements as well as statements from an attorney representing the film's assistant director, David Halls. Yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah.
Here's the latest from Deadline.
ABC News on Wednesday released a teaser of George Stephanopoulos' interview of the actor in which he said that he didn't pull the trigger. On Good Morning America, Halls' attorney, Lisa Tarraco, said, "Dave has told me since the very first day I met him that Alec did not pull that trigger. His finger was never in the trigger guard." What's unclear is how the gun discharged and why it included a live round. Baldwin told Stephanopoulos that he had no idea how the ammunition got on the set. Quote, "Someone put a live bullet in a gun, a bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property," Baldwin said in the clip. The Santa Fe County Sheriff is continuing an investigation into the incident, which occurred during a dress rehearsal on the New Mexico set on October 21st. Tarraco would not say whether it was Halls who handed the gun to Baldwin, but said that her client called it a, quote, "freak, awful accident," and she said that she would be shocked if criminal charges are filed against him. So that's even like, they're saying that his finger didn't even enter the area needed to pull the trigger. Which I'm assuming they're trying to say that, you know, the gun was cocked and then somehow it went off on its own.
That's the only way. If you're not pulling a trigger on a revolver, it would have to be
like broken in a way that
the hammer somehow. I don't know.
Still, the bullet shouldn't have been in there, but still, that I guess is what they're trying to say. That way, no one is at fault except for somewhere down the line, whoever. In this scenario, put it in there potentially on purpose, because that's also been another thing that was conspiratorial about this immediately after the fact.
There's also that the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, her PR team is spinning a pretty wild tale about how like the bullet ended up on the set from the previous production that filmed there. This is a bunch of people, fucking know. This is
a bunch of people, coordinated or not, trying to just absolve guilt. And it's making it confusing for what actually happened.
Yes.
But there's a whole lot of witnesses, and when this actually goes to trial, there's going to be a whole lot of people that'll probably, you would hope.
Well, it can't go to trial unless there's a suspect.
Yeah, or like files charged, but they're still investigating.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, the civil suits will probably reveal a lot, but yeah, we know less now than we did when it started.
It's all very confusing.
Yeah, basically a bullet magically killed someone,
And nobody knows how it got there or how it ended
magic is real.
Firing out of the gun.
What a horrible way to find out that magic is real.
Yeah, but let's move over to another story that we covered recently. The technologically inept governor of Missouri, Mike Parson, who instead of praising a cybersecurity expert and the local newspaper for exposing a large breach of privacy on a local government website, decided to go on the offensive and label them as hackers who were trying to infiltrate government websites. Now, in case you've forgotten about the story somehow, a Department of Education website contained, the social security numbers of its staff in the source code of the site.
Inspect, right click, inspect.
All you had to do was view the source and you would have access to it. That is not hacking. The cyber expert worked with the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the news org. They just reached out to the local government to give them a heads up about the problem so that they could fix it before the story ran. It was nice of them to do that.
Yeah.
That's when the governor not only called the whole thing hacking, but even released a very slick video to paint the Post-Dispatch in an extremely negative light. Here's a clip from that video.
Latest from the Missouri's fake news factory is from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, where a reporter has been digging around HTML code on a state website. The State Technology Division said the hacker took the records of at least 3 educators, decoded the HTML source code, and viewed the social security numbers of teachers from a state website. Governor Parson believes everyone is entitled to their privacy, especially our teachers. Governor Parson is standing up to the fake news media and is committed to bring to justice anyone who obtained private information.
Wow, what an asshole. Anyway, now it turns out that Missouri officials were actually going to publicly thank the journalist who worked on the story before the governor got wind of it and decided to get involved in his own special way. Here's Ars Technica with more about that. Missouri state government officials planned to publicly thank a journalist who discovered a security flaw until a drastic change in strategy resulted in the governor labeling the journalist a hacker while threatening both a lawsuit and prosecution. Missouri Governor Mike Parson called Renaud a hacker and said the newspaper's reporting was nothing more than a political vendetta and an attempt to embarrass the state and sell headlines for their news outlet. The Republican governor said further that his administration has notified the Cole County prosecutor of this matter, that the Missouri State Highway Patrol's digital forensic unit would investigate all of those involved, and that state law allows us to bring a civil suit to recover damages against all those involved. But only 2 days earlier, a government spokesperson was preparing a quote to publicly thank the journalist, as the Post-Dispatch reported today. In an October 12th email to officials in Governor Mike Parson's office, Mallory McGowan, spokeswoman for DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, sent proposed statements for a press release announcing the data vulnerability the newspaper uncovered.
Quote, "We are grateful to the member of the media who brought this to the state's attention," said a proposed quote from Education Commissioner Margie Van Dieven. The Parson administration and DESE did not end up using that quote. The next day, on October 13th, the Office of Administration issued a news release calling the Post-Dispatch journalist a hacker. And on October 14th, Parson held a news conference to rail against the Post-Dispatch and announce a criminal investigation by the Missouri State Highway Patrol. "We will not let this crime against Missouri teachers go unpunished," Parson said at the news conference, "and we refuse to let them be a pawn in the news outlet's political vendetta. Not only are we going to hold this individual accountable, but we will also be holding accountable all those who aided this individual and the media corporation that employs them." That all happened even as a Federal Bureau of Investigation official apparently told the state that the journalist was not a hacker. The Post-Dispatch reported.
Meanwhile, at 3:24 p.m. on October 13th, Angie Robinson, cybersecurity specialist for the state, emailed Department of Public Safety Director Sandra Karsten to inform her that she had forwarded emails from the Post-Dispatch to Kyle Storm with the FBI in St. Louis. Quote, "Kyle informed me that after reading the emails from the reporter that this incident is not an actual network intrusion," she said. Instead, she wrote, "The FBI agent said the state's database was misconfigured, which allowed open source tools to be used to query data that should not be public." So, so officials were informed about a problem with one of their government websites and then prepared a thank you statement because they should have been thanking the outlet for finding out about it and letting them know before it ruined people's privacy. But instead, the big old governor of Missouri decided to pivot into this being a terrible hack and that they would be trying to press charges, all while the actual FBI insisted that that was not the case at all. Just incredible work from Governor Parsons. What really gets me especially is I just love the way that he postures as if he's protecting teachers. And like, how could you do this?
To our
teachers who we pay really, really, like, I don't know how well teachers in Missouri
I would
pay,
assume in
but
Missouri.
I'm guessing fucking terribly.
Yeah.
So, like the government, no appreciation for educators until it's time to use them as like to score points in stupid bullshit.
And that's
like
not
this.
a direct jab at Missouri because teachers are paid poorly everywhere.
Yes, that's true. Teachers,
or at least not as much as they should be.
Public school teachers are the most underappreciated career in the country, I would say.
Yes.
And there's a long list of jobs that would fall into that category, but I would put teachers at number one.
Yes. What's the teacher's color on the flag?
Teachers, YouTubers, and then the rest.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, let's move over to gaming news.
What's up, gamers?
Yeah, we're always praising the Xbox Game Pass because, well, it's probably one of the best deals in gaming. You pay an arguably low monthly fee and get access to a lot of really great games, including brand new releases that are made in partnership with Microsoft. Well, typically when something like this becomes extremely popular within its industry, other companies are going to make their own versions of it. The Movie Pass kicked down the door to theater subscription services, which has resulted in AMC and Regal and others offering products that allow you to see films at a bargain if you use it properly. I mean, you could be paying and not go to a movie, but that'd be a waste of money.
Yeah.
If you see 1 or 2 movies a month, you're getting your money's worth. Much like Game Pass. You play 1 game a month, you're probably getting your money's worth on it. Now, Xbox definitely isn't the first to launch a game subscription service, but it is arguably the most successful. Looks like Sony finally wants to get a little bit of taste of that success because it appears as though they're going to be launching their own service that is pretty much the exact same thing.
Oh my gosh, who could have predicted this?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, God, Sony's services with PlayStation, it gets a little confusing. They've got PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Now. Those are both things, but they're not quite the same, not as good or as useful as Game Pass. So this scoop comes from games journalist Jason Schreier, writing for Bloomberg, who says, the service, codenamed Spartacus, will allow PlayStation owners to pay a monthly fee for access to a catalog of modern and classic games, said the people who asked not to be identified because they weren't authorized to speak to the press about the plans. The offering will likely be available on the smash hit PlayStation 4, which has sold more than 116 million units, and its elusive successor, the PlayStation 5, which launched more than a year ago but is still difficult to buy due to supply chain issues. When it launches, expected in the spring, the service will merge Sony's 2 existing subscription plans, PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Now. Currently, PlayStation Plus is required for most online multiplayer games and offers free monthly titles, while PlayStation Now allows users to stream or download older games. Documents reviewed by Bloomberg suggest that Sony plans to retain the PlayStation Plus branding, but phase out PlayStation Now.
It was a couple of years ago, but I had PlayStation Now for like a month or 2, and it played so poorly that I refused to use it ever again because it was streaming. It was like game streaming.
The latency, I think I tried it once, and it was just like, well, that's fucking unplayable.
Yeah. I'm sure it's better now, or it will be whenever they launch this new thing, but it's the same thing as Xbox Game Pass, and if they do actual first-party new releases day of, then it'll be beneficial because Sony PlayStation has great fucking games.
They do. And they are starting so the reason I would not be interested in this is because I mostly play on PC. And Game Pass
works seamlessly.
I get my money's worth on that without ever booting up an Xbox.
Yes.
Whereas Sony, they've started in recent years to like understand that it's probably a good idea for them to port their games to PC like after a certain window of time. So they're starting to do that, which is good. So hopefully that becomes more of this part of this new PlayStation.
I'm sure
Plus
they'll
thing.
do like a mobile streaming or you know the same type of thing with PlayStation Now as you can stream it. But like that's the thing with like Xbox Game Pass now. You could just get a controller adapter for your phone and play Xbox games wherever you want.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, we're living in the future as far as gaming's concerned, and some games. A lot of games are getting worse, and that brings us to our next topic. The beatdown of Battlefield 2042.
You hate to see it.
It continues as the game has reportedly lost 70% of its player base in just 2 weeks.
Holy fucking shit.
That is a lot.
And it's been what, like 3 years since Battlefield
Probably 2 years.
V came out, or Battlefield 5? Yeah, that's
Battlefield 1? I don't know. It's confusing, but it's been a little while. Here's Paul Tassi with Forbes. In just under 2 weeks since launch, Battlefield has lost 70% of its players on Steam, going from a peak of around 100,000, which isn't even that high at all for a game like this,
a new release,
to 30,000 as of its peak yesterday.
Oof.
It's only outperforming Battlefield V by 10,000 players or so at the moment, and being beaten by the likes of Farming Simulator 22, Payday 2, and Red Dead Redemption 2. The concern is that if Battlefield 2042 continues this trend and its player base shrinks unsustainably, that not only affects things like matchmaking, but some worry EA will offer less support for it in the future. And this is a frankly bizarre conversation to be having just 2 weeks after a game like this is launched. And that everyone is very justified in being worried about continued support for this game, because look what happened with Anthem.
Yeah.
And the Anthem's like, we're gonna adjust the roadmap a bit. Game's canceled.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah.
In addition to that, people online are losing their goddamn minds because EA was about to introduce a Santa Claus skin to their war game, and apparently the backlash was so intense that the company has already agreed to remove it entirely. Okay, here's PC Gamer.
Have you seen the picture of this?
No.
Dude, hunky, ripped, military Santa, ready to just tear apart anyone in Battlefield 2042.
Yeah, the police in Colorado give Santa a gun and everyone laughs, but EA tries to give Santa a gun and everyone gets mad.
It's actually good that there's consistency in everyone getting mad at both of these things. Universally, people don't want Santa to have a gun.
Yeah, I'd prefer Santa to be a pacifist.
Yeah.
But here's PC Gamer. Battlefield 2042 has had a rough reception. Disappointment over design changes and technical issues have led to reams of negative player reviews. Amid all of that, a leak yesterday revealed a Santa Claus skin that was planned for the game's next big update, and it didn't go down well. Now it seems Santa Claus is no longer coming to town, with DICE saying that it has no plans to utilize all the skins this holiday. Some players weren't happy with one of the more upvoted comments on Reddit encapsulating the feeling in the community. DICE expects me to be able to take the game seriously with literal Santa Claus running around shooting people in what's supposed to be a world where billions are displaced, natural disasters are destroying the planet, and there's about to be a massive world proxy war, and we're supposed to take all that into account with Santa fucking Claus running around on the battlefield? Holy identity crisis.
And a lot of the comments too are just like, why would anyone buy this? You're just running around with a big red target. You're just like, everyone else is like, as far as the environment's concerned, the colors are muted because that's war. You're supposed to blend into your environment to not stick out and get fucking shot. Meanwhile, you have like this dude with a giant white beard and a red coat, just like
big hitbox.
Yeah, it's a huge hitbox. Santa's thick.
Yeah.
Dummy thick. But anyways, that's it for this week's episode of News Dump. We'll be back, of course, with a new episode of Weekly Weird News coming up soon. If for some reason you've missed our two most recent
we're down here on the Othello Tunnel Road on the Coquihalla River. This is the area that we've been documenting. As you can see, the shed is now gone. The house is still standing, but the ground has eroded underneath the foundation even more than yesterday, about 11 hours ago. There's a section of the natural gas pipeline that is now exposed. That rippling in the water there is from their pipe. So we just spoke with a worker from an Enbridge, our natural gas company here in British Columbia, and they've done their part on shutting off the gas line, so there's no danger there. We still have crews working. They've been working around the clock, 24 hours a day, and basically since the first atmospheric river. There's a crew working on the other side of the Othello Tunnel Road. And then to the right here we have a crew that's on the eastbound of Highway 3. And then just a little further up is another crew who's putting up pylons and barricades. The banks over there are completely eroded away. It's not going to be too much longer if the rivers keep rising. We had another around 50 to 70 millimeters of rain last night, and it's still pretty early in the day, so there is a chance that this house could end up in the Coquihalla River. So it's really hard to kind of get an idea of just how much ground has eroded. So we're going to use Google Maps and Google Earth to kind of help give you guys an idea of just how much land has eroded. A lot of these houses weren't close to the river. They were sitting on a few acres of property, and that is now completely gone. From Google Maps you can see we're here. That's Fish Camp Road, and that's the house we've been looking at. Basically everything between the two red lines and up to the house is now gone. Using Google Earth Street View, this is where we've been standing. So everything from the bottom of the screen and up is gone. All the trees, the road that turns onto Othello tunnels, family homes, and even a bed and breakfast. So we're currently driving on Highway 7. This section of highway suffered multiple landslides, and one section in particular ended up trapping over 200 people. A lot of them were here for over 24 hours, and then were rescued and flown out by search and rescue. They were taken to our town, where they either stayed at our local high school, or the majority of them staying at a camp on the highway called Camp Hope, just outside of town. Road crews have been working around the clock, and they had this section of highway open after about 3 days. With all the work they've been doing, they're now uncovering a lot of the vehicles that were swept off the road by the slide. There's one story in particular where a young woman was heading back home, and she said she could hear a rumbling, but wasn't too sure what it was. The road does run alongside the eastbound CN rail, but before she knew it, her car was swept off the road, being pounded by the rocks, mud, and debris. After the initial shock went through of what just happened, she then realized that she couldn't open her doors to get out. So she ended up climbing through her sunroof, where then she sat for over 5 hours until search and rescue came and got her. People said from the highway they could hear screaming and cars honking that were swept off the road, but it was so black there was nothing that they could do.
I'm Mark Kelly. On this edition of The Fifth Estate, catastrophic floods.
We are just next to the river. I'm so scared.
Communities cut off. Lives on the line.
There was nothing we could do for the people that you knew were alive under the mud.
British Columbia is a province that's bearing the brunt of a changing climate.
The last few days have been incredibly difficult for British Columbians. Heavy rains, strong winds, flooding have devastated entire communities of our province.
There was really nowhere you could go. Our infrastructure is built for a planet that no longer exists. We design and build our infrastructure based on the climate of the past.
Yet our investigation shows warnings have been ignored time and time again.
I think it was preventable and it was predictable.
Making this a disaster just waiting to happen.
What our response shows is that for governments, experience has become making the same mistake over and over again, but with greater confidence.
And there's one question that keeps coming up.
It's all gone.
Shouldn't we have seen this coming? Here in beautiful BC, there were signs this wasn't going to be a normal fall almost 3 weeks before the floods hit.
We've seen some pretty big storms and nothing like this at all.
A low-pressure weather bomb pounded Vancouver Island and BC's south coast, knocking out power in 9,000 homes.
Oh my God.
Then 2 weeks later, a rare tornado touched down at the University of British Columbia, just outside Vancouver and near the airport.
You okay? Yeah, okay. I'm okay.
Stunning, experienced meteorologists.
It sure had our collective jaws on the ground when we saw a tornado off of YVR, something that we've never seen before.
But something bigger, something more severe was building over the Pacific Ocean.
Seeing upwards of 20 millimeters an hour is fairly normal, but seeing 3 or 4 hours like that is really a head scratcher.
What's called an atmospheric river was heading inland. These rivers in the sky are bands of moisture hundreds of kilometers long. Many harmlessly supply needed rain and snow, but this one was something worse.
What's incredible and maybe terrifying to think about is that climate change actually projects atmospheric rivers to not only get more frequent, not only to last longer, but also to get more intense.
So if climate change is signaling more extreme weather events, why weren't we better prepared for this one? On November 9th, 4 days before the storm struck, Environment Canada issued a snow warning up to 25 centimeters for the BC interior.
Okay, that's an eerie sound.
2 days later, the U.S. National Weather Service started escalating warnings for northern Washington, calling for a major flood stage event, and that residents should be prepared to take action, and informing them where to get sandbags.
We definitely saw an atmospheric river coming. We saw it build throughout the week. It really looked like it was going to be hitting the coast and moving south and actually really focused on Washington State. We see that and we say to ourselves, okay, that's impressive, but so far it's not affecting our jurisdiction.
On November 13th, the storm changed path, barreling towards BC. Environment Canada revised its forecast, calling for up to 150 millimeters of rain. But BC's Ministry of Forests downplayed the threat. Rivers are expected to rise rapidly Sunday and ease on Monday as the heaviest rainfall passes. November 14th, this is what was heard twice across the border on the American side. A flood alarm telling residents to brace for high waters, move livestock to higher ground.
Hi, this is Bruce Bamman. I was notified not that long ago that the air raid sirens in Sumas, Washington are going off.
The alarm was heard by some on the Canadian side of the border, prompting this BC MLA to send out a warning of his own on Facebook.
Now, in the past, what that has meant is that the Nooksack has flooded, has breached its banks, and that the floodwaters are on the way to Sumas. Look after yourselves, be careful.
Then later that day, the atmospheric river hit. Disaster quickly followed. Roads and bridges swept away. Communities swallowed up by the rising waters. In the BC interior, landslides left entire communities cut off from supplies, medicine, food, and help.
You can't predict what the weather's going to be like more than a week or so into the future. But we absolutely can say that the statistics of weather are changing.
Catherine Hayhoe is a world-renowned climatologist, originally from Toronto, now based in Texas.
We know that these naturally occurring atmospheric rivers are getting more intense and they're dropping a lot more rain in a warmer world. Simply because warmer air holds more water vapor. And so now, when a storm comes along, there's a lot more water vapor in the air for that storm to sweep up and dump on us than there was 50 or 100 years ago.
Ever since the middle of September, we have been dealing with extraordinarily active weather, generally speaking. You know, we're talking about over 200% of normal precipitation, including 5 atmospheric rivers, 3 bomb cyclones, a tornado, and who knows what else before 2021 is over.
No area may be more vulnerable in BC than here in the Fraser Valley, a short drive east from Vancouver. Flat agricultural lands surrounded by mountains and at the mercy of the temperamental Fraser River. The region relies on a series of dikes and pump stations to hold back seasonal floodwaters.
Everybody stop by that flashing light, please.
This pump house normally keeps the Fraser River out of the Sumas Prairie. This storm pushed it to the brink of failing, if not for 200 volunteers who showed up to protect it by piling up walls of sandbags, trying to turn back a climate catastrophe.
Earlier this morning, we expanded the Sumas Prairie evacuation order. Approximately 1,100 homes are now impacted.
I was watching what the River Forecast Center was saying, and, you know, there's that pit in your stomach where you're thinking, is this the moment where I get to say I told you so? We know there are atmospheric rivers, and we've known for a long time that this was going to be a big concern for winter flooding in BC. And as someone who pays attention to this, you could see it coming.
Tamsin Lyle is an engineer who helps communities reduce their flood risks. She went to survey the damage a week after the storm hit.
Okay, there we go.
So right now we're seeing into the United States. This is the old Sumas lake bed. Right below us right now we have the Sumas River, which used to be a natural river that would drain this area. It doesn't anymore. It's now a diked system. So flowing out that way, the Sumas River, that's flowing out through the pump station into the Fraser River. And right under us right now is what used to be a lake, and is the lake again. And it's thousands of people's homes and animals. One of the most productive agricultural regions in all of Canada is right under our feet now.
Now those farms were underwater, along with their livestock and their livelihoods. A century ago, the prairie was a lake, drained to make way for these farms. It didn't take long for nature to try to reclaim the lake bed. In 1948, a third of the Fraser Valley sat under murky black water. Thousands had to be evacuated. The valley has occasionally flooded since, leading many to wonder if all the measures to hold back the waters are enough.
My husband was up all night because we knew there was an alert. By 6 o'clock, I looked outside and it was like we're in the middle of a lake.
Some, like this family, Pavan, Kabir, and Narinder, felt utterly abandoned in their time of need.
I quickly ran to the front of the house and I could see that there was a puddle at the front of the house where we had brought our dogs in, and we just covered it with a towel, but with like an hour and a half, it was like a foot of water in our house.
They called search and rescue. No one came.
And then I had to call them again because from our house, ours wasn't a priority because we were on the upper level and we were safe. But from our house, we could actually see that the dike was breaking. So that's when we were panicking. We're like, we need to get out of here now because the dike is going to break and then it's going to flood a lot more.
Strangers in boats brought them back home to save what they could.
I think the community's coming together, like how they sandbagged the Barrowtown pump, how we know there's people stranded in Hope and people are getting the meals. Even here, like sometimes there'll be people standing here with boats just in case somebody needs help, but it's just civilians. It's not like a government agency that's providing any of that help.
The first warnings came not from the province, not from the town.
The actual alert was from Facebook.
Really?
And I could see where the evacuation area is. And right before bed, they were like, okay, now they're gonna put an alert on. So they extended the area, so they put everything in yellow, like alert that this area is now on alert. And then the next morning is when they put it all on evacuation, but it was already like we were already in water.
There are warning systems in place in BC, just not centralized. It's a patchwork of local and regional alert systems triggered at the discretion of local authorities.
The province has been in continual contact with local governments, and we're working to support those affected. Local governments are monitoring the situation in their communities and standing up emergency operation centres as needed.
Andrew Nikiforuk is a journalist covering environmental issues.
You know, I mean, the first response from the British Columbia government is that we're not responsible for informing people of a looming disaster. That's all up to municipalities. So, I mean, lack of accountability is a symptom of a system in real trouble.
So responsibilities are downloaded to people like Abbotsford Mayor Henry Braun, who chose not to sound the alarm.
And I want to be very clear here. It was our decision not to activate the provincial alert ready system for the whole city of 162,000 people at that time. So we didn't want to alarm the whole city.
Mayor Braun bristled at any suggestion he didn't act soon enough.
If you're asking me, would I do it again the same way? Yes, I would. Everybody in the prairie knew that there was an emergency. The prairie was flooded. There's no sense sending an alert out that's going to scare 162,000 people, which is what the population of Abbotsford is. The 300 or 400 people that were out there at that time, they already knew there was an emergency. All they had to do is look outside the window of their house. The water was everywhere.
I think there's a lot of different people that have to take ownership of this problem. And when we're looking at this kind of scale, I mean, I think the province, especially the province of about 20 years ago, 2003, 2004, has a lot to answer for in terms of downloading the responsibility from the province, who had the better capacity to look at this at a regional scale, to local governments who are now, don't have the capacity, don't have the expertise.
Downloading responsibility, lack of expertise can have catastrophic consequences in other parts of BC as well.
It's very sad.
Coming up after the break.
You know, when we try to speak with the provincial government on logging, I feel that we're talking to the wall because they don't listen. We need to plan together, because if we don't, more catastrophic events like this are going to occur annually. We need to be heard.
Look at this bridge. There's nothing left of it.
As the Mammoth Atmospheric River moved eastward from the Fraser Valley to the BC interior, it left a trail of damage, a trail of death.
It was the scariest thing I've ever seen. I just turned around and I'm just watching the whole side of the mountain come down and taking out these cars and everything just being swept away.
It hit our back wall in our bedroom there and literally knocked us away.
What quest do we do? Will we kill Gnor? Will we? Will we? Do we kill Gnor? We have to, right? Is that something we do? Will it get stupid overpowered? Do you think I can? Oh, I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. We're going to get his armor, so we're going to get stupid overpowered quickly. But look, that's kind of half the fun of Morrowind. We are going to kill Gnor. You should know how we're going to kill Gnor. We're going to do it right now. Why not? Why not? Fuck it. I need to go to Sage at Mora. I am a sleeper. Yes, you are. We need to go to Tribunal too. Okay, we're gonna kill Gnor and get his armor and get his luck enchantment and get stupid overpowered. I'm just gonna break the game and get the ebony armor stupid early. That's the fun of Morrowind. Take whatever strategy you can get. Sujamma does weigh a lot, so I'm gonna need as much space as I can.
Friend.
Yes, I am friends. Revere thinks I'm his friend. Not in my old videos, he's not. Vivek is the fake god. You're damn right. You're damn right. I don't like Vivek. You'll come to find out I really don't like Vivek. I don't like him at all. Finally managed to catch the stream. You're in for a good moment, because we're going to kill Gnor.
I can spare a few moments if you can.
I don't want to talk to you. Hello. Travel. Sage rat. We're going straight to Mournhold, but we're only going there just to kill Gnor. Farah. My girl, Farah. If you've never seen this before, I'm sure many of you have though, you can just buy infinite Sujamma from this woman. 5. You can go back in, she has 5 more. I think there's someone in Mournhold who sells more anyway, just in case we need it. But let's go. I need to go to Ebonheart. I didn't know about the Sujamma thing too until I encountered Gnor and I looked it up. I was like, this guy is fucking impossible, how do you kill him? I think like one person in the shred gave me the strategy of like, use Sujamma. I was like, oh, okay. Here's Ebonheart, all 24 FPS, because Ebonheart's broken. And then I used Sujamma to kill Gnor. It worked perfect. And I was like, if you can use it to kill Gnor, you can use it to kill anyone. Kill Vivek. They got her. Almaflexia.
Speak freely, friend. Speak freely, friend.
They're brothers. Stop repeating each other. They are brothers. They look the exact
Speak freely, friend.
I love his armor. Jonas Maximus. City of Light. City of Magic. Are you the woman? Send me. You wish to go to the mainland? That's highly irregular. I'm sure you've heard that they've restricted travel to Mournhold. They've been a bit worried about the blight. What's your reason for wanting to go? Mournhold are in lockdown. Take care, friend. I'll send you there when we're finished speaking. Here's the thing about the Morrowind DLC. It's 4 higher levels. I love his armor so much. I love it a lot. The game assumes that you'll finish like the main quest before you start it. When I was a kid playing this game, I would start out DLC at like level 1 and you just get destroyed because you're not supposed to be here. Hello.
Emperor, King.
This place always confuses me with its layout. Is it here? Here we are, the courtyard. We're just going to get to Gnor and we're going to leave because I need to do the main quest of Morrowind before we even start Tribunal. Here we are. Gnor. I'm not going to give him a piece of my gold. You can keep giving him gold, but he'll just ask for more. I'm just going to reject him the first time we can. I need to make a save actually, so I don't start a new game. Let's start the game over from the beginning. Let's start a new game, yeah. I'm joking. I need to do a save. Did I just press load? Hi, Gnor. How you doing?
I'm listening.
If people don't know or they're a bit new, Gnor is probably one of the toughest enemies in the game. If not the 255 luck. Is that what he has? We'll get his amulet and we'll be dope. Hello there, Dark Elf. Before you take another step, his eyes are closed. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gnor and I'm an entrepreneur of sorts. I'm wondering if I could ask a small favour of you. Alright, what is it? Glad you asked. As you may have noticed, I'm not looking at my best at the moment. I'm a little, shall we say, down on my luck, which is not something I'm used to. Let me tell you. At any rate, I'm looking for a little starting capital to get things rolling here in Mournhold. I recently arrived myself as well, and I thought you might be able to help me out. Think you could part with, say, 50 gold? See, you can keep offering him gold, but he'll just ask for more. It's like, give me 50. Give me 1,000. Give me 10,000. Give me 100,000. Then he asks for like 1 million. Even if you have 1 million and you try to give it to him, he'll say, no one has 1 million. You're taking the piss out of me. Sorry, bud. I don't think so. Are you sure about that? I mean, to look at you, it's obvious that you're a dark elf of means. Imagine you wouldn't even know that the gold was gone. Think about it for another second or two. Think about how much it'd mean to me, about what a great help it would be. Nah, I'd rather not. Haha, quite the communication breakdown we're having here, isn't it? I can see I'm not just getting through to you. Let me try this one last time, okay? It's 10 gold. I know you have it. You won't miss it. I need it more than you. Give it to me, okay? No, don't you dare say no to me. No one says no to Gnor. Oh, don't think I'll forget this. I'll remember you, Dark Elf, and I'll get you for it. I promise you that. So I think what we have to do is leave. You can never win with giving him money. You'll never win. You're going to have to fight him. Can you not kill him before your armor's up? But I want the armor. You need to wait a few days actually. Yeah, it might be like 3 days. We'll try that. I want his armor and I want his luck enchantment. I don't think he has it if you just kill him while he's standing there. Yeah, I do need to wait a bit. There he is. We're going to fight him without the Sujamma and you can see how tough this fight is.
You should run now.
Well, look who it is. My dear friend Mickey D. Just my luck that you should stumble in here. Huh. Indeed, it seems my good fortune knows no bounds. Despite my mistreatment at your hands, I found riches, been able to influence just about anyone I talk to. And can you believe I've never lost a fight? Never even gotten a scratch. Somehow, I don't think I'll have a problem continuing that streak and I owe you. Where's my healing? Look how fast he is.
one can challenge me.
Because his luck skill is so high, it's incredibly tough to hit him. So even if I drink a bunch of Sujamma, it's going to be really tough to hit him. So what I need to do is we're going to drink 20 Sujamma at once. Maybe some Flynn. Okay, settle in. Here's a loss. I can drink the Flynn too, maybe. I just have to make sure I hit him. We might not be able to kill him in one hit, but if it's like 2 or 3 hits, then we should do okay. Plus, if I need more Sujamma, there's someone here that sells it, I'm sure. Dejak Lord, he pretty much is. He's stronger than Vivek, for fuck's sake. 2 Flynn, why not? Come here, pal. Yeah. See, getting the hit is the thing. He's such a Chad, he is. Yarg! Yarg! Look at this. Look at this. Shouldn't the guards help you? They should. Where are you?
Oh, this is too easy.
I can't even get one hit in.
You chose the wrong Bosmer to miss.
He's very strong. He's very strong. I haven't watched for a couple of weeks. How did I get here? We're just here for Gnor. I haven't done the main quest yet. We're here to kill Gnor and then we're fucking off back to the mainland. Or not the mainland, just back to Vernfell. This is I can't even get one hit. What's going on here? My intelligence is low, but like my agility is pretty buffed. My strength is 1100. Do I have a better weapon? My spear is higher, right? No, my spear is lower. I could try my Dejak Claymore, I guess. I could try it for a second.
Fetcher.
Fetcher.
Fight, coward.
Can I not get one hit? Just one hit? See, my agility is not low, so... This is insane. Like, watch this. Hello.
No chance. None.
See, I can kill her. I can hit her fine. It might take 2 hits. I could just use healing potions and stuff like that.
You chose the wrong Bosmer to mess with.
My Sujamma is gonna wear off.
Fight, coward. You should run now.
I've never had this much trouble with this fight before. I've never had that much, like, I've hit him before. Maybe my long blade is just way too low. They got there only at 300 by Gnor's 5. He does have fortified lock, but you can hit him. I've done it plenty of times before.
No one can challenge me. You should run now.
If I can get even one hit, I've come all the way out here. Any summons aren't gonna help. If I can't hit him, my summons can't. My long blade skill is 47, but even still, I've done this before on long blade skills that aren't even that high. Do I just keep trying?
You don't deserve to live.
I'm just gonna do small hits, see if I can hit him once.
Fight, coward!
I just need to spam small hits. He does have 1,000 luck, but you can't hit him. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I've done this before, fine. Do I have to make this into like a clip for YouTube? I don't understand how I can't even hit him once. Like once. 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 Once.
Fight, coward!
Once. Once.
Run
Don't
while you
unequip
can.
stuff. I don't think we can do this.
Fight, coward!
Like, I know you can hit him. I've done it too.
This is going to be fun.
I'm just going to keep spamming. Let's fucking see what happens. I'm only going to try a few more times because even one hit might not do it. I came all the way to Mournhold. I've done this before with a long blade lower. Like, I don't get this at all. Any scrolls? Nothing that's strong enough. We can try scrolls, but I've drank in all the Sujamma. Let's do frost damage, 65 points.
Oh, this is too easy.
And that damaged me and I missed him. See what I mean? See what I mean? See what I mean? Let's look through. Let's see. Nimbleness, summon skeletal minion. I have shield, but like, I just need to hit him. I do have Amulet of Shadows.
Oh, this is too easy.
But he can probably see me. Yeah, he can see me.
One of you will die.
See, the skeleton can't even hit him. Fortify agility belt. Oh yeah, I can try it. Which one is it again? What's it called? Belt and nimbleness. Great. I'm going to use it and quick save. Alright, go for him again.
You should run now.
We're going to think about this. We're going to try and do this. I have done it before on a lower level. We're going to go to the potion seller here, because I believe there's a potion seller. Potion seller. I'm going into battle. And I require your finest potions. If there's like fortify agility or something. My potions are too strong for you, traveller. Potion seller. I'm going into battle. Not the bookseller. Not the armor. It's the magic shop. Oh, it is the magic shop, ain't it? Hello. I want Dungeons and Dragons, please. One bottle of Flynn. Why not? Let's see. 3 Sujama. I don't have the space for it. Disease resistance, Eardrop Brandy. That's also strength too, right? It might be. Okay, let's think about this. Fortify health. I don't think it's going to have fortify agility. Fire shield, fatigue, I guess. Health, I guess. Restore luck. You don't have fortify luck, do you? Restore speed, cure blight, spell absorption, shock resistance, restore willpower. Oh, this is a dud. This is a dud. I would have lost my patience. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop it right now. Just hit him, I suppose. You know me, I'm not one to give up as easily. I probably can't move now, right? Yeah, I can't move. Just drink a fucking... The skooma pipe's weighing me down. I could repair myself. I can look through my enchantments. We're only going to try this a few more times because I don't know. I don't know if we can do it. Fortify illusion, don't need. Shield can it be useful, I guess. Spell absorption, he doesn't cast spells. Shield 15 for 10 points, that's actually not that bad. Chameleon, he sees right through me. Fortify agility, it's 1 to 10. It's really not that much. Fortify strength, Sujama. Drain personality, resist magicka, summon storm atronach. Even the summons can't hit him. I still have nothing. I can see what the trader has. What if you give him the 10 gold now? He's not gonna like it. You feck all. Pawnbroker, you probably don't have much either, right? I could check the magic shop again for scrolls, actually. You have nothing. Great. Call him Gaynor. Scrolls. Do sell scrolls now.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
She does do spell making. Oh, do you not sell scrolls? Oh, you don't, do you? Are you just potions? You're just potions. I could buy like 1 or 2 more. I could buy 1 more. Great. I can't move. Rising force, why not? Levitation. Oh yeah, levitation doesn't work here. It's banned here. Stop whistling at me. That's assault. You sell poison. If it had even hit him. Okay, well this is our last try, I guess. I'll just really have to prepare. Right. No sir, this is a library. You sell poisons. Get out. It's a public library. It's 2012.
Justice never.
Alright, Gnora. You're not gonna best me. You're not gonna best me. Okay. Get your fatigue up full. Get close to him so you don't have to travel that far. Okay, he sees me. Right, well, belt of, what's it called? Belt of nimbleness, agility. Okay, I have strength too, right? Strength. I have shield. Fine. It's only 10 seconds. They're all going to wear off. I have scrolls, but like, hitting them is the thing. Barrier ring. These are mercy. I don't need that. Fire eater, engraved ring, poison, bone charm. What else do I need? Fortify strength. That's the one. Mighty blows. Quick save. Sujama time. Just in time, aren't you? We failed last time we tried to do this. Like, I've done this with like a lower long blade skill. I did this during Tribunal in the episode that I didn't release because I stopped doing it. Like, I did it then and I was like level 4. So I don't understand why I can't do it now. Like, Sujama just lowers intelligence and that doesn't affect your hit chance. My agility's 82. Get out your weapon. Quick save. Come here. We can do it. Healing immediately. Fatigue, why not? Fortify health, why not? Give me all the fortify health right now. I'm gonna keep going till I hit him once. Come on. Paddy would be proud. A pack of the crypts. 45 pints. Just hit him once. My Sujama's probably worn off.
You don't deserve to live. I'll see you dead.
Come on. I'm not gonna let this better me. I'm the Blood Moon at level 1 guy. Get up. Get up off that floor. Come on, Fulgore, stop knocking me down, my Julie's 87.
This is going to be fun.
Sujama's worn off. We're gonna keep trying for a little bit more. We're gonna keep trying. I'm gonna use my spear, even though it's lower. I'm gonna try it.
No one can challenge me.
Oh, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on.
Run
come on.
You can.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Hello, Garrett. This feels like this should be how we do it, right? I'm not gonna stop this fucking stream until we do it. I'm not gonna stop it. We're gonna be here all day.
Now you're going to get it.
You're out of touch, you're out of time. But I'm out of my head when you're not around. You're out of time, I'm out of time. But I'm out of my time when you're not a time. Great commentary I'm giving.
Run while you can.
Or just dodge him. Dodge him. Dodge the bastard. Dodge the bastard. Yarg. You know what now? Where's Almalexia? Where's Almalexia? I'm gonna find her right now. Because I'm sure I can kill her. Right? Watch this. Go away, I don't care. Like, I can hit them fine. If I can hit them, where's your woman? Let me in. I'm gonna use a console command, but I'm gonna like reload. Oh, you can't even edge her with a console command. Your god sucks.
You have sealed your fate.
I'm the new god. Right. I'm wasting time because Gnor's annoying me.
You will suffer.
If I can kill Olive, no problem. I should be able to kill the wood elf. His mocking aura is annoying me. This is the #1 Morrowind stream. We can do it. We can do it. If I can clear out this room, if they can put a man on the moon, I can kill Gnor in the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. If they can put a man on the moon.
Chose the wrong Bosmer to mess with.
There was no man on the moon. There was. I was in. Can you believe
Going to be
they put a man on the moon? I'm so close to doing it. I feel like a speedrunner even though I'm not speedrunning. This is my mountain. This is my mountain. Like I said, you'll have to buckle in, lads, because the stream's not ending. I've no fatigue or magicka. Stream's not ending till I do this. This is for 1 year on YouTube. We can do it. I can't hit him once. Once.
This is going to be fun. You don't deserve to live.
Get some healing in, not fatigue. Where's the fucking fortify health? Just drink them all, why not? Can you lower his luck? I can't use console commands. I do want to test something. Can somebody show me the console command to put your long blade skill up? Because I just want to test it. I'm going to reload the save after. I'm going to set my skill to 100 and I'm going to see if I can actually hit him. And if I can't hit him then this is just impossible for the moment. It's one of these commands. Player set long blade 100, thank you. I need Mavis Beacon teacher typing. Long blade skill is now 100. I want to see if we can hit him now.
You don't deserve to live. One of us will die here.
This is ridiculous.
And it won't be me.
This is just an experiment. How has he paralyzed me? My long blade skill's 100 right now.
Now you're going to get it. You chose the wrong Bosmer to mess with.
I hit him once, but that wasn't enough. I hit him once, but that wasn't enough. Oh, he reflects to paralyze? We need a bit more. We need a bit more feckin' Sujama. Okay, we know it's possible. It's just not on our side. It's not on our side. I need a bit more Sujamma, so he regenerates health too. But if I can just get that enough strength to hit him once, you know, it's just that small bit more. There's a bar over here. Bit more drink, bit more drink. Maybe he sells some flint too, which like doesn't affect other stats. Like I just have to hit him once. More Sujamma. There's a bar here. I think this fella restocks some Sujamma. Give me 5 more and you restock. Yeah, I'll have to drop some guff. Not even Commander Shepard would do this suicide mission. No, he would not. Does anyone have any advice? Anything else to give us that bit of an oof? Is there anything that buffs agility? You sell Flynn. I can buy 1 more of those. Some bit of extra strength. Unless there's somewhere on Vardenfell. Is this whole stream just going to be about killing Gnor? We can probably go back to Vardenfell and prepare. We can go to like Aldrune, Balmora, get some better preparation. I think that's what we're going to do. Or not the mainland, Vardenfell itself. Legion Depot. I hate this place a lot. It's so easy to get turned around here. Helsith's Chambers. It's like down the stairs here, right? There's a throne room.
Justice never sleeps.
Bring me home. On your way. On your bike. Does anyone train Longblade? I don't like using training though. The blades do, right? I think Kai's trains Longblade. We could try that if people don't mind. We have plenty of gold, so summon your mate take off there. I wish. You probably couldn't even hit him. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Oh, Kai has went back to the Imperial City. He's broken my heart twice. He's broken my heart twice. I didn't even need the reminder that he's gone. I didn't need it. I did not need that reminder. I need like blade trainers. Right? Do you train? You do. Block athletics hand to hand. Great. I can't punch Gnor to this. Because hitting him multiple times in a row, we can't do that. How can I serve you? Do you have any fortify? Give me all the fortify you have. Fortify intelligence, I don't need. Fortify, 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 fortify. Come on now. Fortify magicka, fortify health. I'll take more fortify health, I guess. Cheap fortify lock. Do you restock on cheap fortify lock? You don't. Let's go to the Orc now. I need to sell the claymore to fucking the Mudcrab merchant. Awesome, can't wait to see him dead. I can't wait to see him dead too. Try to give him my gold. He's not going to make a fool of me. He's not going to make a fool of me. I'm the Nervarine. He's not going to make a fool of me. We have to go to Saran for a quick second. There's a lot of steps involved here. I just need carry weight. I can fly in the air. I'm a Daedric god, you know? I can kill Gnor if it's the first thing I do. He's driving you what you did to him. Leave, buff up and come back. You're damn right. You're damn right. This is hype. What do I call the YouTube video? Irishman gets destroyed by Gnor. You don't need OnlyFans to see me get fucked. Oh, for fuck's sake. Where's he again? He's over here, right? First time playing Morrowind was years ago. I died to a mudcrab. I haven't played till years later. I think I died to a mudcrab too a few times. There he is. Don't be ashamed about that. We're all beginners. He can kiss you before he fucks you. He wouldn't even lube me. Why did I say that? You can have my claymore. It's good, but not as good as the crescent. Give me the 10,000. I've never seen a potion of fortified long blade, so I don't think that's a thing. Okay, I'm gonna need someone to maybe look up like a blades long blade trainer. Larius at Moonmoth. Larius, where are you, buddy? Where are you, Larius? Sounds like he was singing the fucking The X-Files theme song.
Want
Larius.
something, friend?
Training. Okay, 471 gold. 1.
It's too far away.
The things I do for love. I can level up a bunch of times now too. I don't care that I've ruined this character. We can train Spear, I guess, after if we need to. I'm gonna put it up to 75. Persuasion. I think you're a lovely man. All this just to kill Gnor. This is the beauty of Morrowind. If you can't do something, there's a way around it. I can't teach you nothing. 74 is our max. Morrowind expert struggles at Morrowind. I should name it that. Morrowind expert struggles at Morrowind. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, they're gonna be screaming inside. The mid-maxers, they're fucking going ballistic. Okay, we got like, what, 3 levels out of this? Get to slowly watch my sanity disappear. What a 1-year anniversary, huh? Mid-maxers reporting stream. They're gonna be in the YouTube comments. Do we just go back now? We've a bit better long blade skill, so we shouldn't be suffering too long. You'll have to give me all the good luck I can get once I get there, Jet. I have a song. I have a song. It's a song about being a god. And what better song? What better song to use? You could guess it from a mile away. Chat, this is it. What a journey. Bring you to Mournhold. Come near far, come and look upon the heart. We're coming for you, Gnor. We're coming for you, you bastard. Oh no. We can do it. Do it, oh, by George. By George, we can do it. Pray to Boy George. It's raining. Alright, I need the rain. We need the rain. Alright. Here we go. This is the wrong. That's the wrong way. There he fucking is. Oh, boys. Cheap fortify luck. Exclusive fortify health. Barrack and Fortify health. We have so much health now. You can just stack it. In Morrowind, you can just stack it. Fortify Agility? I didn't know I had 2 of these. Oh, that's we should have this in the bag. 26 Sujamma. This is enough. Alright, come on now. I've done it before. By George. We're gonna do it.
Now you're going to get it.
Is that right? He can't even hurt me. He can't even hurt me. What do you fucking think of that? How can you kill a god? Fucking we did it. For everyone who told me I couldn't, look at that.
Come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon.
We did it. I feel like a speedrunner who just got a world record. Do I deserve this hype? Paddy, you'll have to move. You'll have to move 1 second. I don't even fucking know anymore. I don't even know. I don't even know. I wouldn't be fond of the old Sujamma, but when I go at it awful and very hard. There he goes. Oh man. What do we do now? And we slay all of Morrowind. What's our reward? Look at this. Fortify luck. Only 15 points? Fortify luck for 15? 15 points of luck. That's insane. Okay, not really worth it. I think you're a thief. Because I stole your heart. Give me the armor. I think you're a thief because you broke my heart. Is that Cicero? This is a grand stream. I think it's terrible. There he is. Pathetic. What? What? Did I save after I killed him? Did I save after I killed him? What? What happened? What happened? Was it my Fortify health? I can't understand. Did I use too many Fortify healths and then my health was low so that it just killed me? I didn't know they killed you if they wore off though. Once more into the breach, my friends. Coward! What a kill to my celebration. This stream is the biggest roller coaster I've ever experienced in my life. Not even streams I've watched. A stream I have to experience. Oof. Save. Give me all your stuff back.
Morrowind is a game that's name alone tends to flood most people's minds with the imagery of a time in the distant past where one could lose themselves in an immersive world filled with mystery and adventure. For those who grew up with it and played the game extensively, Morrowind is oftentimes viewed as a complex game that was one of the last of its kind to let a player explore and pay attention to the smaller details for maximum enjoyment. In this day and age, the vast majority of new releases tend to be very direct with how to proceed in a game. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't appreciate that with how short of an attention span I have. Still, there's something that feels really good about going back to that old pen and paper method of writing down notes and trying to figure things out for yourself. And with the interest in my Oblivion assessment, I figured it was about time to see just how much my patience had deteriorated and figure out if Morrowind is as good of a game as I remember it being when I was 12 years old. I'll be honest with you here, I don't remember a lot about it. But what I do remember is loving it to pieces for the year or so that I played it at my friend's house. And, here's a nice little warning for all you fellas out there who might be fixing to play this game. I'll be spoiling pretty much everything in this brand new release. Anyways, let's jump into this thing. Wait, I know this. Oh. Still a great track, though. We begin on a prison ship pulling into Seda Neen. I don't know how to say these names, even if they're said in game. This guy wakes you up and tells you to pack your shit because prison time's over and this blockhead comes in to take you away. First, you get to choose your appearance, which ranges from average balding man to different animals like cats, lizards, or walrus. Then you get to make your class either by answering questions or by doing it yourself. I decided to do it myself and to not pick athletics or acrobatics as major or minor skills. I mean, come on, who would do that, right? Then you get a nifty little tutorial in which the game tells you how to do shit in this room. After looting the whole room for valuables and equipping your Hanukkah stick for battle, you scoot on out to this guy, which the game tells you explicitly to not persuade. But of course, every real gamer knows that this is a trick, and you gotta persuade that guy. Before we proceed, let's touch on the menuing system. So everything you do in Morrowind is usually done through a menu. If you thought that running through your inventory to chug a potion in Skyrim was tedious, Morrowind cranks that shit up to 11. Equipping lockpicks in your main weapon slot, transferring loot, cycling out spells, everything is done through this big menu. There are things to make it easier, and it's definitely not the worst system in the world, especially for 17 years ago, but it's definitely a bit of a drag at times. Beyond that, most of the dialogue in the game isn't voiced, which makes you really appreciate all those lines that were voiced in later games. It's actually kind of odd because I thought I would hate reading everything instead of listening to Wes Johnson voice every single character in the game, but I actually didn't mind it as much as I thought I would. It reminds me of something I used to do frequently, but it seems like such a long-lost memory. Reading books. I wonder what happened to books. Anyways, when you step on out into this small town you've arrived... Oh, hold on. Mods! Alright, that's better. When you step on out into this small town, you'll notice the now beautifully swampy landscape that is Vardenfell. It seems kind of backwards to compare it to the later games, but it's actually a pretty cool step away from the snowy mountains of Skyrim or the grab bag of landscapes of Cyrodiil. After your release, you're sent off to Balmora to deliver a package because Uriel Septim is batshit crazy and picked you out as being a pretty cool guy for a prisoner. I mean, he's right. Dude knows what he's doing. But damn, I'd be questioning the hell out of him if I were an Imperial Guard. I'd also probably be dead. But before that, I did a little exploring around Seydanin. The commoners tend to give all the same answers and direct you to a shop that doubles as a tavern of sorts. One guy in particular tells you that his group of people tend to shake down the locals for protection of sorts, and that one guy hasn't been paying up. So he sends you off to look for his hiding spot at night, and my god, you move so fucking slow. I'm just doing this bow-legged jog everywhere I go, and it's infuriating. But I got over it eventually. You grab the pretty hefty sum of 300 gold from the stump and report back. Well, if you're stupid. If you embrace your inner chaotic neutral, you keep that shit to yourself. The reason I'm going over this pretty insignificant quest is because it really lays out how Morrowind's setting works. When you talk to citizens, they tell you to not attack anyone unless they attack you first. Guards are obviously roaming everywhere and cracking down on simple things like loitering when you try to rest in town, but still let this guy shake down the other citizens for protection money. If you choose to turn in the money you found, this guy's like, sweet, here's 100 gold out of 300 gold, and you feel like a moron for even bringing it back to him. The citizens are helpful, but very reserved in how they approach you, basically telling you that the system works here in a very do unto others as they would do to you sort of way. When I went to rest to recover my health, which is a very nice feature by the way, I was attacked in my rest by what seemed to be a thief and his pet rat. After missing 70% of my attacks, I finally felled both of them, only to discover that my assailant was part of the Dark Brotherhood. When I asked the guard, they basically said, fuck that shit, I didn't hear anything, don't come near me, and to go to Ebonheart to report the attack. Unfortunately, this line of inquisition really only leads you to being attacked over and over while resting outside of towns until you go kill the leader of the Dark Brotherhood. So I go to find the guy and I get slain by goblins. So yeah. I'll deal with the attacks, I guess. I will note here that the sewers beneath the Great Bazaar are really intimidating. At least they were to me. I don't know what it is about older games that get me spooked more so than newer ones, but something about these weird creatures with lesser graphics really creep me out in a way that makes me feel like a kid again. In fact, I can probably say the same about most of Morrowind's foggy and gloomy landscapes as well. When this guy dropped out of the sky and scared the shit out of me, I tried out his flying spell, and just the uneasiness of floating through the fog and not knowing where I was going to land put me on edge in a very primal way. The same goes for a lot of creatures in this game. It's not just wolves and skeletons and bandits. It's this thing, and definitely this thing. Anyways, after missing the river a dozen times before realizing that it's not deep enough, I managed to use 2 flight spells to get to Balmora quickly. I'm actually pretty impressed with Elder Scrolls Online at this point, because I recognize pretty much everything in these towns from my recent memories of them. Unfortunately, ESO has definitely reinvigorated Balmora more than its original iteration did. This place is, well, it's very samey, to a degree where I get bored while I fat person jog around it. If you don't have it memorized, it's pretty annoying to continue lapping around it while checking doors to see if it's the one that you're looking for. I found it easier to just run around the whole city and then check the map afterwards. After reporting to Caius, he gives you some gold and tells you that you can receive his orders now as a member of the Blades. or go get some experience in other guilds in the city. Balmora's on the smaller side of towns when you compare it to something like the Imperial City, but all of the guilds seem to reside here in some form or another. Joining most of them is as simple as approaching the right person and saying, "Hey, let me in." Which is fine and all, but it's a bit off-putting with the Thieves Guild in particular. I mean, you kind of just approach old Sugar Lips here and say, "Hey, let me in." And they're like, "Yeah, alright, sick, go steal some diamonds, dude." It was just a bit underwhelming compared to latter releases, but it is what it is. As for the actual diamond stealing, your mark is in a shop, directly next to the shop owner and in plain sight. So here's where I thought I knew how this was going to go down. I figured I'll wait until night and break in. Easy, right? Here's the issue. I went to the upper floor of the shop figuring that the owner would be sleeping in their bed upstairs. I would have gone for the lower floor, but a guard was kind of hovering around it outside. Fortunately, I didn't do that because upon entering the upper floor, the shop guard was still awake and just chilling at the bottom of the stairs, watching the main door. Upon further investigation, the shop was just open. Like it never closes. Shops don't close in this game, and the shopkeepers never rest. It was probably around 1 a.m. when I broke in, and they weren't in their bed and the front door was still open. I was kind of annoyed by this at first, but then I found 3 diamonds in the chest next to their bed. A little convenient, but I understand how this mission was planned out by the devs at this point. Plus, it's just the beginner quest. I don't know, as much as I appreciate the bait that was placed out in the open near the shopkeeper, only for there to be another stash upstairs, it just kind of goes against logical conventions to be able to roll up in broad daylight, head upstairs, and snatch the diamonds. Another weird mechanic here is the concept of public and private beds. This isn't a Thieves Guild specific thing either, it's just a game mechanic. I needed to lapse some time to break in, or so I thought, and found several beds in the Dunmer Temple. They seemed public enough, so I went to go sleep in one, and then suddenly... You're telling me that I don't even get a warning about it being someone else's property, and now I'm a fugitive because I tried to lay down in an owned bed? What makes even less sense to me is the fact that I rounded the corner in the same temple and slept in this bed with no issue at all. That's just ridiculous. You report back and deliver this diamond, and you get your next mission, which is to steal a key to a manor. You can do this by grabbing it from the owner himself or from his servant. The game suggests that the servant's the easier mark here, so I went for him. The problem is that he just stands there in plain sight the entire time, at all hours. So I try to persuade him, but my personality's only 30. So I try bribing him, and with him sometimes refusing the gold outright, and sometimes saying how great I am and taking it, I was out 700 gold before he finally decided to give me the key. Yeah, fuck that, I'm gonna pickpocket it. So I use the invisibility potion to try to pick it from him, except he never seems to have it. I try and try and try, and the key just never seems to show up. And even when it does, I'm usually caught even with invisibility because there's like 40 people around him. So I decide I'm gonna taunt the guy into attacking me, but didn't realize that I had to do it a few times, so that one's on me. So then, I decide to scour the entire city for a Fortify personality potion or a frenzy spell to use on him to get him to attack me first. Again, no luck. So you know what I did? I went to the manor to find the owner standing still by himself with no one watching. The door was wide open at all hours of the day. You can go upstairs and loot his valuables with absolutely zero care of consequence. Then you can go back down afterwards, stand directly facing him, pickpocket him if he actually happens to have the key on him, and then you just walk out the front door with no bounty at all. Why? Look, I understand that this was well over a decade ago. I'm not going to criticize a game for not being able to do something that newer games are capable of. But when you design a guild to be about sneaking and stealing, how do you fuck up the very, very basic and easily implementable design choice of there should be a sense of danger for stealing? There was no breaking and entering required for either of these quests, no needing to be particularly stealthy, and it's all just luck on whether or not you find the key on the person before they start attacking you. And then the game has the audacity to say, hey, by the way, the servant's probably going to be the easier target here. Like, they didn't just make an empty house and stick the other guy in it with no security. The next handful aren't any better as you go to retrieve goods from a guy who tells you that he doesn't have them, get him to attack you, and then steal his key and grab the goods. This is followed up by you actually breaking into a locked house for once, only for the owner to be dead and you just looting the place with no repercussions. Then you're sent to get a guy out of jail by bribing the guard and then using that against them to free him. And the final mission for the Balmora branch of the Thieves Guild is finding a guy. That's it. Like, it's all just nonsense. I don't feel like a thief, I feel like an errand boy. And I want to note here that I didn't go into this string of quests thinking like this. I planned my attacks, I waited until night, I snuck around carefully and tried my best to immerse myself in the Thieves Guild quests. But the game just kept taking me out of it with some generally poor decisions in my eyes. So you know what I decided to do? I said fuck it. Thieving just isn't for me in this game. So let's move on over to the Fighters Guild. It suits my heavy armor, axe-toting, blunt weapon-wielding ass anyways. I started off with the familiar to me for some reason quest of taking care of some rats in a lady's home. From there, it's really just a lot of go here, do this type missions. Go take care of these guys, go collect this thing, go recover an item, go collect a bounty. But I found myself enjoying the game more than I did with the Thieves Guild, and I didn't realize why until I stopped to admire the sunrise. Morrowind has an absolutely incredible setting. It's not just the doom and gloom of the swampland, it's the dead Nashi looking parts, it's the foothills and the mountainous parts with the craters, and the overall mix between prehistoric dinosaur-like enemies and out-of-this-world alien life forms. Not everything is out to get you, there isn't a threat around every corner. It's all very foreign and interesting to look at. I don't think I felt like this with Oblivion or Skyrim. Nearly every enemy in those games were just that. Enemies. But there are so many of these odd jellyfish creatures, floating bug entities, and even these vagina-faced ants inside caves that are just kind of minding their own business as you walk along. I like that a lot, because the landscape does a really good job of building up tension, especially on a foggy night. You feel like you're going to be rushed by God knows what, only to see this docile netch floating about. It's mystical in its own way, and I'm glad doing the Fighters Guild quests helped me realize that. I think my favorite landscape at this point in the game is Aldrune, especially when it's going through a Nash storm. It reminds me heavily of the future in Chrono Trigger, and it really helped the area feel immediately different from everything else so far. Anyways, as I continued on, I couldn't help but notice the naked Nord just hanging out in the middle of the crossroads at night. I mean, I'm not one for doing side quests if I'm gonna be honest here. Usually when it's stuff like, hey, I lost my ring, it was in this mine, my response is usually along the lines of, well, I guess it's fucking gone then, huh? But when a man with a 6-inch floppy asks you for help finding his cloud cleaver, I mean, you goddamn don't gotta ask me twice. It's a short and funny side quest where the Nord is obviously a fish out of water in this land, and the so-called witch who paralyzed him and took all of his things said he was getting a little too friendly with her, so she taught him a lesson. In the end, you have to choose which one to believe, and therefore which one to kill, so I helped my fellow Nord bop this broad around until we got his axe back, and he carried on like nothing happened. I like side quests like that. They're really good about adding to the game without taking up an unreasonable amount of time or feeling like pure filler. Unfortunately, the Fighters Guild isn't without its hiccups either. I was digging the Balmora and Aldrune branch missions just because they were either short and sweet, or they sent you to really interesting areas around the map. But Vivec, on the other hand... Okay, let's talk about Vivec. This might be the part where a few of you tell me that this really isn't that difficult and it's something that you just get used to as you learn where everything is. And I did get used to it eventually, but regardless, Vivec is a fucking nightmare to navigate. Its temple-like design is really cool to admire from a distance, but as with Balmora, everything looks very samey. After you take a few laps around it to reveal the map, you now have the luxury of being able to scroll over every little box to find which part of Vivec you need to go to. Okay, say you have the general locations of the guilds, shops, and wasteworks memorized. Now pair that with the slow movement of this game and the gigantic city that Vivec is, and you have what can only be described as fucking boring. Even being sent elsewhere isn't fun because you know that when you come back you have to go across 3 pyramids, up multiple ramps, into the top part, into the guild hall, down the ramps into the back of the hall, only to get sent back out to do it all over again. Supplement that resentment of hiking back and forth with exciting missions such as collect this thing and kill this guy, and you have an extraordinarily mundane part of the game which I found almost no enjoyment in besides when I got to hang out in Aldrune for a brief moment. Overall, I'd say the Fighters Guild is a great way to get acclimated to the game as quickly as possible.
Good luck.
It's mostly collecting bounties on people, resupplying the occasional mine, and learning to stock up on potions because if someone drains all of your strength, you have to drop all of your shit or reload, which is just absurd. It doesn't evolve too much until towards the end, with cool areas like this cultist lair. It's pretty straightforward in that you're helping keep the peace and justice, and its rewards tend to stem from who you kill or the layers that you crawl through. There isn't a grand, overarching theme or epic tale, it's just there to help you tour Vardenfell, or so it seems. That is, until the end. When you finally escort, deliver, and bounty hunt your way to the top, you're left with the last 2 quests from the Master of the Guild. He first has you take out the leaders of the Thieves Guild, saying that the Fighters Guild has aligned themselves to make sure that they're on the winning side of whoever comes out on top when Uriel's septum dies, and that the Thieves Guild branch here is in our way. So, in an odd form of poetry, I set out to kill the people who took me in first before any other guild did. I actually felt pretty bad about this, I'm not gonna lie. But I did what needed to be done, and got front row seats to some of the most hilarious AI pathing I've ever seen as guards scattered every which way to figure out which position I'm in. I wound up just walking up to them to pay my bounty. After this extermination, you're sent to kill the big boss of the Thieves Guild, Gentleman Jim Stacy. He dies pretty quickly, and has some pretty cool stuff on him. It's actually kind of interesting that the game sets you on this path, because it shows you what you could have had if you had gone down the Thieves Guild questline, but then gives it to you anyways. It's also worth noting here that you're told that after this, the Master of the Fighters Guild would retire and you would take his place. What he neglects to mention is that the way that you would be taking his place is by killing him, because this crazy motherfucker jumps on you as soon as you tell him that you killed Jim Stacy. Yet another person who sends the hero off to do something that he can't do and then for some reason expects to beat him. What's even funnier is that your former quest giver is like, "I'm not getting my position stolen," and then he attacks you too. I was sitting here thinking to myself, yeah, this guy could probably just keep doing what he's doing and stay in his position, but well. Next on my to-do list was the Morag Tong. This is basically Morrowind's version of the Dark Brotherhood, although they're much more respected for keeping the balance between the houses and less about outright killing for the glory of Sithis. They're a secret society of hitmen who are hired to carefully take out the right target to ensure peace in the very community-based nation that they live in. The concept is really cool, and I was enjoying the idea of being a hired assassin for a little while. That being said, most of your marks are in Vivec, which is a real shame because I enjoyed the guild a lot more when I was sent out to find whatever the hell a yurt is. I like the idea of slowly closing in on my target from a distance. The tedium of running around Vivec's identical-looking structures, paired with Bethesda's patented bugs, caused me to really dislike questing in this area more and more. The game even piles onto this by giving you a way of circumventing the cumbersome guild entrance in Vivec and letting you accept writs from other Morag Tong guild locations instead, only for them to send you right back to Vivec regardless. The actual writ targets are uninteresting in that they basically won't talk to you, so you can't taunt them into attacking first without a high-level frenzy spell or by taking all of your clothing off. It's interesting and funny the first time, but after that it's more annoying to take off all of your gear, get them to talk, taunt them into attacking, and then putting all of your gear back on. Eventually you're given special orders which begin to unravel the history of the Dark Brotherhood's split from the Morag Tong, and their rivalry over differences in religious beliefs. This line of quests lead you to dismantling different key elements for the Dark Brotherhood, and usually have you spelunking through different Daedric shrines to get to your target. You're also tasked with retrieving 26 sanguine items that comprise the threads of the web spinner. You're only told about a couple of them, and the rest of them are up to you to find. It's interesting because it seems like a lot of the initial thought here was, we'll come up with 26 different boss enemies that carry around these items for the player to fight. But then they decided, wait, that's too many. Let's maybe stick 2 to 3 on a few of these guys. It's not a huge deal, I just found it humorous. After powering through the special orders and taking out Vardenfell's Night Mother, you're made the Grand Master of the Morag Tong. There are a few other quests to do as the Grand Master, but they don't have a particularly strong narrative, and they can actually cause you to sever some other quest lines, so I decided against them for now. It's funny because the old GM tells you that normally you're supposed to kill him to become the new Grand Master. But then he goes, I'm pretty tired, so I mean, you could just let me go if you want. Even funnier than that is that if you go sleep in his bed after becoming the Grand Master, whether he's alive or not, they kick you out of the goddamn guild because it's still considered his property. Fucking beds, man. With that aside, I left to finally join one of the 3 great houses. House Halalu is all business, supporting speed and agility. House Telvanni tends to house members that keep to themselves and are extremely magic-oriented to a point where they get into conflicts with the Mages Guild over magical resources. And House Redoran respects the warrior spirit, revering strength, endurance, and honor. Their core interests involve making Morrowind great again by rejecting the Empire's presence and trying to re-establish their culture's roots as the dominant aspect of society. Yeah, I joined that one. And so, the Grand Master of both the Fighters Guild and the Morag Tong was sent off to slay mud crabs that have been heckling some local cattle. From here, it's just a lot of unimportant quests. Delivering potions, escorting a dude. This guy took a helmet and calls you a mama's boy. You know, standard stuff. Eventually, you get the opportunity to become a higher rank in the house by rescuing the son of one of the counselors. Basically, he's being held by the Archmaster because he's been accused of murdering his best friend. This quest is a good example of learning the game's mechanics and using them to their fullest extent. Now you might think, man, I gotta sneak past all of these guards with this guy behind me, and I gotta make sure he doesn't die too. But a true Morrowind veteran will tell you that these AI can't path for shit and you can just run past them. When you make it back, you're sent to figure out what really happened with the murder of another Redoran. The son of the counselor tells you that he doesn't remember anything, he just woke up next to his dead friend, but he thinks it has something to do with an ash statue that he received while gambling. When you confront the gambler, he attacks you outright, and you can loot the note that the dummy in charge signed for some reason. Long story short, these statues were put into circulation to corrupt people, as evidenced by the casual demon basement in this girl's house. It's a pretty fun quest that made me continue to question why this game has guards in the middle of very tight walkways, making it nearly impossible to get past them every time.
What an unexpected surprise. Please go ahead, Outlander.
After that, it's back to the usual. I thought the quest after was pretty funny because you go back to this guy's house who you stole the key from when you were in the Thieves Guild to confront him about spreading rumors about the Archmaster banging some council member's wife or something. My guy's just waiting here at the front door like you'd come back any day now and you just kick it in and then beat the hell out of him after stealing his key. I've actually been digging the House Redoran quest for quite a while now. They tend to have a lot more flavor to them. For example, you're soon sent after a warrior who's gone mad and holed himself up along with his soldiers in a cave. This cave is called Milk. I don't know what kind of sick joke this is, but I've struggled with trying to memorize every foreign, ridiculous name in this game when I search for a Lysandrolium, home of Arvin von Brilladelio, not to be confused with Arlen van Brilladolia. And you have the audacity to throw milk at me like we couldn't have just been calling these locations cheese and cloth and sweet roll. But anyways, you find out from the Mad Lord's father that his son went insane when his daughter was spirited away by some madman in a tower. I'm not kidding, this dude has created 4 test tube daughters from his own DNA and it's implied that he bangs them on the reg. What the hell, Bethesda? He goes on to say, oh, a girl I kidnapped? I don't know, she's probably in here somewhere, dude. I don't know, good luck. You find her and then have her follow you out, and then you go and tell the Mad Lord that his daughter's no longer hanging out in Craster's funhouse. And then you return to get the news that it's build a stronghold time. Now, here's where I found that the House Redoran quests really started to bog down. As your stronghold's being built, you're to begin earning the support of other counselors to become a house father, and then eventually a house counselor yourself. This means running back and forth from manor to manor, traversing this godforsaken shell of a mushroom-looking dead crab. The quests aren't interesting at all, and they don't take very much to complete by any means. After that, it's just sleeping until your stronghold is ready to go, and then it's back to upgrading the stronghold and gaining more support. It just isn't fun. And I probably wouldn't have minded as much if it didn't seem to be all about you going from one place saying, hey, I'm here, and then going back to report that all is well. God, I hate these narrow fucking bridges. A particularly funny part of this entire endeavor is the part where you go to visit your stronghold to see what else could use some work. And this guy's like, it's a sausage fest around here, we need women. So your options are, go ask for women to join your stronghold and marry your men, or go buy slaves. Like, you can't make this shit up. Well, you can, I guess, and Bethesda sure did. I just thought it was hilarious to go from citizen to citizen going, me need wives for stronghold. Finally, you get your stronghold fully upgraded with women, and the last council holdout is a guy named Miner. First Milk, now Miner. Anyways, Miner's like, nah dude, can't support you, which one of the counselors finds strange. So he sends you to figure out if he's under Telvanni influence, which sure enough, another daughter's been kidnapped. I think we're starting to hit a dead end in terms of questing creativity at this point. But either way, you finally become a council member, and your last task is to take the Archmaster's place by defeating him in a duel to the death, as is tradition for replacing pretty much every guildmaster so far in this game. Alright, let's pause to go over what I haven't joined or completed yet. There's the Mages Guild, obviously, the Imperial Cult, the Tribunal Temple, the Imperial Legion, and the main quest line for the Blades. I'm sure there's probably something I'm missing here, but I'd be lying if I said that I'm not anxious to jump into the main quest line at this point. I've gotten around Vardenfell quite a lot via the guilds that I've covered, and I'm super curious about the ever-looming Ghost Gate and learning what it's all about. Morrowind definitely seems to be a game that's meant to be played through with multiple characters to get every house covered. And that's fine and all, but I can feel myself starting to get burnt out at this point. As cool as I'm sure the Mages Guild is, I think it'd best be saved for another day, on another character, and another playthrough. So while I'm sure it'll be blasphemous to a few of you, I'm going to forego the Imperial Cult and the Mages Guild and move on to the Tribunal Temple and the Imperial Legion. I decided to go for the Temple quests first. The Tribunal Temple's been a pretty big part of the game without me directly involving myself, so I figured it was time to get religious. Upon attempting to join, you're first sent on a pilgrimage to visit the 7 shrines across the land, presenting a unique offering to each of them or undergoing a unique trial. I actually like this quite a lot because, as I've stressed, I think the environment of this game is easily its best feature. And even better, Ghostgate is mentioned as part of this pilgrimage, so I at least get to dip my toes into whatever the hell that thing is. Everything was fine until I got to the shrine that lets you float for an ungodly amount of time. I wonder how high I can go. Does this last forever? Am I still rising? Yes. Can I just go over the map like this? Oh shit, I'm gonna go over Ghostgate. Oh god. Okay, well that doesn't... what's happening? Am I gonna die? What am I gonna run into something? I don't want to be here. Let me down. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't down. Let me down. Let me down. Let me down. Let me down. This was easily the most anxious I've ever been in a non-horror game, and there's really no reason for it because there was nothing that could get to me that far up. But seriously, the pilgrimage is awesome. It gives you some amazing powers that basically show you what Lord Vivec is all about. The part where you drown yourself to reveal a path up to a friendly but fed up Dremora is hilarious because the guy is basically there for pilgrims to show up and give him the silver swords that are in the chest next to him like they're the special one to do it. Dude's basically a Disney worker. Anyways, after you get through all the shrines, you begin working as a member of the temple. This includes healing a racist orc who worships Sheogorath.
Thank you. I don't care for those elves.
Taunting a Daedra until he threatens to rape your corpse gently, solving 3 riddles issued by various Atronachs, cutting down a necromancer, becoming a Belmont and slaying a pack of vampires, taking a vow of silence while you travel north, and recovering lots of lost relics. Not all quests for the temple are woefully interesting. There are many that are much of the same kind of cure this person, bring supplies to this person, kill these evildoers type shenanigans. Even so, I can say that a very large chunk held my attention span for much longer and excited me in a way that a lot of the other factions hadn't at this point. I really do think that the temple questline is the peak of what Morrowind has to offer. A lot of the powers you gain from the worship of Lord Vivec feel like cheat codes that are built into the game. And they left me feeling more and more like a demigod myself, but not without some cautiousness and unease that comes with the Daedric temples and the Ghost Fence. It's a good balance between being concerned about something ganking me in an ash storm at the beginning of the game, to laughing in the face of most enemies that I encounter, and yet somehow still being very on edge in the hellscape of Red Mountain. More of the mystery of this giant daunting fence is unveiled as you press onward through this questline, revealing that it's there to keep the blight of Dagoth-Ur's army of ashen vampires at bay. Finally, you're given an audience with the Archcanon, who tells you that you're to be his replacement. But first, you're given one more pilgrimage to go on. You're sent to visit 4 Daedric shrines and read them a nice poem. A few of them require additional offerings, but they're all pretty standard Daedric shrines besides, Sheogorath. While not as insane as Oblivion's Shivering Isles, the shrine still has some pretty silly things happening in it. After you're done, you're sent to one more place to receive some nice ebony mail. When you return, you're told to keep the armor and that you're now the new patriarch of the temple. I immensely enjoyed nearly every facet of this faction. It was a very interesting journey of exploration and learning about what makes Lord Vivec so special and Morrowind as a whole the way that it is culturally. To finish my faction tour, I enlisted in the Imperial Legion. The bar was set pretty high for me personally after the Tribunal Temple quests, but I tried not to get my hopes up too much. When you first join, you're immediately sent to take the land deed of a woman whose husband biffed it in the egg mines. That's definitely an interesting start, just because it makes the Legion look like the assholes that a lot of natives tend to paint them to be. They're basically a foreign nation who are asserting the will of the Empire onto a very cultural and spiritual people. So you go to try to retrieve this deed, and the widow tells you that she thinks a Legion soldier killed her husband. This is an interesting crossroads because I could have just stolen the deed from her, but I could also go figure out the situation. I initially thought with the way that I was ordered to retrieve the deed no matter what the cost, that my commanding officer wouldn't care about this foul play. But as it turns out, he ordered to execute the guy, which I already did, and decided to drop the inquiry about the land deed. This opening quest paints the character of the Imperial Legion as a well-meaning group that tries to be fair and just to everyone, but always puts the Empire first if it comes down to it. They're on shaky diplomatic grounds with a foreign nation, and they're trying to preserve the peace while working to help the Empire. After this, your missions tend to go back to the rescue this person and escort them to safety type scenario that you've witnessed 1,000 times before, but also dips into you being an internal investigator as you try to figure out why some of the members of the Legion are practicing the worship of Tiber Septim in secrecy. It's a bit strange because that practice is totally allowed within the Imperial Legion, so the secrecy is concerning. Sure enough, this dingus decided to not burn the note that told him to burn it, and also told him that they're going to try to assassinate Uriel Septim. Side note here, you're required to wear your armor that you're given at all times when interacting with Legion officers. This definitely hindered me, at least to a degree, because the armor that they give you is trash compared to the ebony that I've been rocking at this stage of the game. The next order I received is humorous because you go from doing generally productive things for the Legion to, this dickhead was talking shit. He said we don't have any courtesy. Go show him that we have courtesy. Yeah, alright. Okay, never mind. Back to killing a traitor in a cave somewhere. Wait, someone's slandering us? So yeah, this quest giver for the Legion is super different from the first one. He's a Nord, which may have a lot to do with the defending your honor thing, but it's just a very odd break from helping the Legion with the rescuing of people and expelling cultists to putting people in their place because they said some mean words about the Empire. As time went on, it began to dawn on me that the Imperial Legion in Vardenfell doesn't seem to know what it's doing very much, but seemingly pretends like it does at all times. At least that's how I interpreted it. That initial facade of them being do-gooders in a foreign land seemed to dissipate as more and more incompetence shined through. Over a quarter of its missions are rescue missions, and the stakes don't tend to ramp up too much after progressing with the quest givers. The final order for a quest giver in Buckmoth is to retrieve a glove that one of the Legion soldiers gave to a Buoyant Armiger, which is a soldier who serves the Tribunal Temple and Lord Vivec. The quest is as easy as walking into a cave and saying, "Hey, can I have that glove back?" Basically, the Imperial Legion views both the Ordinators and the Buoyant Armigers as rivals, and are very concerned about looking like they're the best of the three to the rest of the public so that they can indoctrinate Morrowind easier. This makes the rest of the orders that you receive a mixture of mundane and childish, as you're sent to make the Legion look like heroes to the public via shutting up other people and taking care of small threats faster than the local military forces. It's a far cry from the initial excitement of getting caught up in moral conflicts or investigating internal treason. Even the ending quests seem to paint the Legion as incompetent, as you're told that a very important set of armor was stolen right beneath them in the same building that you're in. When you go to investigate, there's a hidden exit which leads to a cave where the dude's just sitting there still with the armor. I don't understand why he thought the best place to hide was 200 feet from the crime, but I suppose it has the same amount of merit to it as a hidden entrance in the stone that no one in the keep knew about besides him. So you bring this super important armor back to the guy and he just pops it on and is like, here's my old shit, have fun. Then he tells you, alright, you can be the best rank in the Legion, but first you gotta get me a legendary sword that's guarded by a witch. So I do that too, and he goes, cool, you're pretty much the top rank now. Oh, you want my position too? Well, I mean, you gotta fight me to the death then. Seems pretty wise to duel the guy who just got you the legendary gear, but yeah, sure, your funeral. What a bunch of nonsense. The content of this questline wasn't the worst in the world. I wasn't bored out of my mind or anything, but man, talk about a lame group of people. Alright, one more thing before I finally move along to the main quest. I feel like I probably didn't give the Thieves Guild a fair shake. I've done a bit of research, and a lot of the objectives for the Thieves Guild sound particularly interesting. Things like helping out the poor by stealing, creating a spider centurion from scrap, and ending the corruption of several high-ranking members of various factions. There's quite a bit of intertwining between the Thieves Guild quests and other ones that I've completed for the Fighters Guild and the Morag Tong. So I really got the other side of the coin for a few of these quests. It's a damn shame because these motives sound fascinating to work around, and I would have loved to have been able to set aside my disdain for how stealth, stealing, and other aspects of the Thieves Guild works. I feel like in a more modern and polished game, these quests would
Guys, welcome to the Road to Ragnaros podcast number 3. We're going to be talking about the Soul of Iron buff, the new hardcore achievements and titles that came out yesterday in the data mine, and then NA versus EU. We tried to visit that in the first episode, didn't really cover it, but now we've got Parla here, so we've got 2 NA boys, 2 EU boys, and maybe we can get some more talking points on that topic here. Really excited. We're going to try and pack this discussion in less than an hour, and before we get started, Parla, it's great to have you here, an Apes Raider, an Apes member, who previously played Classic at a high level, and now he's choosing to play Road to Ragnaros on the next Fresh, on Season Mastery, and I really do think there's a sacrifice if you play Road to Ragnaros, you know, this One Life hardcore community game mode event, rather than playing Fresh, because there's a lot of appeal to playing Fresh, and that's how I see it at least, but it's cool to see someone like Parla going from the sweaty min-max culture that he did, you know, world first, Ragnaros clear, right? That was Apes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were part of that raid team, and now he's playing Road to Rag. But if you could give us an introduction on maybe why you're playing Road to Rag this time around rather than just normal meta. I don't know if that's appealing to you.
I don't know, there's just always been something about, like, hardcore that... Like, ever since, like, I remember it so vividly, like, Kargas was making an undead in like, the undead starting area, testing out the gamma and stuff like that on one of the very first hardcore streams, and I was there watching, right? Because I always had interest in it. And then, like, on Fresh, it doesn't seem like it's... Like, if it was Classic, sure, but they're taking a step away from Classic now, Blizzard, and now it's something else, right? And that means I kind of want to try something else. it's like with summoning stones and my main content being like well poopy and stuff like that, it's probably best that I try something different.
Oh no, it's cool to have you here. I tune into Parlor streams every once in a while. I like some of the points he has on these discussions today. But guys, we're going to be talking about the Soul of Iron buff, achievements, titles, and NA versus EU. Tactics, Cargos, it's good to see you guys. Another day in the life, in the anticipation of the server coming out. How's everything going?
Yo, it's going great, man. It's going great. Thanks for having us, man. These are a lot of fun. They're sorely needed, I think, from the community, and Grace stepping up, getting these podcasts done. I think a lot of people really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, it's really big for the community. I agree. I'm happy to be here.
Oh yeah, I know you guys are excited about the leveling side, making your own guide and stuff. So it's been cool seeing the development with that. Guys, first off, let's talk about, and you guys, maybe you can pull the stream up. We've got a couple things related to hardcore on Season of Mastery. The Soul of Iron buff, it's a buff you can get in the cities in Ironforge or Undercity, right, for Horde or Alliance, and you can only get it if you've never died before. This signifies whether or not your character has ever had a death, and they kind of went above and beyond. I know the hardcore community was pushing to get Blizzard support somehow, and this goes back to the days of this being a community game mode event and us sending in GM tickets, right, trying to get verification from Blizzard, and at some point they stopped, and then with this new server coming out, we told them about the event that Cargos has spearheaded, and they've been so kind to make the Soul of Iron buff. Now, not only have they made this buff added to the game, they actually added additional things like this death animation. Whenever you die, everybody's screen around you, I would imagine that's rendered in, shakes. There's a skull that comes out of the top of their body, and a soul is left on the ground whenever they die. It's something, nobody expected. And then just recently, yesterday, they data mined these titles and achievements for hardcore. What looks like a level 60 survivor, survivor of the Fire Lord for Ragnaros, and believe it or not, it seems like they've added achievements for killing the last boss, Neff, Cthulhu, and Kel'Thuzad. I can't imagine we make it that far, but what do you guys, what's your take on this? Because since Blizzard's gotten involved with the Soul of Iron buff, it seems like they've added so much more. Like, they're so close. It almost seems like they're going to make a hardcore server themselves rather than just verify whether or not the hardcore community has had any deaths.
Maybe. So it's been a weird time. I'm so appreciative, sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, to get a bit of validation on the real, to impact the game in some way. All of us together, building this community the last 2 years. It's the most touching and amazing thing I've seen in my entire life gaming, to be 100% honest. And I am very appreciative. Don't get me wrong, but with change comes comes change, comes the implications of change. It's divided some people in the community a bit. There's so many divisive points right now that it's like almost a tumultuous time, I'd say, in the hardcore community. But it's still an exciting time. Them putting in these titles makes it feel like they're trying to flesh out the Soul of Iron ecosystem more into more of a thing. That makes me think there would be a slightly less chance of them making dedicated servers if they're going to come out with titles, because they would be unnecessary if you had their own layer or shard or server. But I think Blizzard is listening now more than ever. I feel like we all see it now, and something changed over there for the better. There's so many points to cover, man, but my one thing is, I think if we did get a layer or a shard, it would be, because I don't think they're going to make a server, but if they did give us a layer or a shard, it would allow us to rally a ton of people under the hardcore banner to embrace more the Soul of Iron buff and system. And a lot of people would be more so okay with disconnect and griefing deaths counting if it was a level playing field for everybody, and it was if the griefers had to lose their character too, right, to interface with us. But we're sort of in this weird position where we want to embrace this buff. We want to work with Blizzard and create something amazing here, right? And there are a few things like griefing in particular that make it so that we can't quite fully embrace the buff. Like, we have to give protection to our players and participants in the events. And
if we can touch on that, because people have been asking, well, what are we going to do about DC deaths? What are we going to do about griefing? My take on it is you can't enable griefing if we allow, in our community, if you lose the buff because, someone has been pulling mobs on top of you for the last 20 minutes and they finally got the mobs to stick and they killed you. If you enable that behavior, we've never allowed that in the hardcore community, and it seems like it would be a mistake. But I know for Parla, like, it feels bad not having the Soul of Iron buff if we were going to walk into Molten Core. Like, even if you were to die to a DC, I know DCs and griefs are a little bit different. But the Soul of Iron buff, what are we going to do on the road to Rag? I guess is what I'm asking here. And I
think it sort of depends on how Blizzard approaches it, right? Because if they end up saying everyone needs to have the buff, otherwise you will not get the title, then I could see there being some conflict. But if they say, oh, if half of the raid or more is hardcore, then it's fine, or 70% or whatever. We don't really know the exact numbers yet on how it'll work. So I think that will have a huge influence too.
Right.
I think Blizzard thinks Soul of Iron can coexist alongside multi-lifers, and that it'll be fine, and it'll enhance and add flavor to the world. And in a sense it does, but that impact is like less so than here's my question to the chat. Would we be here right now, chat? Would we be here 2 years later if it wasn't for solo self-found as well as the delete punishment, as opposed to just losing a buff? From the very start, if we made it so the stakes weren't deleting your character, it was just like, oh, you just become a multi-life character after that, would we be here? I'm not so sure we would, to be honest. You need that, like, potency, and with accessibility and with balance and all that, you come with that comes a loss in potency. And we've like built hardcore from its genesis to be fun to watch, fun to play in that order, because we've kind of, like, in a self-serving light, wanted to, make content to streamers and stuff, and that, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, we tried to build a game mode that's fun for everybody, whether you're playing it or watching it. The stakes are high. People like stakes. So, yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that, but I don't know how the chat's responding. Yeah. So
I want to ask you guys here. Corvus announced this Road to Ragnaros event, and will it make a difference to you guys if anybody else gets the title? I know a lot of the people in the community, they think it would feel bad if, a multi-lifer just... He made it to level 60, he joined a multi-life raid, and he didn't join until Ragnaros, and then he's sitting in the back, and I think Parla mentioned, like, you could just Petrification Flask until the fight is over, and he gets the title. Does that affect us, And my initial stance is no, it doesn't. I think...
it just makes the buff not matter at all. And what's the fun in that? Like, why would they go through development process of having something that people don't care about? This was my question.
It's true. It would devalue the buff. I agree. But at the same time, we've existed without these titles and achievements and stuff for the longest time. We never really planned for any Blizzard support. We were going to get this done on era servers, no SOM, no nothing, right? We were going to go 1x, death equals delete, fully community, grassroots, Tea Party mode with it. So if people get the title and they want to Petri Flask, like, not all of those titles are going to be created equal. There will only be maybe 1-2 raids that really attempt it with full hardcore.
Sure. And in my mind, and I would imagine for you guys too, it's not even an ego. It's not an ego thing. It's almost like protecting the hardcore community, like, from everything else, just having their own fun. Because I just did an episode yesterday talking about how to avoid getting griefed. You're gonna get griefed. You're gonna get killed. You're gonna die to a DC. People are gonna, laugh in your face. They're gonna call you not hardcore. And I really think it would be wise if we continued to operate the way we have, and just use these buffs that Blizzard has given us. And the reason I say that is just because we don't have a hardcore server, we don't have a hardcore layer where all the stakes are the same. Like, I would be okay with griefing, I would be okay with the DC deaths if we were all on a level playing field, if we were all on one layer. Because in reality, one guy's not going to be able to grief tens, hundreds of hardcore players, like is what would happen on this server where we all coexist with each other.
So you mean if I'm level 40 and then like a level 1 comes, you cannot really grief a level 40 character. Like, let's say some guy comes and, like, I guess you can still flag people in the big cities and stuff.
Yeah. Then there would be a meta. Like, there's going to be people camped in the neutral cities, you know, a level 1 rogue stealth next to the banker, right? And so whenever you right click, you
I think we just need to
yourself.
shout it from the mountaintops. We have a relaxed policy on griefing. We'll say it from the jump so people don't retroactively or whatever, you know, after the fact say, oh, they're doing these carve-outs for griefing. No. If you get griefed and it's clear that the person is trying to maliciously end your run or mess with you and it's not a misplay, you will be able to continue. And we should encourage it, man. We should, like, because
I agree.
It's just messed up, right? There's no accountability on the internet. And we're trying, it's like, it's, you know, that expression, this is why we can't have nice things. It's like that type of thing. Like the degenerate sociopath tier people that want to go and like grief people just trying to like enjoy the game in like a different way and stuff. Like, why give them anything, you know? Protect your players, protect your community. Fuck them, you know? And, we'll be all right, man. We'll be all right. And if we get our own multi-lifers, if we get our own layer or shard or whatever, you know, I think a lot of us, if there were griefers, like Parla said, let them lose their 32, right? If they wanted to level up hardcore and try to grief somebody, but they lost their character as well, then it's kind of like an even playing field. And I think more people would be on board with just saying like, yeah, whatever goes.
This is how I see it. So right now, Blizzard is making the game mode for us. I think we can all agree. If we didn't make this game mode, they would not have made hardcore on SOM. So they want to cater towards us. So we have this buff. What we can do is we can use this buff as an extra verification thing. That's nice to have. We know that those people have not died, but it's not something we need to follow 100%. We still want to keep our own rules and community in like the same way as intact, right? And what we can do with this is Blizzard is trying to follow us, right? So they are most likely going to make changes that benefit us. So if we continue with the same rules, they will make more changes that will help us. It might even be a change where maybe we get layering. Maybe they see that, oh, level 1s can grief. Hey, in neutral cities, you can no longer get flagged when you're inside Gadgetzan 10 hours. You know, the subzone of that. You might have Blizzard might start catering towards us with changes like that. I think that's what we should aim for.
Well, what I think is going to happen.
They want to help us.
Yeah, I think so too, Tex. I think we're all on the same like team. You know, I do. I think Blizzard's listening more than ever, right? And like I think they're going to find out soon that like it works. Like Soul of Iron, like you can do it on a multi-life just overall server, but you're only capturing a small percentage of the potency of the game mode because it's so rough to coexist alongside multi-lifers. And I think they're going to realize over time that, man, we really should just give them their own layer of shard. Like we tried it just to have it be like a little, you know, accent to the world, but it doesn't work that well, and it doesn't have its own legs to stand on. But the way I think a lot of people have been talking about, Durandosaur said it nicely, this is just the breadcrumb. They're testing the waters, right? Like I do think this Soul of Iron system they have right now isn't really even intended to be like the full final form support for hardcore and all this, right? They're giving us a breadcrumb, and let's try to make some loaves of bread out of it.
We're seeing these new titles, and I can't help but laugh. Like, I honestly think in a year's time, we're not going to kill Ragnaros with the hardcore rate. I mean, I want to be proved wrong. I'm just keeping it real. And then all of a sudden, last night, we get BWL, AQ, and Nax titles as well, is what it seems like. It's not confirmed, but...
yeah.
I just think it's funny.
They're buffing the content, right, even more.
Yeah, and they're buffing, exactly.
I think another thing, too, is I think Blizzard, when they're at the desk in Blizzard headquarters and stuff, and they're talking about things, I don't think they see value in solo self-found and WoW. I don't think they do. And that's okay. It's a kind of agree to disagree type of thing. I think they sit around the boardroom or whatever, maybe it doesn't get to a board level or whatever, but they're just talking about things, and they're like, so these weirdos on the internet, they've been playing with like some weird, you know, proprietary blend homebrew rule set where like they can't trade, they can't use the auction house. Like, why do you think that is, Johnson? And he's like, I'm not really sure, man. I mean, we put these things in the game. I think like in their mind, just making it so your character well, I guess it's not even deleted when you die. Just loses the buff is enough, and it changes the game in a radical enough way that it achieves like a much different effect.
Yeah.
And I still think it does, but it's only like achieving 20% of the effect, or maybe like 35% of the effect.
Right. Well, even on like the old school WoW players, myself included, like the entire point of Classic is community, right? That's what you hear all the time. And we're taking away the community. We don't group up with people to complete quests. We don't use the auction house. We don't trade. And it's like everything that hardcore is almost anti-vanilla. It is kind of a foreign subject. And I think about it, all the new people that come in sometimes, their experience, they're kind of it's such a radical experience. They didn't realize that hardcore would be as enjoyable as it was. So I don't know. I kind of just going along with you guys, it seems like it's a step in the right direction of we might see a different way to play the game in the future and have official support. But Parla, I know that you've had some. I know you've been pushing for hardcore servers. I know we've already covered it. I don't know if you had anything to say about it.
I think like with hardcore servers, we could practically open up the economy in a way.
So
at least for level 60s, right? But like,
right.
I don't know.
Yeah. What we're gonna do, level 60, we're gonna be able to trade within, our existing level 60s that made it in hardcore. We have an additional add-on.
What if you could use the auction house?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. What if we got a
because think about all the lobby consumables, lobby recipes you won't have access to because nobody can use the auction house until a certain level.
Sure. So what if we got a hardcore server or a layer with auction house, with trading, with would we throw out our solo self-found rules and just play on the server?
I think they would. That's what I was gonna ask you guys. If Blizzard put in, because I don't think they're gonna make a server, guys. I mean, I don't think so. Because look at these titles, right? What would be the point of making a server and then also have these? Like I think it's like not even on the. It's not even on the negotiation table right now. But what really could be on the negotiation table is a shard or a layer. It would protect hardcore events. It would achieve a lot of the effect of having a hardcore server, right? Without having to like dedicate a whole server to it and stuff, because maybe that has a lot of weight to it.
From what I understand, they don't even have like servers, do they? Isn't it just all in the same server kinda on the internet somewhere?
Yeah.
It's just like
possibly
having an extra server would not mean anything. I remember back. Do you remember when Classic launched? There was no roleplay server to begin with. There's no roleplay PvP server, and people in the community spoke out against that, and then they added it. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you something. Okay, so if they just gave us a shard and layer with the current Soul of Iron buff right now, if that's what they did, right? And I actually think that's in discussion right now. I cannot confirm or deny that I'm trying to have that discussion right now with them as we speak. But if that was a thing, how would it change things in your mind? Would you just embrace the Soul of Iron buff and try to just play like that? I could see a world where Soul of Iron then becomes kind of the mainstream, with hardcore being like a niche subset of it where people follow solo self-found and like a few other rules. I think speaking personally, okay, let me hear what you guys have to say though about that. Yeah.
Well, there's one issue. Layering doesn't make the auction house layered. They would have to do that too, because right now, even if you're on one layer, you still have the auction house from the second and third layer. So unless they change that, we should not allow the auction house, right?
Yeah, that's fair. But if we did have an entire layer, I would lean towards just playing on the server rules as is, and not enforcing solo self-found. If this is going to be mainstream, if there's a Soul of Iron layer, I would find it hard to. I mean, it would be a little bit more cringe to say, guys, you got to play by our rules. As cool as I think it would be, I almost would want to just send it, play the way Blizzard has implemented their layer. If they don't disable, auction house and mailbox or anything, and it's just a normal server and you just can't resurrect, I'd lean towards playing that way. And then we're already in the seasonal, 1-year life cycle. I feel like we've gotten a lot of news on the hardcore front in just the past couple weeks. Why wouldn't there in year 2 be a hardcore implemented server with all the rules that we have in our community at the moment? I don't see that being out of possibility, but just thinking about if they did add a layer or a server, would we adopt our solo self-found rules, or would we just play the normal way? I don't know.
What do you think, Parla? If you got the buff Soul of Iron and it put you on a layer, how would that affect you?
I don't know, like, if it puts you on a layer, then you I don't know. Depends also about all the achievement stuff. Like, yeah, it's really hard to grasp, right, in a way. It's like what it actually like implies. But I would love to see a server where we like then we could open up the economy. Like, let's say I'm level 28 rogue. You know how rogue weapon progression is, right? Especially on Alliance. It's like you have like really bad weapon progression. So why wouldn't you be able to like just go buy a sword if it's a hardcore found sword?
No, you're right. It would
But
basically
the thing is, you could already do that.
It would make it more MMO in a way, and you could already do that.
Well, I think we're starting to
with
realize
our rules, we could already change that if we wanted. But I think the goal was to not have that with hardcore. So I kind of disagree with the takes you guys have right now. I want the game mode to stay the same. I think changing it too much and making it more like just a normal run kind of ruins half of the aspect of hardcore. Hardcore is not just about not dying. It is more than that. It's solo self-found too. I think a lot of the community has said this before as well, that's why they like it. So I don't want them to change all of this. I think they should cater towards us, not we shouldn't start catering because they are making a game mode that's somewhat in our direction. We shouldn't say, oh, we're stopping hardcore, we'll start following Blizzard's new rules. I think that is the completely wrong way to go about it.
Well, you could still play with the hardcore rule set if you wanted to, right? Or if the community wanted to. Even with a hardcore auction house. But I think for new people coming into the community or coming into these hardcore servers, I think the sole self-found maybe, I don't know, could just disable trading, disable the auction house, and disable everything.
You know, I'm thinking about it. I feel like you wouldn't even be disadvantaged that much if we continue, because I mean, we're all gamers here. We want to be on the same level playing field. That's why we're talking about servers and layers for hardcore players, and we all want to be on a level playing field. But with the solo self-found rule set, we're really not at that much of a disadvantage to everybody else that would just play normally on that server at the same time. And yeah, maybe I could see a world where, because we have this add-on that we're going to be able to use. It's going to keep track of everybody's, you know, amount of times they use the auction house trading mailbox, or just have it all disabled, right?
That's a good point, man. I mean, the add-on actually, guys, we were planning to have like basically 100% accountability of all these rules, right? Like with the add-on. The add-on, we've been in development for months now, and it will enforce all of these rules. I'm just sort of playing devil's advocate a bit, guys, because there are thousands of people out there right now who, I don't know, it could be an exaggeration, but just saying hardcore is cringe. Why are these people following some proprietary blend homebrew rule set? Just follow the buff, man. Just follow the buff. There's a buff in there. Just follow the buff. Like, why are they making it weird? And you know, and I know, and we all know that we're trying our best not to make it weird. It's always going to be kind of weird. It's a community game mode. It's kind of weird, I agree. But at the same time, those people are missing something, right? They're missing the idea that solo self-found does really add a significant amount. Like, to some people, it's the majority, you know? There's a lot of people right now who are hype about Road to Rag, and they're not necessarily hype about not dying. They're hype about trading herbs to each other at max level and doing this like homebrew, like this kind of quartermaster logistics operational support capacity type of gameplay, and hanging on to, you know, key recipes and truly being the guild enchanter or the guild alchemist, because you can't die, because those valuable recipes are on your character. And the more and more you guys talk about it, the more and more it reminds me that solo self-found, as well as some of the other stuff, really does add a lot, right?
It does. I actually agree.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so imagine you get a level 50, right? And now you have money, and you can just, like, put up all the gear for your next character the whole way. Oh, my phone is calling.
You're 100% right. I actually think 100% you're right about the self-found. It matters a lot to me. I just realized, imagine like you make a new character on hardcore and then like you just buy full 14 slot packs because you have the gold in your main, etc.
Yeah.
And trading is allowed. That would take all the fun away from like getting like a 6 slot pack in this starting area. I know this is like a meme, but
yeah.
But like I catch myself like cheering when I get something special, like an 8 slot pack in a chest or something.
Yeah.
But that would all be gone. It's like, oh, there's a back, damn it.
Well, and also the vendors are actually relevant. That was one of my biggest pet peeves. Like, whenever Classic came out, I was like, well, what's all this vendor gear for? I mean, some of the green vendor gear pieces were nice, and the green weapons from vendors are still very relevant, but people don't normally buy the white pieces from the vendor, but there's a lot of vendors in the open world that sell greens. You know, that's another aspect. If you could just trade those items, use an auction house, you wouldn't have to save gold in order... You know, it's tough to buy all your skills, abilities, buy gear, especially get your mount early on if you want. And with this new 40% buff, I mean, there's actually a line of play, not just level as fast as you can, but because it's solo self-found, you can choose to level up cooking, and while you're questing in areas, grind on certain mobs and convert those raw recipes into items that, you know, sell really high from converting them into their cooking recipe. So you can get your mount at level 40, right? There's so many elements that solo self-found adds.
Or do the power special on the wire. Get a bunch of sharpening stone for blacksmithing, go alchemist, craft a bunch of agility potions, and go engineering for the target double. And then die after you finish farming and fishing.
I fished for like 12 hours. I had like 200 Rumsey Rum Black Label, and I died the next day.
I think this is kind of a gut check for us, community at large. People play for the people. And I'm not even just saying streamers or whatever. I'm talking about you, whoever's watching, some of the people who have been here from the start, the people posting in the Discord, the people keeping the lights on. People play for the people. So if the people rally around hardcore and that's their banner, that'll send a message, right? Or if they just moved, like, there's got to be some people at Blizzard thinking maybe they just abandoned this weird homebrew hardcore stuff and they just, you know, this buff is enough for them and they become a Soul of Iron community, right? And we'll have to, you know, we either have to stick to our guns or divide a bit, you know. And I'm not exactly sure what the play is, honestly. I think we stick to our guns.
Stick to our guns, 100%. And
you think so?
Keep what makes hardcore special for us, like, and then people can join us or they can not join us.
Like, we want Blizzard to cater towards us. We don't want to cater towards Blizzard. We don't want Blizzard to start making the rules. We don't want, like, why would we want to give them that option? They could change it in any direction that we don't like, and suddenly we are following their rules, and we don't have a choice because we're already committed half a year into only following them and stop the hardcore community. But why not just take the lead, like we have done for the past 2 years soon, and continue that same route, and they will change it for us if we keep a strong community, because that's why they made it in the first place, right?
Yeah, and that's a great point. I want to say, like, this entire 2 years has been like a case study. I really hope one day Blizzard's like, we are going to make hardcore servers. You know, they reach out to Cargos, and Cargos goes, here's the website, you know, here's F's in chat, here's our solo self-found rule set, here's the events, here's the community cups that we did, you know.
Here's the auction house, tear it down.
You know, this is what worked, this is what didn't.
It's some compromise, though, right? At the end of the day, it's their game, it's their IP, and like they have more of a say than us, you know. And like if we ever did work together with them, like closely, I'm sure that they would like maybe take into consideration some of the stuff that we really, really strongly feel made this game mode special and so much fun. But there is some stuff that they would just say like, yo, we really, you know, don't think this is a good idea, and we'd maybe meet somewhere in the middle. But it doesn't even necessarily have to be combative, right? Like, throw a heart or something in the chat if you're appreciative of what Blizzard is doing, man. I never in my wildest dreams thought we would get some kind of even the smallest validation in game, dude. It's actually very positive, you know. And like, it feels almost like we're a bit combative with Blizzard, but you know, I don't know where they stand, man. Like, it's hard to get a read on them, right? Like, are they rooting for us? I think they might be rooting for us to like do really well with Road to Rag, and like they might see us as like some of the main people keeping the lights on for Classic WoW. You know, maybe they're cheering us on, and there's just a communication disconnect, or maybe this is, I don't know what their intentions are with this buff, right? Who knows? Yeah. I wish I knew.
I do also feel like we're one of those communities that can do well in Classic, or whereas like the speedrunning community, I think it still exists for Classic if they had an option, but all they have is next year, right?
Right.
And in general, like the PvP community, all we have is next patch. So I think like it's good that Blizzard are like launching for Source.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
Mega Hardcore so.
Mega Hardcore so I feel you. Just on that note, maybe to wrap up this rule set, the Soul of Iron buff, what we're gonna do with it. I'm kind of taking the approach, maybe, and it sounds like we all are. You know, let's do our own thing. Let's use our add-on. Let's do the solo self-found rules. Let's make some noise. Let's see what we can pull off. And then after a year, you know, maybe next season we might actually get an official hardcore server. Maybe this time we'll get it. But going off of that, let's talk about NA versus EU. So now all of a sudden, this Road to Ragnaros event has been announced. There was an idea that it was going to be a race to Ragnaros, NA versus EU. That sounded really appealing. Then we really felt like, you know, I was thinking more like war effort. We need every single person. This is an impossible feat. We're trying to pull off the impossible, killing Ragnaros with one life. We need every single person in the hardcore community to pull it off. And there's been a development of an EU run as well. And so I want to talk about your guys' thoughts on NA versus EU. What works, what doesn't, what's good about it, what's bad about it.
Yeah. I just want to quickly say, too, to end on that point, my final thoughts would be, we announced the event with a certain rule set. We've been talking about it for weeks and stuff, months even, right? So naturally, some people are going to want changes to the rule set because of all these developments. But I think there's a lot of value in just following through and following through on what we said the event was going to be. And then in future events, like, you know, this game's not going anywhere. Praise Ragnaros, which is amazing. I love this game so much in this community. I'm so thankful it's you know, it's still around, still people wanting to play it. You know, we can switch it up for the next one or something, like you said, Gray, like the next season or the next whatever initiative. But yeah, just sticking to our guns and keeping the same rule set. But
I like it.
Yeah, what do you think about the NA versus EU?
NA versus EU, like I said, I really think this is going to be an impossible task. And I really would like to see everybody on one region, just to give us more of a chance to pull off killing Ragnaros. I don't know what the timeline's going to look like. We talked about that in the first podcast.
What was people's predictions?
What, on who's going to win or the timeline?
The timeline.
Oh, dude, it's all over the place. Like, all the sweaties are like, yeah, we're going to be in Molten Core by week 8. You know, by week, 3 months, the event's going to be over with. And then you have a whole nother group of people that are like, you won't even have 40 people level 60 in 6 months. And, like, the community is completely split on the timeline. And then further splitting it NA versus EU, you can imagine.
You know what feels bad? Ragnaros not dying on hardcore at all, because we all rushed it though at the same time, right? So it's important, like, if you're gonna participate in the road to Ragnaros in NA or EU, of course there's gonna be some friendly rivalry. Of course there's gonna be some friendly competition. It might get toxic at times, of course. There's thousands of people involved, right? But we all want Rag dead on hardcore. All of us are trying to answer a question. Can you raid on hardcore? Because if you can, that makes the idea of a hardcore server way more legit. Because first we thought, oh, you can't even level to 60 without dying. And then we kind of proved that you can. Now the next thought is, oh, there's no way you could complete the entirety of the game without dying. Maybe you can. Maybe you can complete the entirety. Damage, right? Yep. Maybe you can complete all of vanilla WoW with one life. And that's what these titles are showing, that maybe Blizzard's starting to think like, holy shit, you might be able to beat the game with one life, and this game mode might become the new normal. It may just become the new table stakes for a level of difficulty. Like, and not to drink the Kool-Aid too much, you know, but like, there could be a world where that is the most competitive and, you know, sweaty and respected way to play or whatever, you know. I mean, that's not for some people. Just want to play the game and enjoy, right, and relax and listen to the Mulgore ambience. But you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. So
we'll kind of have two communities actually. Like, you'll have a level 60 where they are more sweaty, but hardcore itself, the leveling is actually almost the opposite. Of course, you have sweaties that want more than 160 and they really want to hit 60, but a lot of them are more casual. They just enjoy the sort of self-found game mode, right? But I personally think we'll have a lot of sweaties, and like I said last podcast, I think we'll be there. We'll probably have like 40 on NA after 3 weeks, and I think 4 to 6 weeks. In 4 weeks, we'll probably be inside MC, like doing the trash and first boss.
Yeah, maybe not.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think 2 months.
We did the dungeons the other day, guys, with the template characters at 60. So we did Strat and Skolo, and it was our very first taste of those dungeons in hardcore. And guys, let me tell you, it felt really good. It didn't feel overly dangerous to the point where, like, why even bother? You know, like, this game mode does not have legs. It's too dangerous. Like, you can't even experience a dungeon one time. No, it was actually relatively safe. We got through it, no casualties, nothing really like drastic. And it felt, when you were doing these dungeons, that you only die if you make a horrible mistake. Like a serious mistake. That you can set up well enough so that if 90% of what went wrong, like, you could still survive.
Yeah, we did have the template gear, but it was a really good look at the fact that it felt like it was possible. Because previously, we died on the first pull in Strathholm, right? That's the story with Jamin, and I honestly think everything before Molten Core is going to be more difficult. The leveling is going to be difficult, 1 to 60. The pre-raid gearing, the open world farming for Devil Sore leathers. Can you imagine somebody farming Devil Sores and getting 5 mobs chained on top of them and they just end up dying? Like, I almost feel like that's more dangerous than clearing trash in Molten Core. Maybe not clearing all the bosses, but apparently this next week they're actually going to tune up all the raid bosses. Maybe even the trash. I think they might add up multiple more mechanics, but there's a blue post this Thursday. They're going to ramp it up. And Molten Core was looking promising as well from what we saw from this first week, but I think they are going to ramp up the difficulty.
Yo! One thing you can do with Devil Sour, though, is you can 2 or 3 man it. We're allowed to group open world at 60, so that makes it quite a bit less risky.
Or I could just play the Hunter and kill the Devil Sours, no problem.
Yeah, true.
What a rogue, actually.
You know what is really nice,
I mean,
though?
rogue needs a little bit of gear, I would say. You can do it, but without gear, it is a little bit risky.
That's the RNG element, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been a bit fixated just thinking, like, some of the feedback I've been hearing about the Road to Rag event and the hardcore event, and a lot of people who are just non-endemic to the community, like, they are now interested now that the buff is in, but weren't interested previously. To a lot of those people, it feels like the rule set and the customs and, like, traditions we've built over the last 2 years seem like a complete fantasy, and they seem like a complete illusion, right? And it's like you're having a tea party with each other. But this add-on is actually going to enforce pretty much every rule. They even made a bubble hearth. Right, Tactics? The guy found a way to, and it announces if you're bubble hearthing, and it says cancel hearth, cancel hearth, cancel hearth. Like, it notifies you. So
what about like Flask of not Flask of what is it called? Light of Loon.
Light of Light of Luna is in banned, actually. The mod team had a meeting a couple months ago or something, and
it was banned for a year, right? And now, because of Road to Rag, they want to allow it, so I think we ended up changing it where it's allowed.
For the event. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just very flavorful. Like, it feels like it should be in, man. Like, was the consensus. Like, it feels like Lord of the Rings when Frodo has that necklace, right? And it saves him one time. You have one ace up your sleeve that you use one time, and it's all classes can benefit from it just one time.
Not hard.
And yeah, no lie.
No, they have sticky glue though, and other things, right?
But
that's the argument you can make.
That's not 100%.
It's not the same.
Get out thing. No.
Like,
yeah.
But I feel like Light of a Loon is not 100% either. Most of the time, you're gonna use your health pot, and then you can't use it. Or you will be an MC, and I swear this is gonna happen. I can already predict someone will die because of it. They're gonna use the fire protection pot. They don't know that she has cooldown with health pots and Light of a Loon. Then it goes south. They want to use Light of Loon Hearth, and they can't because they just use the fire protection pod.
I'd say if I was in an MC raid with people, I'd want them to just die rather than like Light of a Loon out. Like, honestly.
Yeah.
Everyone
you could Light of a Loon. You could Light of a Loon though to bypass a mechanic or something, right? As opposed to just like hard thing. Like, you can Light of a Loon. Like, imagine on Ragnaros, guys. This is what I was envisioning too, and I brought it up during the mod meeting, and everybody like. So imagine we're fighting Ragnaros, right? And and maybe there's like a blast wave coming out or some mechanic, and General Ampy, fucking Brigadier General Ampy's like, hold, and he's like, all right, everybody pop light of balloon, and it's just like a sea of like of light of balloons going off, all 40 or whoever's left, right? And it's like this coordinated like Cirque du Soleil looking motion that like saves us from a mechanic, right? And we kill fucking Rag and become legends, man. Like, you know, something like that.
Wild fantasy. Back to the EU versus NA thing though, like,
Sure.
how many people do you think from Europe are gonna like go over? I know me, Tommy, and Tactics are. I'm mainly doing it because they are, right? Like, because I just see no hope from a European perspective to do it. I think I can do it on NA and then swap to EU and do it before people are gonna be ready on EU. Like,
Okay, so I have a good idea about like the ratio. I think it's gonna be 60% NA, 40% EU each. We actually can see it on the Discord right now on the Road to Rec. There's almost 600 signed up for EU and almost NA, 900 for NA. So it's like 60%, 40% right now. I know if Gusu joins, which it sounds like he will play EU. He has made that pretty clear, I think, that he will rather play EU than NA. So that will probably also help the EU community a little bit.
one thing I thought would be cool was NA first, Alliance, Horde, EU after. Or like, do Road to Rec and Horde after.
That would be sick.
I agree, but it's too late. I feel like
I kind of feel like
I
it's
wanted
too late,
this, but I even tried to convince either NA or EU to go Horde, so you had one Horde, one Alliance, but both of them are so, can we call it stubborn, that everyone wants to be Alliance because that gives them the best shot, right?
So we're actually in a situation where like Road to Rec or like Ragnarok's dying might not happen because the community is divided.
Yeah, I made a poll as well. 75% of EU will not play Road to Rec if they have to play on NA. Only 25% are willing to go.
Yeah. I think, I honestly, this event has exploded in popularity. You know, there's almost like 2K, I think, in the RAG Discord right now. Let me check right now, just in the public one. Let me check. There is 2,145.
That's a lot of
you know,
people.
and it'll probably blow up even more. Like, because people are kind of lazy, they procrastinate, right? So it's like the last second, they're like, "Oh shit, this event's happening in like a couple days." Like, okay, I'll sign up. Like, so all we have to do is fill one raid team on either side. I think it will happen. Like, even in the hardcore guilds on Bloodsail and stuff, eventually we had 40-60s. You know, take some time and.
But do you go into MC as soon as you have 40-60s with gear?
No, probably not.
Along the way, you need to have characters ready to go. Like,
I think we're at the level though of interest, and that having an EU team will add excitement to the event and it'll make a bigger splash globally, and we'll get more. You know, I'm putting my marketing hat on here, you know, for a minute, just because, you know, obviously the bigger we can make this event, you know, the better chance we have of maybe getting a hardcore layer or server or something like that, or. So I think EU people love challenges. They are, generally speaking, I think, a little bit more sweaty than NA players.
Sure.
And they might even do it before us, man. Even without, you know, streamers and all that. Maybe they don't need that. Maybe they're just.
Yeah, I think NA is gonna get carried by the fact that it's the event. It got announced on NA. There's a lot of streaming participation on NA. I think StaySafe's gonna play. I mean, we're gonna get a couple hundred people from his community alone participating on NA servers, and I think NA might pull it off just with raw numbers and just participation. And this is probably the one opportunity. It's a really like niche special event that we could have like global participation. I think for the first time, probably the only time we'll ever get to see like NA and EU play together. I even look at like the raiding scene at Split as well. I could just see on Road to Rag, you would see NA and EU players playing together.
The one downside of NA versus EU, to Parla's point, is that part of the original inspiration of this whole event was Grace for Days. You guys know that, right? Grace was like, Grace is actually the guy who kind of started all this, by the way, the Road to Rag shit, pretty much. Like, not like, but anyway, part of the dream was assembling the classic WoW Avengers, you know, putting out the bat signal and calling up all the crusty boomers from all across the world that still love this game. Calling up Melderon, he rolls out of bed, you know, he puts his fruit fly textbook down and he's like, hello? And we actually called him, remember? And he's like, Cargos, what up, man? It's like 3 a.m. And we're like, Melderon, we need you. We need you, Melderon. We need to kill Rag with one life. And we get all the creme de la creme, you know, all the best theory crafting brains, the minds globally. And Parlo would be one, right? And a lot of the EU guys would be there, some NA. And we assemble like the ultimate raid, you know? And if we are split, maybe that doesn't happen to the same level of maybe the raid isn't as stacked, right? Sure. Imagine a 40-man raid where everyone you know they're a fucking big brain and a pumper, and like
One thing though is sometimes like it might not even be necessary to have like content creators in the raid. I bet you there'll be a lot of sweaty people that's just from the community, like people that we don't know. That will
100%.
Playing in a really good guild, and they'll have so good gear, and it's like, okay, we have to bring this person, you know. And I think that's gonna happen.
Well,
like,
I mean, streamers are just getting. We're all the same, right? But I think of someone like Calyx. Me and Cargos were racing on the last PvP server that came out, and Calyx was kicking our ass by like 2 levels. You know, sweaty pumper, and I mean, we're all gamers at the end of the day, and yeah, that is an interesting take, though. Don't necessarily want the raid full of... It doesn't have to be full of streamers, right? Even though it is this Road to Rag event we've been hyping up.
I think actually streamers can be bad.
Detrimental? Yeah.
Can you guys imagine like Grace just sitting on his bear druid, sitting and auto-attacking stuff and then reading chat?
Dude, no, Parla, I told everybody, whenever we go into Molten Core, if anybody reads chat, you're getting kicked from the raid. Like no. we're gonna have all the communities keep watch on all their streamers. If you read chat, you're out.
You know what's so funny though? There's a lot of people, this is another sentiment in the community. It hasn't been a big problem or anything, but some people are saying like, oh, why would I do this, you know, event? It's just going to be feeding the streamer raid or something, and they're going to go in there and kill Ragnaros. That might be the case more so with a multi-life, just regular play, where there's a lot of, you know, VIP types and they're in a raid and they're all getting, but in hardcore, you have a better shot than ever, yo. If we die or wipe one time, you're up next, bud. Like, or if anybody.
You think every single streamer on the list is getting in that raid roster?
No
Hell
shot.
No.
There will be a lot who never make it, man. There will be a lot who will never.
Yeah, exactly. They won't even make it to max level, and then like the dungeons on top of that. And let's say we don't clear it in the first 2 months. Oh shit, Diamond's out.
Yeah.
I've died a lot in Diamond. That's it.
You know my favorite thing about all these changes, though? Maybe not. I mean, the Soul of Iron thing is touching, but okay, that's a little dramatic. All right, so one of my favorite things about SOM and why I think it's going to be good for Road to Rag and the hardcore community in general is type a 1 in the chat if you've played on the SOM beta server. Type a 2 if you haven't. If you've played on the SOM beta server, you know how good leveling feels, man. It actually is kind of weirdly addictive, Ray. We leveled up to 45, we powered up. Our first thought wasn't like, oh man, I need to take a break. It was like, yo, let's go again. Let's go again. Let's re-roll. Like, it feels really good, man. It's hard to explain, but the 40%, those lulls in leveling where it gets kind of like boring, or even if you love vanilla so much, like, you know, you reach these points where you're leveling, you're just like, dude, this feels rough right now.
Dude, it was still a grind. Maybe it's because we stayed up for 20 hours straight, but even in our 30s, our 40s, me and Cargos were kind of struggling to find quests. If we had ran dungeons, I think it would have filled that gap a little bit more, but
what about resting? It's like when you guys are pumping, you have to like consider you don't get rested, right? And how much does normal player get, like in terms of rested experience on a 1 to 60? Let's say it takes a month to level to 60 for normal players. It probably takes longer, right? How much rested is that if you're playing like 6 hours a day?
45 bars. And you gain half. And you gain half of that, you know, so that is 1 level and 2.5 bars.
I love how
that you gain for free.
Yeah. I think you can level.
You get 3 bars for 24 hours.
I think you can level from questing without grinding at all on this one. But is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I didn't mean to cut off your point, Cargos, but I imagine it feels so good that it helps the event, and we're going to be able to reroll more. Like, for the entire year of Season of Mastery, I mean, I'm going to love having my level 60 character, you know, doing the Ubers runs for Flask of the Titans whenever we need it, doing other dungeon runs to gear up new players that just hit 60. Well, because I'm geared already, but I'm going to enjoy leveling a character the entire year long. I think I'm just going to level druids for a year because the leveling feels that good. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it kind of feels...
It's kind of a hot take. There's people in the chat right now disagreeing and stuff, and I 100% feel you. And the great news is that Blizzard is also doing an era fresh. It looks like. I mean, but they haven't announced it. I don't think. They did.
They did a post that said it means nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well,
So I have a question here. If they ideally said, "Hey, we'll actually make a hardcore server or like a layered server," do you guys want it to be on classic era or SOM? Or like maybe even with the like, what would you guys say? Because I think this would split a lot of the community. We've been doing it on era for so long. So do we really want the 40% XP boost buff? Or what if they said, yeah, you can do 40% XP boost buff, but with the boss mechanics, you know, the other changes?
Oh man, that's so fucking brutal.
I would do a classic era.
I'd do classic
but
era.
I think you guys are on the SOM.
I'd do classic era for sure.
We'll see. We'll see what MC looks like this week. It sounds like they're gonna buff the hell out of it.
Like with buff rates, that's kind of a negative, right? Because it's already hard enough as it is.
It's true. It's true. I'm kind of in the honeymoon stage though, with SOM, bro. These 40%. Okay, I feel you. I will go era because out of principle, like I agree, bro. I guess we go era. But bro, let me tell you something. If you check your just slash played of how much WoW you played, how much leveling you did between SOM and era, which one would you have just played the game more on, right? I'm not talking about slash played to 60. I'm talking about like, all right, if I had to just level, hardcore characters on era, I will spend this many hours per day playing the game. Like there's something addictive about SOM, I swear, the leveling that like I feel like you would play more and you feel like more eager to get in there and just make a new character and just a part of me, a small part of me feels that the pacing is kind of almost improved. But it's a hot take, I know it's a hot take and I'm in the honeymoon phase. Maybe it becomes less nice over time. I was the ultimate doomer to start. Remember guys, I was such a doomer.
Sure.
But
well, for the Road to Rag event, the 1-year lifetime event, and our goal is to kill Ragnaros, the buff leveling feels kind of good, man. We're gonna get a lot more participation too because of it. But
I also like the buff leveling in that aspect, right? The game is gonna be more top heavy, at least compared to like classic era, because you level faster, right? So there's gonna be more people at max level and wiping in the dungeons and stuff.
Sure.
And if you wipe in a dungeon, like it sets you back maybe 4 or 5 days played instead of like 6, 7, or 8.
Exactly. And okay, if you want to ask me, like one of the main things that made me do a 180 on the take, and this sounds so stupid and trivial to some, but it meant so much to me, is this stupid little buff in the top right that I'm looking at right now called Adventure of Weights. I can't really find the words to explain why that meant so much to me, but if you scroll over it while you're playing SOM, it says Season of Mastery, Seasonal Event, right? 40% increased XP. It feels like a temporary thing, like a Brewfest or a Winter's Veil. It doesn't feel like they're permanently changing the values of the game that we all love. It feels like they're experimenting for one season with some changes, and it didn't, right? Because a lot of us thought initially like they were just going to change the game forever that we love, and they weren't going to, and it wasn't going to be some temporary thing. They really stressed the seasonality of it, and I really, really appreciated that.
The conditioning begins. Next year, $25 resurrect tokens on a hardcore server.
No.
I'm just playing. But we touched on Soul of Iron buff, hardcore achievements titles, the NA versus EU discussion. I think we had some really good talking points today, guys. I'd like to talk about dungeons in the future. I was thinking about doing episodes like why I'm playing Druid and Road to Rag, and maybe I could have each one of you guys and multiple warriors, multiple paladins, hunters, warlocks on. I'd like to talk about the 60 dungeon gearing process. I'd like to talk about all of Ompy's spreadsheets that he's putting together on the preparation that it's going to take to even pull off Molten Core, what we're going to need to farm in the open world. Do you guys have any topics in the future that you would think that the community would discuss?
Which dungeon's the hardest?
Which dungeon's the hardest? Which one's the most valuable? Yeah.
Which one is going to take the most lives?
I like that.
As a creator, Grace, maybe you can feel this a bit too, like, or I guess we all are, like sometimes you don't know what to make a video about, or like you run out of ideas for guides, or you don't know what to talk about, and you get stuck with your content, or you don't know what to do. With hardcore and Road to Rag especially, it's like this whole new animal, dude. There's seemingly infinite things you can talk about, right? The game becomes infinitely more complex, and like every guide, every aspect of the game has to almost be redone, the thinking on it.
Look at Ash in chat.
Naked hardcore.
Oh, naked
hardcore. Yeah, right. Says the guy who leveled 3 naked hardcore 60s. Yeah, maybe. Maybe on the next Road to Rag. Whenever let's down Rag the first time with gear
You
on.
remember what Ampy said the other day, Gray, about doing it the first time?
No. What did he say? I'm sure I'd say it.
Ampy is like just this wise, ethereal being. I swear. He said something about like one thing that really attracts him to hardcore, which is so different from anything else, is you have to do massive preparation in order to get it right the first time, as opposed to just trial and error, beating your head against the door. You have to get it right the first time, and just let that marinate in your minds. This is a game mode where you have to get everything right on the very first attempt. Which is so opposite of how WoW usually is, right? You do like 30 wipes and then you finally get something down. You put it all on the line, all the chips all in on the table with everything you do, and you have to get it right the first time, every time.
It's true.
We one-shot the bosses, yay!
Well, even like playing hardcore normally, if you die a couple times, you're done. I always said you adapt or you quit, and it's a brutal game mode, man. So the season master is giving us like a reset button, and we all get one more shot at giving hardcore.
Did any of you guys ever like think to yourself, okay, I'm just gonna do one character, I'm just gonna try it out and see? Or was it just as soon as you tried it, you knew you're gonna do more?
It was I'm gonna do it once, and then I just got hooked from there. Yeah.
I was like, oh, I want to be the first hardcore 60, and then I died at level 40. And yeah. That was how I started, and then I just wanted to continue going. One thing we didn't touch on really, I feel like the titles on how far we'll actually go. I would like to, because we talked about it before, like I think a little bit, but we didn't really go into it. Like, what do you guys actually predict? I don't think we will actually imagine having to do next. It's like, how is that even ever going to be possible? Going in without will buffs, one-shotting with bosses that have more health.
Isn't that what we all dream of, though? The impossible challenge? Isn't this the hard content people want, though? Like, isn't this
next is impossible?
What if they increase the guild cap to like 10,000 and we had 10,000 players involved? Do you think there would be one raid team that could make it to the end of Nax? There's no shot, right? If we had infinite attempts.
Depends what people you have, right? Like if you have the super sweaty speedrun guilds and like you know all the top guilds from Classic involved, then I could see that. If you have a roster of like 80 people and geared and ready to go into Nax, you can easily do it. Just don't wipe, right?
How are you gonna get geared though? Like,
yeah, that's the main issue. You need so many sweaty people, and that might not even be enough, you know.
That's okay though. It's okay that there's content you can't clear. I think we learned that over time, right?
I like that.
Like,
that's true.
Having stuff that is too hard, where your best effort is not nearly enough, is kind of dope, man. It's kind of fire, actually. It kind of puts the ultimate teeth on our game.
Maybe season 2 will be Nef.
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, I'm skeptical that even one raid is gonna clear Rag, and I hope we do in this first season. But I can imagine he doesn't get defeated, or one raid kills him, and they get the ultimate, not glory, but it'd be badass to be a part of that raid team. And now the next season, we've killed Rag. Now let's do Nef.
Isn't that going to be an interesting dynamic where somebody actually draws their own personal line in the sand, where they go, nah, man, enough's enough, man. I survived BWL, dude. I had the buff. I hearthed out. I'm done, man. This character, I'm just farming Peace Bloom on him. And you like call it on a character, like that's all I'm going, man. I
might do that if I have a title, man.
I got my title. I got my 3-piece. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm standing in the city forever.
But then again, standing in the city is just boring as well.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because after 12 months, you will never lock into the character anyway, so why not give it a shot?
Yeah, exactly. That's how I felt with my 60 on NA, right? Like, could have killed it in a dungeon.
This is why it's like a fresh dynamic to WoW servers too. So usually, there is no cycle. There's nothing that completes the circuit. It's not like a sustainable ecosystem in the wild like these WoW servers. They launch, they're hype, the pre-abyss honeymoon phase, few guilds hang in there, they clear all the content, everything rots to death. Like, when you die and you have it like continues to keep the starting zones alive, right? Because if you die, you restart. It like you're back to being a scrub again, and it actually creates a server that could stand the test of time, I think.
What if we get hardcore servers? How would you handle death on those servers?
You're just dead.
I mean, at that point you have no DC protection.
Should you just be able to roam the world as a ghost and watch people? That'd be cool.
Yeah, actually,
I think so. Yeah. I even suggested this when we do Molten Core. Everyone that dies goes outside Blackrock Mountain in their ghost form and just waits. And we might have 100 people, right? Eventually, maybe you'll have 40 ghosts just sitting outside the mountain.
So we can still get a screenshot if the third or fourth wave clears right.
Yeah, hardcore servers in the future, man. If you think about it, like you have impossible content. Like with that just I'm just fixated on that point. We're taking this old game that we love so much. I'm running around Mulgore right now, just jumping around, looking at these plane striders. It's keeping all of this shit relevant and alive, bro. If we had a hardcore server, all these mobs continue to have life. The whole world continues to have life. The game has life. It actually becomes hard again. It becomes difficult. Like the difficulty level gets readjusted so that it's more fitting with 2022 and beyond with hardcore.
It's exciting, man. We covered a lot today. A lot of talking points. I want these to be digestible, so if people go back and look, they have a 1-hour podcast to hit. We're probably going to end our time here. Does anybody maybe have any closing thoughts? I mean, we got all these guys that are on the podcast today: Tactics, Cargos, Parla. They're going to be participating like crazy. Really excited to see what comes out of this next season of Mastery. I'm pumped for SOM. I hope you guys are as well. I hope you're getting the tools, even for EU. I genuinely mean this. I hope that you're getting the tools, the discussions, the talking points just rolling, that we can pull off this community event, man. And I really want to see success all the way around, regardless of NA versus EU or any of that,
Well, I'm on both teams. Like, after NA, I want to do EU.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I'll do too.
You know what feels really bad though? If we both fail. So, and I'm just being fully transparent with you guys in the chat too. There's a lot of streamers. There's a lot of people, and love them or hate them. It's definitely something to consider. That if we fully wipe on Rag, event might be over. And I'll keep playing obviously, and I want to kill Rag. I'm determined to kill Rag. But like the sort of like road to Rag hype for a lot of people might end right there. Like I know some people want the event to run a certain amount of weeks, and then if they full wipe, just restarting completely from 1 again is too much.
It also depends what kind of streamer you are, right? Because like you are hardcore. Graze is hardcore.
We're gonna be playing. I'm gonna spend an entire year trying to kill Rag.
Exactly. And
same. I will
maybe some people, like I'm thinking maybe like the bigger creators, like somebody like Stay Safe, like he can't just sit and when there's like other games going on or
sure.
Yeah.
It's just how it is. But actually, I think he'll stick around for a long time. But or maybe just level new characters, since it's kind of easy, right? With those, it's like a few days investment. You can even do it off stream if you want to.
I think what might happen is someone like Stay Safe. Let's say that it will take 4 months before we could even go into Molten Core, right? I think he would just like after 6 weeks maybe say, okay, I'm gonna start playing other games, and then when we're ready, then he will come back for the MCs. Or something like that. And I think a lot of content creators would do that if it got delayed a lot.
Yeah. Best case is we do kill Rag though, right guys? And then Road to BWL starts. Then we do our own different logo, top right. So you see the logo top right. I'm so proud of it, guys. Like it says Road to Ragnaros. It has the bubbling lava. Imagine like the middle part is going to get replaced with something BWL themed. And it's like maybe it's Oni, or not Oni, sorry, Nefarian or something, like moving around in the middle. It's almost like the Hearthstone expansions where they change it like as a badge each one, and we do all of them, man.
What is Blackwing Lair called?
Shadow Flame. Oh, what'd you say? It's a Blackwing. It's a
Blackwing.
Yeah.
It's not so bad.
It's called Survivor of the Shadow Flame, I think is the title tied to it, if they just stayed in mind. which is interesting. I think Shadow Flame. I'm assuming that's.
Just think how many cloaks you're gonna need.
True.
Ooh.
Yeah, we'll actually have to do a Nixia for BWL. Yeah.
We could call them based on what Blizzard's titles are. We could call them that. Whatever one is BWL instead of Road to Rag. Next one would be called Survivor
of the
the
Shadow
Dam
Flame,
or whatever, or Shadow Flame. Yeah, Survivors of the Shadow Flame or something. Yeah.
Yeah. That's neat, man. Yeah. Well, I want to. We're gonna wrap it up here, guys. If you could put some, if you're a sub, put some hardcore flames in the chat, some hearts in the chat, man. Having taking their time out of the day. Tactics, Cargos, Parla. I appreciate you guys being here, man. And I'm really hoping that we're gonna continue to do more of these because I really think Fresh is coming out in like a month, guys. I think it's here in like 4 or 6 weeks, which is crazy to think. But
scary.
I need it.
Okay, closing thoughts. Last thing. Last sentence from everybody. Sorry, I have one, but or unless you want to end it right now.
No, go ahead.
I'm just thinking, guys. We actually have a reason to keep playing Classic WoW, boys. Like there's still some life in this game. I can't believe it. Even with TBC out, even with like Wrath coming out probably at some point, we still have like a fresh slate of content again somehow by some miracle, dude. I'd love to see it, bro.
That's that Classic WoW addict. Truly speaking, man, I'm right there with you. The game is still relevant. It even survived the 15-year launch, 2 years downtime, TBC. Where somehow we're still coming back to Classic, man. Somehow.
Oh damn! They just canceled BlizzCon this year.
Really? No BlizzCon online? Well, wasn't that what it was gonna be?
Yeah, it's delayed or canceled.
My version of Lestor. Human female paladin. Played her for more time than I would care to admit on Elise.
Hey guys, stay safe here. Today I am very excited to announce the Classic Hardcore Fantasy League, which will be running for 3 weeks from November 16th to December 7th alongside the Hardcore Road to Ragnaros. Now during this event, you can create a 6-man team from a roster of dozens of hardcore streamers and earn points based on your team's hardcore progress. All of your team's hardcore streamer stats will be uploaded multiple times per day on classichc.net/draft, so you can keep up to date with how all of your hardcore streamers are doing and how your fantasy team is progressing. Now, when drafting a team, there are 6 different categories or tiers of streamers. Tier 1 streamers are newer to hardcore leveling and a bit more unfamiliar with hardcore content in Classic WoW. Each tier increases in skill level up to tier 5, which includes some of the most highly skilled hardcore levelers in the game. Additionally, there is a wildcard tier just to spice things up and keep things interesting. You can select 1 streamer from each tier for a total of 6 streamers to make up your Classic Hardcore Fantasy team. Your team's point value is calculated by adding the total level of all your hardcore streamers together, plus 5 points for each time one of your streamers completes a new dungeon for the first time, which can also be tracked by clicking on any of your streamers' names on the standing ladder. Additionally, some bonus points will be given for those streamers that hit 60 within the first week of the Season of Mastery. Now, of course, if one of your hardcore streamers dies, you will lose all of their points and they will be reset back to level 1, at which point they will have to restart their leveling process, so make sure to tune into your chosen streamers and cheer them on. The draft window to be eligible for prizes based on your team's performance will run from November 9th to November 16th, after which you will still be able to make a team for fun if you still want to, but you will no longer be eligible for prizes. Also, please note, once you've made a team, you will not be able to go back and revise your team at any point, so you're going to be locked in. Prizes will include Power Gum, Rested XP leveling guides, and of course, bragging rights. So make sure to check the description of this video for further details, draft a hardcore fantasy team, and tune in to your favorite streamers for one of the most epic Classic WoW events of all time.
I can't attack that.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream, guys. The date is March 26th. It is a Tuesday. It is a beautiful day here in sunny California. Thank you for joining me. My name is Cargos, and today we got a good stream planned for you guys, man. We got a good stream. You know it's going to be a good stream when I'm triple fisting Coors Light. We have a duo leveling workshop guide today, guys, or kind of whatever you want to call it, live stream, brainstorming session, whatever it is. As you guys know, I'm very passionate about leveling. It's probably my favorite aspect of the game. I really enjoy the leveling. I love the old talents. Do you guys love the old talents? I know I sure do, you know, just going back and forth. Where's your beer, Andrew? This right here, man. We triple fisting Coors Light. You know it's going to be a good stream, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A million welcomes to everybody. This one's for you. Taste of the Rocky Mountains. We're about to get started here, guys. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for joining me. Who's hype? Can I get some love in the chat for the best game ever made? Coming back in a few months. Show me some love. Show me some love. Show me something, dude. Let's get to know each other a little bit before we start. Age, what is it? ASL? Age, sex, location. Go! Let's see where you guys are from, man. Let's see where you guys are from. The hype is real. The love is real. Why the light beer? You know why, Ben? You know why the light beer, guys? Because when you're sessioning beers, like I session beers, you gotta worry about the K-calories, man. I'm getting married in a couple months, you know? I'm trying to slim out a little bit, so I was just trying to go to the gym, have a few light beers. Doesn't do as much damage, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's not, you know, it's definitely not as delicious as beer could be, but, you know, I don't know. It's cold, it's tasty. It's my world buff. It's my real life, you know, consumable, my real life world buff. Member in the house. Who did that? Who did it? Who did it? Derek Z, welcome, dude. Welcome to this channel, man. Welcome, guys. Let's see where you guys are from, guys. Let's get to know each other a little bit before we get started right now. Love, hugs, and kisses, you geek. Thank you, Tina. Thank you for tuning in again today, guys. I'm a roll one for you. All right, man. Thank you. We got another knock, dude. Is this more mini euros? What's a knock, guys? Knock 100. Thank you for the mini euros, man. I really enjoyed your new class guide on YouTube. Really good stuff. Thank you, Pig Dog. First time seeing you in the stream, man. Thank you. It's going to be a fun one, guys. I'm very passionate about leveling. I really love leveling.
I really enjoyed your new class guide on YouTube.
Okay, we'll let the robot talk for a
good
second.
stuff.
Got some Canadians in the house, some Europeans in the house, some red-blooded barrel-chested freedom fighters in the house. Norway in the house. Man, that's the cool thing about Classic WoW, man. So much love for this game across the world, right? Across the world. Everybody loves this game. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thailand in the house. Cool, guys, cool. Well, this one's for you guys, man. All right. Well, welcome, guys. This information is coming hot and fresh, piping hot out the oven. So we had a great stream yesterday. Broke all records yesterday. The demo, when the Classic WoW demo came out back in November, the most I ever had on a stream was 1,200 or so, right? Yesterday we broke 1,500 people for a little bit of time. That is so humbling to see this many people wanted to hang out. So I'm not setting any expectations or anything, but it was a great stream. And after the stream, my man Navik, shout out to Navik. I know you're watching this right now, Navik. Navik is the reason why my content is any good at all. I think without Navik, I would just be, I don't even know, man. My content would be terrible. But we basically after the stream yesterday, we went duo leveling, testing stuff out. We went into the lab and we started trying out different class combinations, trying new builds, and we got some hot, fresh, spicy information for you guys right out the oven. So that's what we're going to do in today's stream. Cargos, have you changed your mind on some classes? Why the rehash content? Yes, Stapler, yes, I'm very much a student of the game. We're going to get into the disclaimer in a second, but the thing is, you learn so much about the game. Like, people say that the game is figured out. Like, there's still stuff that you debate back and forth about, like every little talent point, and I've changed my mind on a lot of stuff. It is the nature of video guides, of videos in general. As soon as I open my big fat mouth and I say something, I'm going to say something I regret. I'm going to say something that I wish I could have improved upon. So it's kind of just like inherently imperfect, the video guides. Do we do it on Voldemort? It was not on Voldemort, but it was, again, it's some really good, fresh, hot, spicy information for you guys. Just like a hot pepperoni pizza, man. Shout out to my New Yorkers in the chat. It's going to be a really fun stream, guys. So let's get into it, guys. Let's get into it. Leveling is my first love in the game. Anybody like leveling the most? I don't know. Some people think leveling is so painful, and in vanilla, for sure, it is very painful. Sometimes, you know, but I don't know, man. It's like the journey, not the end reward sometimes. And the journey, the leveling journey in vanilla, there's nothing like it, guys. There's nothing like it. You know, it's something special, man. So thank you for joining me, guys, today. Again, here's the disclaimer. I'm gonna put this at the beginning of these. These streams I do, I talk really fast. I say stupid stuff. You guys know me by now, right? You guys know me. I say stupid stuff. Don't take anything I say too seriously. This is like a knowledge dump. I get excited. I get passionate about stuff. So I just, you know, I say whatever comes to mind. And hopefully you can take, you know, something useful away from this, right? And it should be a good time. Either way, we're hanging out. We're drinking beers. We're crushing beers. We're talking about classic. Best game ever made. All right. So that's the disclaimer, guys. So duo leveling. You guys know about duo leveling. I put out that duo leveling guide maybe 4 or 5 months ago at this point. Duo leveling, just to touch on it, for those of you, a little refresher, duo leveling means you're going to level with one other person, so as a pair, as a duo. And for the longest time, man, I thought duo leveling was kind of a meme. I thought it was something that, like, casual players did. And, you know, for all the right reasons, don't get me wrong, it's not like I didn't think, I thought it was bad, you know, for the reasons why they were doing it, but I never thought it would be super duper viable. Well, I've come full circle on this, guys. I really have. And, you know, not to say that this is the end-all, be-all answer, but I'll try and explain my position on this stuff. And, you know, man, it's just, you know the drill. So, here's the thesis. Aside from possibly hunters, and these statements may seem very simple on a surface level, but we really did think about this stuff, right, Navik? I mean, we went back and forth over and over again. But here's kind of the thesis. Aside from possibly hunters, and I'm not even certain, you know, there could be lines of play where even hunters it's going to be viable. Duo leveling is potentially the optimal line of play for the other 8 classes in the game to partner up with another person and tackle the whole leveling process as a pair, right? So you're way less likely to die. You have way higher margins for error. It's way more fun. It's a social game, guys. We're playing an MMORPG, right? You want to play with people. You want to play with your friends. You can chill in Discord. It makes it less grindy. The grinds feel a little bit more fun. Having good conversation, good people. You know, talking about life, reflecting on life as you're, you know, crushing mobs. And here's one really, really juicy tidbit, guys. So duo leveling can take classes that traditionally suck at leveling. We're talking warriors, we're talking balanced druids, we're talking paladins. It can take classes that are traditionally, historically known as slow, inefficient levelers and put them up on tier 1. Guys, some of the results that we got from doing these tests and just trying things out on the PTR, man, they were really shocking and awesome, man. So you really, like, as a pair, you can choose different professions. You can choose different talent builds that complement each other. You can, you know, there's so much creativity that can be had when you're duo leveling. You amplify the strengths of each other, and you cover each other's weaknesses. So another thing, so again, shout out to Navik, my man's. He's been working on a leveling guide for quite some time now, and I asked him questions, you know, like sometimes I would ask him, you know, what have you learned by making this leveling guide? You know, looking at all the quests in the game and trying to find ways to weave them together really elegantly. What are some of your key takeaways? And at least from his perspective, and I definitely agree with him, he learned that Blizzard designed a lot of the quests in the game, dare I say half the quests in the game, to be completed in a group, right? To be group friendly. Blizzard wanted to encourage forming groups and tackling these quests together as a team, and that is really cool. That is really cool. And again, like I said, the traditional worst leveling classes can suddenly be shot up to being some of the best, right? Okay, Majka Strika, sorry if I'm butchering your name, man. He said, changed your mind on matching movement speeds. It's interesting. So, yes and no. When I first made that duo leveling guide, I think I maybe valued it a little bit too high. Now, what do I mean about matching movement speeds? What I mean by that is choosing classes that, you know, can travel at the same speed. So, like, let's say a shaman and a druid. They're moving around. They're the fastest duo leveling combination in terms of just mobility, right? Shamans with Ghost Wolf, druids with Travel Form. And I potentially valued that a little bit too high. And what I'm speaking to that comes to the top of my mind when I say that, as I'm talking about stuff like Warrior Shaman. We're going to see, a little spoiler here, we put Warrior Shaman as one of the god tier duo leveling compositions. And, you know, if I were to talk about that composition a few months ago, I would say misaligned movement speeds, not God tier, not tier 1, right? The warrior's moving around like a potato. The shaman is moving around faster than anyone on Azeroth from the level 20 to 30 bracket, and so on and so forth. But, you know, there are some game-changing abilities that open up in these classes kits later on, e.g. Wind Fury Totem, right? Wind Fury Totem is insane. Wind Fury Totem is the nuts. So, I think I overvalued movement speed. Long-winded answer to a short question, man. So we'll get into it. So, guys, let's see in the chat real quick. I want to get to know you guys a little bit. Anybody plan on duo leveling as of right now? Is anybody on the fence? Is anybody thinking about duo leveling? You guys going solo? And I will add that when I say aside from possibly hunters, you're not going to see hunters on some of these god tier duo leveling compositions. And the reason why is I think hunters are just so incredibly self-reliant. They're built to level. They're built to handle whatever's thrown at them. And yes, you could absolutely duo level as a hunter, and you could potentially find a line of play where it would be optimal. But hunters, you know, to the average player, in reality, are just so good at leveling that you don't really necessarily need to duo level with people. So let's see what you guys duo, hunter, mage. A lot of people duoing. Kind of want to hit 60 ASAP. So Dale wants to hit 60 as soon as possible. Now Dale, keep an open mind as we go through these classes. I want you to consider the possibility that duo leveling could get you to 60 faster than by yourself, right? And it's all about finding a balance between like theory crafting, like, you know, what is possible, and then balancing that with what is practical, what is actually something you can implement. You guys all know your skill level and experience level with the game, and this is kind of where I stand from like kind of a top-down perspective. I think if you know the game, if you're like you know every quest in the game, you know how to sync them up really well, you're an absolute badass, you practice your leveling, you've done all your homework, which is a very, very small percentage of people, right? That's a very small percentage of people that really know all the quests in the game. I don't know all the quests in the game. I sure as hell don't. Those people are going to benefit more from solo leveling, right? Would you guys agree? If you know every quest in the game and you're playing a hunter or something, you're gonna benefit more from solo leveling. You're gonna have zero downtime. You're just gonna be moving from point A to point B to point C. You know how to think 2-3 steps ahead. $10 donation from Chicken Basket. Looking forward to what you learned on duo leveling since we tested it on the demo. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the $10, Chicken. Absolutely. Big shout out to Chicken, guys. Anybody been here since the demo? We had a lot of fun testing this stuff on the demo, guys, and even since then we've learned a lot. Let's let the robot voice speak.
Since we tested on the demo.
Thanks again for the $10, man. Appreciate it, Chicken. All right, guys. Be ready to do this? We went through the disclaimer. We went through the general what is duo leveling. Let's get into some of the juice, guys. Let's get into some of the juice right now. There is 600 people in the house right now. That is just so crazy, guys. All right. So let me touch on this one point. Again, there's one more thing we need to get through before we talk about the actual compositions. This is another thing I'm still not on the fence about by any means. I talked about this in the past duo leveling guide. Sharing an armor class and sharing a weapon type with your duo leveling partner. Is this good or is this bad? And I don't know if there's a definitive answer here. So my position on this back when I made the original duo leveling guide was that it is a bad thing to share your armor and weapon type with your partner, right? What do I mean by this? If you're a priest and a warlock, you share a cloth. You share a cloth armor type, and you share potentially the same weapon type with wands. If you were playing a paladin warrior, you would potentially share a weapon type and armor type as well with the two-handed weapon. So there are pros and cons to this, right? My initial position on this was that it is a bad thing to share an armor and weapon type, because as you accumulate and pick up greens after looting mobs and stuff like that, you know, if you both need that stuff, it's going to potentially, you know, it's going to potentially be bad. You know, there's only one piece of gear and both of you need it. The upside of sharing an armor and weapon type is that you can potentially design your questing path around getting upgrades, getting similar upgrades, right? So, I mean, one thing, like a really clear-cut example that comes to mind is, like, let's say you were playing a priest warlock. You both need wands, you're both wand users, and Gravestone Scepter is a huge upgrade. If you guys don't know what Gravestone Scepter is, it's one of the most powerful wands or weapons, overall weapons in the game for its level bracket, right? So you could really highly value getting Gravestone Scepter, both of you need it as opposed to one of you need it. And I remember Stay Safe was reviewing my duo leveling guide on stream. He was talking about this, and it was interesting. It had me scratching my head. I was like, oh, I never thought about it that way. I still don't know, though. I still don't know, because all the gear that drops out in the open world, if you guys share different armor classes and weapon types, you might be able to better utilize that, right? So I'm curious what you guys think. I will ask that to you guys as a collective right now. Do you think that sharing an armor and a weapon type with your duo leveling partner is a good or bad thing? I will take a large sip of this delicious frosty Coors Light Lager and wait to see your responses. Okay, so it looks like the majority of you are thinking that it is a bad thing. It is a bad thing to share an armor and weapon type, and I'm sort of agreeing with you, right? So as you go around the open world and you kill stuff, you know how greens kind of drop somewhat frequently, especially if you're killing stuff at pretty high combat efficiency. If you are like two classes, one uses cloth and wands, one uses like melee weapons and mail, there's a higher chance that whatever is dropping for you can be utilized by you guys. So I would tend to agree with you, but I'm not sure on this point, right? Cargo's going for that Coors sponsorship. If I ever get sponsored by Coors Light, that would be a moment for me. That would be awesome, guys. We're gonna oh god, that'd be funny, man. All right, so we talked about this. Keep this in mind. These are things I'm thinking about, right? So here we go. We're into the juice, guys. We're getting into the meat and potatoes of this stuff right now. Here are what I believe to be the god tier classes. And it's not just me. It's Navik too, man. Like Navik knows more about this game than I do. I'm a freaking pleb. But these are the classes that we believe potentially. I'm not trying to speak for you at the same time, Navik, but that we believe are the god tier duo leveling classes. Now you may be surprised to see Paladin on here. I mentioned in the first duo leveling guide. I talked about warriors. I talked about warlocks being really good duo levelers, right? Paladins are now included to this list, and I'll explain to you why. So these three classes have power levels that are ramped up or accelerated by having an additional partner present. Now we can take it piece by piece and break it down, right? We're talking buffs, utility, AoE potential, and these three classes, all three of them have accelerated resource generation when they are leveling in a duo type environment. What do I mean by resources? I mean warriors utilize rage. The nature of rage is that you will generate more rage when you are hitting more targets, if you're just constantly connecting with targets, and also if you're being hit by more targets, you will generate rage. So taking on multiple targets at once is not something you can really do. You can sort of do it, maybe like 2 or potentially 3 as a warrior solo, but in a duo leveling environment, you can potentially take on tons of targets, have more rage, have your damage ramped up. Warlocks, the same, but sort of in a different vein. So warlocks get powered up in the sense that if they're receiving heals, they can life tap more aggressively, right? Also, warlocks are one of the only classes. I used to say that they were the only class that was able to convert both to generate whatever resource they wanted in the moment. They can generate health, they can generate mana, they can do so by way of life tapping, they can do so by way of drain lifing, they can do so by way of draining mana, right? But this ties on to the third and the newest inclusion to the god tier classes. And it's so funny to me, guys, because Paladin, right? You guys have heard this for the years and years and years. Paladin, slowest levelers, meme levelers. They had all those like legendary forum posts where they're saying you're just auto-attacking your way to victory. A class that is historically terrible at leveling. And I go back and I watch my original class picking guide, and I ranked Paladins as the slowest levelers. I was ignorant, man. I didn't really know as much as I should have, and I've come full circle on this. In a solo, yes, and especially if we're not going to be able to sit proc Reckoning, right? To be able to be out in the open world and press a macro to /sit and proc Reckoning and be able to weave in Reckoning strikes. Even without that, in a duo leveling environment, I think that they are a god tier class. And the way that they can have accelerated resource generation is this. They have spells, Seal of Light and Seal of Wisdom. Seal of Light and Seal of Wisdom. So if you don't know how Pallies work, they can put a seal on themselves. Seal of Light will give you a chance on every auto attack to generate some health. Seal of Wisdom will do the same thing, but for mana. And if you judge those seals onto the target, you will have a chance, and anyone else will have a chance, whether they're meleeing or wanding, to generate either health or mana. So you can judge Wisdom and use Seal of Wisdom and focus on just generating mana, right, while you're getting healed. This is a huge game changer, and it's going to allow you to do stuff like spam Consecration. It is metagaping, guys. This is a really... We'll get into it. But these are what I believe to be, as the those seals kind of suck, dude. I disagree, man. I think that they are fantastic. We'll go through it, though, General Clown. Go into it with an open mind. It may not be what you're thinking right now. Seal of Light and Seal of Wisdom are huge game changers, guys. Could you talk about the duo mage paladin? What does that mean, man? You talking about like a trio leveling? Duo mage is up there, but individually a mage is not going to be a god tier class in a duo. Now, there is a little caveat to this, which you will soon see momentarily. But these three classes, I just want to make this point, are able to have their resource generation accelerated in a duo leveling environment, and their damage gets ramped up, and they can potentially double dip and get even more value from their buffs and utility. All right. The main nice thing about duo leveling is playing with a friend, right? I know we go super try hard about talking about this min-max type stuff, but yes, playing with a friend is fun. It's possibly the biggest advantage. But the main thing, I will say, the main disadvantage to duo leveling, what do you guys think the main disadvantage to duo leveling is? Let me pause here and see what you guys think while I take another refreshing sip of Coors Light, born in the Rockies, established 1978. Yeah, you guys got it, man. You guys got it. Absolutely, it's the timing, right? 9 times out of 10, the thing that's going to rip the dream is mismatched schedules. And what's going to happen is that one of you is going to be on more than the other one. And WoW is an addicting game, man. You're just going to want to play WoW. You're going to want to kill stuff. And then you're going to have like a level or two difference. And that's going to kind of snowball. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to fall apart at some stage for people. So I'd say if you want to duo leveling, find someone who has a very similar complementary schedule to yours. Agree on the amount of time that you want to spend leveling with each other. And if you decide to duo level, you know, while your partner's offline, if you want to play, start another alt or something, or maybe focus on professions or something like that. All right, we got a donation, $10. Keeper of Lore. The world of Warcraft was made for 2. Looking for Lock War mage to duo with my priest when Classic comes out. Help him out, guys. He needs a duo partner. Keeper of Lore. Thank you for the $10, man. He needs some help, guys. Find someone unemployed.
World of Warcraft was made for
We'll let the
2.
robot talk.
Looking for Lock War mage to duo with my priest when Classic comes out.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I mean, it's an MMO RPG, guys. It's a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. You want to play with people, you know? It's just not nearly as fun if you're playing on a dead server, right? All the efforts you put into it. And it's kind of the same thing with money, man. Like, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but if you had a whole bunch of money and then no one to, like, have good experiences with, it wouldn't be nearly as sweet, right? All right. So we'll move on now, guys. So here is the we're getting into the comps now. We're getting into the real good stuff. Here is the theoretical, and the key word here is theoretical god comp number 1, and it's double mage. You may notice right off the bat that mage isn't listed individually as a god tier class, right? But here's the thing: they're kind of in their own league. I don't know. I can't really point to someone in particular who's done it in a really high quality way. But in theory, double mage is the nuts, guys. You may have saw this during the demo. Your AoE grinding capabilities come online super early. So as soon as you get Arcane Explosion, pretty much, you can just, link up with your other mage and start Arcane Explosioning stuff to death. And we did so in the Barons during the demo. You just one mage goes left, one mage goes right. You gather up some mobs, you collapse on each other. One mage novas. You sort of strafe out of the hitbox of the mobs and you start Arcane Explosioning. And then once that Nova breaks, the second mage will Nova, and you'll continue to Arcane Explosion. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, it doesn't take too much resources. You can start AoE grinding super early. You can turn any location into a potential viable AoE grinding location. And each mage individually has access to an infinite value loop. What do I mean by infinite value loop? So the mage kit allows you to Nova or to fish for clear casting procs or to basically the Cone of Cold or Nova to slow and control the mobs, and then to in an infinite way, as long as you have mana to support doing this, you can whittle down mobs of any HP level. You'll see mages solo grinding Crocs and Zul'Gurub, mobs that are like raid level mobs. So having two of them, you will reach these AoE breakpoints much more easily. So the reason why I say theoretical is that if you were to go to the traditional high mob density grinding spots, right? What comes to mind? The Pirates in Tanarus, the Spiders in Swamp of Sorrows, the Goshek Farm, all the main traditional AoE spots, they'd be good. They'd be really good, and you'd probably be able to kill them much quicker. But I think where this could really theoretically shine is to create new spots that aren't doable by one mage. Right? Maybe even killing elites together or something like that. But the crazy thing is that you effectively have a cold snap every pull. Cold snap is the ability that resets your frost cooldowns. So you potentially have two Novas, and most really good mages, they won't bank on Novas being their primary way to control mobs. They will use Cone of Cold as their primary way to slow and AoE grind mobs. Nova is the backup. But the fact that you have two Novas and two Cone of Colds and all these things where you're both benefiting from the chill and freeze effects, very, very good. Aligned movement speeds with blink and teleport. They have a super aligned damage wind condition. They can also polymorph each other to heal each other up. And again, they can reach those AoE grinding breakpoints super, super early. And the bottom point here on the bottom of this little these bullets is that they have unexplored potential.
I need a target.
If someone can do it, please do it. Please record it. Please share it, for science with the rest of the community. But these guys are kind of theoretically God comp #1. But I have yet to see people really implement this and show us what double mages are capable of. All right, so we're gonna move on to the main one. You guys ready? You guys ready for the main one? This is in my opinion, guys. If you're half awake right now, just sit up. Humor me for 10 minutes. Let me recharge my batteries. All right, boys. Are you guys ready for Cargos' #1 favorite duo leveling comp? This is it right here. Paladin Warlock. I could talk for the next 2-3 hours on this comp. I think this comp is the absolute nuts. It is the absolute nuts, guys. And it's like, you guys are thinking like Paladin, dude? Like Paladin is God comp leveler? Like what is going on right now? This doesn't make any sense to me. Paladins are terrible leveling. That's what a lot of you might be thinking. Try it. Try it, man. Try it. It is God comp. It is so strong, and I will get into it right now. So, the build that you would opt for, well, first of all, the cool thing about this comp is you can play it in about like 10 different ways, all super viable. You can build it out with different specs, all super viable. There's so much flexibility. You guys know the saying, embarrassment of riches. Have you guys heard this idiom? It's like you're overqualified for the situation. As you are piloting a Warlock and Paladin duo leveling combo, you feel like it is an embarrassment of riches. So first of all, man, you can do both a single target playstyle where the Warlock is aggressively dotting, right? So visualize yourself playing these comps. The Warlock is aggressively dotting, and you as the Paladin can buff yourself with Wisdom. You can provide Devotion Aura to the party, and you can just be keeping the Warlock up. Paladins are fantastic single target healers. Flash of Light, super mana efficient. You can keep your Warlock buddy up. You can play more of that defensive role. You can bounce threat back and forth between each other. If your Warlock gets in trouble, you hit him with a 3-minute bop. A 3-minute Blessing of Protection, guys. Moment of silence for 3-minute Blessing of Protection. That is absolutely nutter butters. 3-minute Blessing of Protection. So you can bounce threat back and forth with each other. You have powerful oh shit buttons, and you can play it very much that way, and it is super viable. That's what we did for the last duo leveling video. So if you've watched my last duo leveling guide, that is what we did. Now this time around, yesterday when we were playing it, we played it with a very different play style, and it was even sicker. It was even sicker. So we played it with an AOE play style. Pretty much the way we piloted it yesterday was that as the paladin, I'm playing the paladin. I'm gonna stack as much reflect damage as possible. And one thing that you guys forget is that warlocks have a reflect damage buff. Let me see if the chat can guess what the warlock reflect damage buff is. What kind of reflect damage can a warlock provide a paladin? Let's see what you guys think. Let's see who gets it first.
Good day to you.
Let's see who gets it. What kind of reflect damage can a warlock provide to a paladin? There you go, chat. You got it, guys. Everyone's getting it. No, not thorns, my man. Fire shield, dude. Fire shield is insane. So going for a imp, improving your imp right away, getting that. Let me pull up the talents for you guys right now. We'll bounce back and forth between the PowerPoint and the talents. Let's go to, can you see this? Let me see what it looks like on the stream. We might have to zoom in a little bit here. Let's see. I'm going to show you guys the talents. Alright. We're under Warlock talents. Can you guys see this? Improved Imp. Increases the effect of your Imp's Firebolt, Fire Shield, and Blood Pack spells by 10% per point. So with 3 out of 3 into this, you're increasing the effect of your Imp's Firebolt, Fire Shield, and Blood Pack spells by 30%. That is pretty insane, guys. So you can give the Paladin, this is the main reason why I was always advocating for Paladin Druid. And Kill, I saw you in the chat earlier when we leveled on Voldemort server somewhat recently. He was giving me Thorns as a Paladin. I was stacking AoE Reflect damage. It was awesome. Warlocks can also provide that. If you're using an Imp-type playstyle, the Paladin is able to give Blessing of Wisdom to not only the Warlock, but to the pet as well. And Warlock pets will benefit immensely from this Blessing of Wisdom. It is insane. And you have so many tools as the situation dictates. So if threat is an issue, and there will be moments where like you're doing AoE grinding and the Warlock doesn't have a good rank of Rain of Fire. It's been a while. I think you get the next rank of Rain of Fire at like 34 or something. You're going to be using Hellfire. You can give the Warlock Salvation. You can buff Devotion Aura. You can buff Retribution Aura. You can buff Concentration Aura. Concentration Aura is the nuts. So you have this flexible playstyle. You can move in and out between doing a single target playstyle where you're just healing the Warlock efficiently, you know, buffing him with Wisdom, into this powerful AoE grinding, all with the same builds, this AoE grinding. So as the Paladin, you would go, you would run around, you would collect all the mobs that you can find, you would hit them with Consecration, you have Retribution Aura up, eventually you have Blessing of Sanctuary, you'll have improved Fire Shield, you're doing a ton of reflect damage back to these mobs. It is so much fun, and because you're holding them in place there with the Righteous Fury, with the Consecration, the Warlock is able to freely Rain of Fire. Freely Rain of Fire or freely Hellfire, pretty much. And you have a 3-minute bop, guys. And if you run into a situation where you need to heal or something and do some kind of dungeon group together, you can absolutely throw on a Blessing of Light on the Warlock and then just downrank your spells and you'll be able to heal no problem. It is just an incredible, incredible combination. It is so strong. It's an embarrassment of riches, right? You're getting triple value from Blessing of Wisdom. You're getting triple value from your auras. You have incredible AoE potential, and at level 20, right? So Warlocks and Paladins both get their AoE spells at level 20. Warlocks get Rain of Fire. Paladins get Consecration if you spec in Holy right away, which is what we did. So at level 20, these spells are hot and fresh. You just trained them. They are so strong. You can go to these packs, you throw a couple Consecrations and like one Rain of Fire and they're all dead. Like, there's nothing like it. I've never seen anything like this. It almost feels like you're just busting the game. And here's another thing that you guys might not have thought about. Rank 1 Curse of Recklessness. Who knows in the chat what Curse of Recklessness does? Let's see what you guys have to think. Anybody know what Curse of Recklessness does? Not something that comes, you know, super intuitively. Let's see what you guys think, man. Curse of Recklessness. What does Curse of Recklessness do, guys? There you go. Some of you got it. Nope, some of you got it. Some of you got it. It stops them from fleeing. That's the main value add to you, right? You put Curse of Recklessness on mobs, and they don't flee. So how many times in an AoE grinding situation with other classes are mobs going to flee and just create such a sloppy mess? Such a sloppy mess for you while you're AoE grinding? The flow of combat is really the Paladin gathering up mobs, and the Warlock is applying rank 1 downranked Curse of Recklessness to all the mobs so they don't run. That way you can consecrate them down, and the Warlock can Hellfire them, and within that one Hellfire, within that, you know, they're not going to run away, and within that one Hellfire they're going to die. Seal of Justice as well, absolutely. Judging Seal of Justice, but as the Paladin I found myself not even needing that. You're in ultimate mana conservation mode. And here's the insane thing about Paladin too. If you go down into the Holy Tree to pick up the 70%, let me show you the talent in the Holy Tree, guys. Here's the Paladin talent right here in the Holy Tree. It's called Spiritual Focus. So we went 5 out of 5 Divine Intellect into 5 out of 5 Spiritual Focus. So what Spiritual Focus does is it gives your Flash of Light and Holy Light spells a 70% chance to not lose casting time when you take damage. So this, in tandem with Concentration Aura, so if you activate Concentration Aura, it's kind of, let me look it up for you. I'll show you what Concentration Aura does. We'll spell it out for you guys. Concentration Aura, here we go. Gives a 35% chance of ignoring spell interruption when damage to all party members within 30 yards. Players may only have one aura on them per Paladin at any one time. So I'm no rocket scientist, I'm no mathematician, but what is 70 plus 35? That is over 100%. Oh my god, dude.
Gotta support all this hype. Keep up the
Is that the right number I'm looking? $100 from Sarmonican? Dude! Yo, man, thank you so much. You just made my day, man. You just made my week. Sarmonican, thank you so much, man. $100 from Sarmonican, bro. I can't thank you enough, man. I can't even imagine how much you've donated over the weeks, man. You've always here on the stream supporting the channel. Thank you so much, man. From the bottom of my heart, I really, really appreciate it, dude. Jeez, man. You're keeping a roof over your boy Cargos' head, man. Let me tell you right now. Thank you, Sarmonican. Holy moly, man. Oh, man. This is always... what was I talking about? Let me think what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. All right. Spiritual Focus. Damn, dude. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Sarmonican, dude. Dude, legend. I gotta come up with some special like thing for you, man. All right. So 70% not to lose casting time when you take damage, plus the concentration aura of 35%. You're at 105%. So let's say you have 20 mobs. Let's say you have 20 mobs all around you. They're attacking you, right? They're just meleeing you. You got murlocs. You got like pirates, whatever it is. If you get into a jam, you have so many. It's an embarrassment of riches, man. You're holding them down, locking them down with Consecration, with Righteous Fury, which is boosting your threat immensely. The ticks of Consecration are giving you massive threat. And then if you get into a situation where the math isn't on your side and you're not going to survive that engagement, all you got to do is toggle off Retribution Aura to Concentration Aura, and you can free cast heal. You can just heal freely. You can just Holy Light yourself, man. And you can heal your Warlock. You have this 3-minute bop. It is really, really insane, guys. It is really, really insane. So let me go back over to this. Let me think. Also, guys, visualize yourself playing a Paladin Warlock, and you guys both hit level 40. You guys both get free mounts at level 40. That is the absolute nuts, guys. That is the absolute nuts. Free mounts at 40. You can turn that gold. You're potentially going to have a couple hundred gold between the two of you. And at level 40, you both instantly get your mounts. Both of you? That is so crazy, guys. What you could do. Let's think about what could you do at level 40 with all this gold. You could go buy sick upgrades on the auction house. What I would definitely do is I would go buy a lot of cloth. No, it's literally free, Cozy. The mount is literally free. At 40, it's literally free. What I would do is I would go buy all the cloth, rune cloth, silk cloth, mage weave, whatever you need. And sorry, that's my ring. Yeah, I show someone's outdoors. It's probably the mailman or something like that. But you can get all the cloth that you need and go turn them in and get a ton of XP. So you guys remember, I don't know if they're gonna have them on launch, like when Classic comes out, but they will come out at some point. They have the cloth quartermasters at each city. They award reputation. They award a amount of XP per cloth turn in. So immediately, once you get 40, you could go buy a bunch of cloth and turn these things in and get another massive power spike. You could translate that into direct XP per hour advantages. You could buy better gear. That's a couple hundred gold between the two of you. That it just feels so good, man. It feels so incredible. You also have wipe prevention. You have double. Are you guys getting the picture? Like, how crazy is this duo leveling combination?
Yo.
It's so elegant. You're both potatoes. Paladins don't really have much in the way of movement boosting abilities, neither do Warlocks. You both have kind of a defensive turret-like playstyle. Your win condition doesn't involve you moving in and out of combat and doing these high finesse plays. You're very much defensive. You hold it down together. You will out-attrition your enemies. You will out-attrition your enemies. Amazing turnkey dungeoning. If you're going prot, you can tank heal the DPS as the Paladin, no problem, easy clap. You have double wipe prevention. So the Paladins, what is the wipe prevention that Paladins have? It's kind of a niche ability. I know some people that are newer to the game might not know it, but you guys probably know of Warlock's Soulstone, right? What kind of wipe prevention does a Paladin have? Hey there. What kind of wipe prevention does a Paladin bring to the table? Let's see what you guys. Absolutely, you guys got it, man. Who was the first one to get it? Let's see. Tuomas Harjane. Good job, man. Divine Intervention. Absolutely. I think you get it. You get it pretty early too. Let me look at DI. I mean, we don't need to look at it. I think it's like 30. You get it, right? If anyone knows, someone in the chat probably knows. You think you get it like 30. You get it pretty early. You have DI. You have Soul Stone. You have Health Stone. You can just, and as the situation dictates, no matter what is thrown at you, you have a plethora of tools at your disposal. You have auras, blessings, tank heal, DPS, turnkey group, free mounts. I mean, I could go on and on about this. I literally could talk for the next 2 hours about how super powerful this is. But it's very elegant, too. So one thing that I think is kind of a factor, it's hard to quantify how valuable this is, but like when you're duo leveling with a partner, so DI, someone asked what does DI do? The Paladin kills himself. And I was a DI bot back in the day on my Paladin. But pretty much, if you're getting low and you realize that the math is not on your side or for whatever reason, it's got a pretty long cooldown. But you can pretty much, make the Warlock move over to a pretty safe area. And then you can go ahead and DI him or something like that. Or maybe you can both move over to the safe area. And if the Warlock has Soulstoned you, you can come back to life. He can come back to life. Or he doesn't have to come back to life. He's already alive. And you can just click off the buff. So it's no biggie. But what I was saying before is that when you're duo leveling, you kind of want it to feel equitable, right? You kind of want to feel like together, you're stronger together, right? So let's say you're playing like one super OP leveling class. Like let's say you're playing a hunter, and then let's say you're playing, like a rogue or something. I'm sorry to shit on the rogues, guys. I can't help it. I really can't help it. But you want to feel like you're helping each other. You're complementing each other. You have similar play styles and abilities that complement each other. If you just take two super good leveling classes and you just stick them together like double hunter, it'd be pretty quick, but you'd be missing something. There'd be kind of a void there. I think Paladin Warlock captures like the essence of why duo leveling is so cool and so much fun, and you have such a versatility of playstyle and talent builds, and it is the absolute nuts, guys. I can't help it. I'm a Horde player, guys. I'm a Horde player. Why am I going off on Paladins? I'm a Horde player. I don't even have Paladins at my disposal, but I couldn't help it. It was just so much fun. It was so much fun. I really do truly believe in my heart and soul that this is the strongest duo leveling composition. It's also very accessible. Very accessible. So like even all players of all skill levels can execute this pretty reliably. And then if you go into a dungeon and the Paladin, even though he's prot, if he needs to heal, you just buff, everyone with Blessing of Light. You can downrank your Holy Light and Flash of Light, and you can heal no problem. It's a breeze. It is a breeze. So much fun. So shall we move on, guys? We went through 2 already. This is the God comp, guys. If you have any questions about this, yeah, man, you are giving aid and comfort to the enemy with this pro alliance propaganda. I can't help it, man. I can't help it. It's just so much fun to play Pally Warlock. Let's see. Shadetune Cargoes, I made this combination with my buddy on Elysium without knowing how powerful it was. Man, it was a lot of fun. It was insane. I'm so glad you feel that way, Shadetune. Yeah, it is so much fun, guys. Paladin Warlock is the nuts. If you want to be a Dirty Alliance scumbag, you should definitely consider playing this. We're going to move on to the next one, man. We're going to move on to the next one. All right. So God comp number 1, for those of you just joining right now, was Double Mage. But again, I have to stress this is like a theoretical God comp. People talk about the potential of this and this infinite value loop, but I haven't seen really anyone put it into practice, myself included. I don't know the polls. I don't know exactly where to go to make this super top tier, but the potential is super high. And then my favorite God comp is Prot/Holy Pally Affliction Lock. And again, even with the specs, you can be pretty flexible. Moving on to the next one. Ooh, we got a donation in the chat. Who is this? Who did it? Who did it? We have John Doherty with the $10. Keep up the amazing work, Cargos. Can't wait to see you in Classic. Hell yeah, my brother.
Keep up the amazing work, Cargos.
Hell yeah,
Can't wait
brother.
to see you in Classic.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the $10, man. Really appreciate it, John. Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so we're moving on to God Comp number 3, guys, and this is going to be another shocking one to you guys. And please try and enlighten me. If you disagree, try and enlighten me in the chat of why this wouldn't be God Comp. And again, this is something that is not just theory crafted. This is something that we've tested. I mean, not only yesterday, but weeks ago as well. And we can't. It is what it is, guys. Balance / Resto Druid plus Affliction Warlock. How insane is that? Again, if I go back to slide 1, guys, why is duo leveling so awesome? You can take classes that are traditionally, historically, shiza at leveling, right? Classes that, like, who's going to level up Boomkin Druid solo? Maybe some people who just really love the class fantasy and they want to do it for their own personal reasons. But from an efficiency standpoint, I don't think anyone is going to play Balanced Druid solo. They struggle with mana issues. But if you play them in a very bizarre way, they are undoubtedly top tier. Undoubtedly top tier, guys. So let me try to explain the playstyle. I wish Navik was here to explain it, because he can explain it 10 times better than I can. But it's a very strange playstyle as a Druid, guys. If you decide to do this dual leveling combination, as the Druid, you have to get into a very strange mindset. So if you were to level Druid solo, you guys generally know how it works, right? You front load some mana, you pop into a form, and then you get value from that form while your mana is passively regenerating in your caster form, and then you rinse and repeat, and you're just constantly popping in and out of forms. Whether it be cat form or bear form. In this playstyle, it is a very, very strange playstyle, and I'm going to go over to the talent calculator now and show you what I mean, guys. Okay, so where's the Druid? Druid. Here we go. Okay, so I will level it up to what we did. So we're basically going to go into the balance tree first, and we're going to rush down to a little-known talent called Omen of Clarity. Anybody in the chat have experience with Omen of Clarity? Anybody know what Omen of Clarity does? It's a very interesting talent. And
guys, it is finally done. The longest angry review to date. I think Battlefield 2042. I wanted to cover everything, all 3 modes, and this is it. Thank you so much for being so patient. Thank you for all your support. Consider supporting us on Patreon now more than ever, because it really matters. We're actually being demonetized by YouTube. My Battlefield rant, you'll see in the video, was demonetized by YouTube for excessive profanity. So it's you guys that keep our show going, you and our sponsors. Thanks to our sponsors, G Fuel, who have a brand new flavor in honor of Spider-Man coming out.
Some of us rebelled.
Yeah. Oh. Welcome back to Definitely Not Definitive. I'm Ken.
And I'm Bethany.
And we're just a fantabulous couple in love that loves reacting to some fantasy.
I mean, we're not fabulous and we're not fantastic. We're fantabulous.
Exactly, that's how it works. And so this is continuing our World of Warcraft journey. This is part 6. We're getting into Legion, which a lot of people are excited for. Say it's one of the best, cinematics out there, the best expansion out there, I should say. So our World of Warcraft journey has been kind of spread out a little bit. And now this month we're going to do one each week to finish up our journey. I think it's probably be about 10 parts. We got our Whiskey Warbringers. This is our official World of Warcraft drink on this channel. We drink with all of our Warcraft reactions. Cheers.
Cheers.
These mugs are great, and if you want to continue to support the channel, we got a link down in the description of this video. You can go ahead and check it out and purchase one for yourself, and like I said, it supports the channel, so thanks.
They're really great if you like Lord of the Rings, because they're from Lord of the Rings.
It's true. She's got Prancing Pony, I got Green Dragon.
Hi there.
My son,
A terrible darkness has returned to our world.
I like this intro.
As before, it seeks to annihilate everything that we hold dear. I go to face it, knowing I may not return.
Sometimes. I don't think we've ever seen this guy like not cartoonish. Like it's kind of cool seeing him. A bit more CGI.
All my life I have lived by the sword. I've seen kingdoms burn and watched brave heroes die in vain.
Oh, nice!
It's been difficult for me to trust after losing so much. But from you, I have learned patience, tolerance, and faith.
We're working together.
That's cool. And she looks really cool CGI as well.
Yeah, Solana, yeah. She's great.
Dang.
Open fire!
That's trouble. Oh, yeah, this dude. She's so badass! She's awesome. You!
It's not good.
Anduin, I now believe, as you do, that peace is the noblest aspiration. But to preserve it, you must be willing to fight. Yeah!
There we go.
Next one. Wasn't that into him before, but now he's badass.
Man,
That was a cool
so
intro.
many of 'em.
Yeah, that's a great way to start it. Alright, I'm down.
So cinematic.
Victory is ours! Hold fast! Mercator! We finish this now! Call in the gunship!
Way ahead of you, sir. Transangulating our positions right now.
Nice!
Get! Get! My lord! Push forward!
Ooh, I want the wolf on our side.
Yeah.
He looks cool.
And get Windrunner's archers to clear the skies!
What is this?
No, she wouldn't.
I knew it! I knew we couldn't trust her!
Oh, double cross.
Without the horde, we'll be overrun! We must retreat!
Get everyone to the gunship.
Everyone! Fall back!
No. Oh, this dude. There you go.
Oh, what? Yeah, Wolf, dude.
Come on, Horde. You can show up anytime now. No.
Take this to my son.
He's going to kick some ass.
Crack some skulls, more like it. You! I just came in prison.
Ooh, nice.
It's got like Thundercat swords.
No.
No! Okay.
Behind you.
You will be remembered as the king who sacrificed his life for nothing. For the Alliance.
This better show why the
That
Horde
one
didn't
was
show up.
horribly depressing.
Yeah.
They're coming from behind! Cover the flame!
War Chief!
Let's put this one in half.
Do not let the Horde die this day.
She had an impossible choice.
Windrunner, come forward.
War Chief.
The lower spirits say death will claim me soon.
In the end, death claims us all. But the Horde will live on.
I have never trusted you. Nor would I have ever imagined in our darkest time that you would be the one to save us. No! The spirits have granted me clarity, a vision. They whisper a name. Many will not understand. But you must step out of the shadows and lead.
Oh, wow.
You must be
War Chief.
War Chief.
Dang. pressure there.
This expansion is incredibly sad.
Vol'jin is dead. Who among you will help me avenge him? The Valkyr are mine.
Sylvanas, your quest for immortality has left you vulnerable. I will have my vengeance! For Mariam! For Gilneas! For my son!
It seems I overestimated you. Old wolf.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
You took my son's future. And now, I've taken yours.
Yeah, that's karma.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
You just killed Puff Magic Dragon.
Oh!
Did he just make that dragon his now?
I think you did.
Nice.
Poor dragon's had a rough run of it.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Ten 10,000 years ago, my city was radiant. The jewel of the Night Elf Empire.
Oh, that's pretty.
Suramar. Our people prospered for centuries. Until the Legion came. Entranced by the power they offered, our queen betrayed us to the ruin of the world.
Oh, damn. Jesus.
As destruction drew ever closer, a desperate choice was made to conjure a powerful shield that would save our beloved city. It worked. Centuries passed without moonlight, without sunlight.
Oh, damn.
To survive, we turned to the Night Well, a font of great power in the city's heart. Slowly, it changed us. And ultimately, drew the Legion once more to our gates.
Of course.
They offered us a trade. The Nightwell for our lives. As the elders planned their surrender, some of us rebelled.
Yeah. Oh.
We failed.
Yeah.
Now the devils have taken Suramar. And by the curse of the Nightwell, I am damned to wither away. As my city burns.
The Master has been gone for so very long. I anticipate his return in every gust. It's maddening. Whatever is one to do to pass the time.
Uh-oh.
I've gone and made a mess. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Our unannounced visitors. Preparations must be made, for the Master will return to Karazhan soon.
Who's that dude?
I don't know, but he's kind of cool.
You just like Lucy things from like Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
Azeroth, I pray that this, the final plea of the Army of the Light, has reached you intact. The 1,000 Years' War has reached its peak, but the nightmare is far from over. This vessel represents our ultimate sacrifice. It must reach the Prophet. He is the key. None of us asked for this burden, but it is what fate has deemed. Succeed, and the light may yet endure. Fail, and all worlds will burn.
No pressure.
We will not fail. To rally.
That's a good, optimistic, positive attitude. You go, buddy.
Slid in. Oh, you're screwed now. Yes! Yeah. Oh! Wing smash!
That was a nice move. And not the expected. I like that.
You have seen what I have seen. You know what we face. Now, mortals, follow me into the abyss.
Okay.
Champions, Your victory at the Nighthold has granted us the key to ending this war. With the pillars of creation assembled, we finally have the power to cut the demons off from our world. Gul'dan failed, and so shall the Legion.
Hell yeah.
Gul'dan was merely their pawn. Till victory is assured, we must remain vigilant. The Legion's true masters have yet to reveal themselves. Among them, the monster who hunted my people across the stars. Kill Jaden. The day I took the Fellfire into my veins, I saw my destiny. A grand crusade that would reach the ends of creation. That was the vision you showed me. Our crusade will prevail. Everything we have done has been by your design. And all we have to show for it is failure. Perhaps you lost sight of our destiny. Perhaps I overestimated your resolve. I paid for that destiny with my world. The time has come to see it done.
I can't wait for Ellen to kick his ass. I feel like they'd be good matchups.
Yeah. Burn it to ash.
Here. This is where his father fell.
The boy has never known the horrors of the Legion as we have. No. I haven't. Anduin, how could you just leave?
I had to come here. My boy, you don't need to see this.
He does.
You never surrendered. Even here, at the very end. I cannot do this, Father. I can't be the hero you were. I can't be the king you were.
Anduin,
Be your own king.
your father's actions were indeed heroic. They were his challenge to us, his people, to never let fear prevail, even at the very gates of hell.
What am I supposed to do now?
What a king must do.
looks a lot like the beast when the beast turns into a woman in the Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, okay.
Our fates are now one. Argus will be your tomb.
Oh no.
At least we will have died fighting.
Our war isn't over yet. Not while we hold the key to all worlds.
What?
Katka, take us home.
Those have some nice tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah.
I was always envious of you. Your gift, your faith, your vision. I never believed that Sargeras could be stopped. Perhaps you will prove me wrong.
Everyone, get ready!
I need to fight
Is everyone all right? What have you done?
Sometimes the hand of fate must be forced.
Oh wow.
Oh man.
I don't know about that.
All forces are on board and accounted for. The Vindicar will be ready to depart shortly.
After we reach Argus, we will meet with the army of the light and begin our invasion.
About that.
Does he understand what you're truly asking of him? Do any of them?
We follow the path of the light, no matter where it leads.
Your faith has always been your weakness. When your closest allies fell to darkness, you didn't stop them. When the Legion swept over your world and took your people, you didn't make a stand. All you did was watch, convinced you were following the light's will.
Oh damn, dude.
The truth is, you failed your people. Their blood is on your hands.
You will never understand what I did to save my people.
The light is holding you back. It's time to forge your own path. Brother, we are ready.
Proceed.
We're going to certain doom.
Brings up an interesting argument, though. Interesting idea.
Where is your army of the light?
Like, to defeat evil, do you stay pure and faithful and all that, or do you dabble in the dark arts?
Something is wrong.
The cowards have come out of hiding. Bring them down!
Legion will fire again soon. What are your orders, Prophet? We make our stand. The last battle for Argus has begun.
Ooh. Yeah, chills on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Blessed to be in your presence once more, Zira.
Terralion, you have found the Chosen One.
Whoa, really?
Illidan, from birth, the light in your eyes held such promise for the future.
I sacrificed that birthright long ago.
Do you not wish to reclaim what was lost? To be whole again?
The Legion's end is all I seek.
My child, you've given so much for so little. Your true potential, your redemption, lies before you. Let go of your shattered form and embrace the light's power.
I've traded my freedom for power before.
The prophecy must be fulfilled. Your old life has passed.
You don't seem like a good person. Good entity.
It's not yours to take.
The light will heal your scars.
No!
What's the start?
The light is your destiny.
Oh.
Destiny mine!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Well, that didn't go as expected.
Being forced like that.
Your faith has blinded you.
Yep.
There can be no chosen one. Only we can save ourselves.
I like that attitude.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Mm-hmm. That was interesting.
Yeah.
You have done well, mortals.
It is time.
We must gather our strength. Return home, children of Azeroth.
He's like the elder guys.
Illidan, we've done all we can. Every choice, every sacrifice has led me to this moment. To face him once again.
Greetings.
You are not coming with us. The hunter is nothing without the hunt. Did you not see this fate, Prophet? Fate. Our survival was never in fate's hands.
Finally understands.
Light be with you, even and store rage.
Brother, your crusade is over!
What?
No, don't do that, don't.
Oh, that's such a cool shot! That's awesome! I mean, it sucks, but that looks awesome. You don't get to see him fight?
Looks like the Eye of Sauron in the middle of that sword.
Right?
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah.
Like many of you, I know firsthand the pain of loss.
Yeah.
My father, King Varian Rin, gave his life to save his people. He knew that no one, not even a king, is more important than the Alliance. And because he and so many others had the courage to make that sacrifice, we did the impossible. We defeated the Burning Legion. Let us honor our heroes.
Spymaster Shaw.
Not by triumph,
Back so soon?
but by living our lives, our joy.
I need to speak with him.
These are the gifts of the fallen.
Now.
Some green eyes.
I was just about to say.
Cherish and celebrate
Cool little hawks or eagles or whatever.
for the Alliance.
We've observed an unusually large cluster of goblins in Cerberus, and the numbers are increasing.
Goblins aren't the most charming people. But they do things for a reason.
And those reasons usually involve money.
So,
Yep. Just like in Harry
I
Potter.
just found something valuable.
They
I
have
can't pass
indeed
that yet.
this.
Oh, that's pretty.
What is this?
We don't know.
It would seem the Horde does. And we must find out more.
Agreed. We have eyes on it.
War Chief, if I may offer a few words. It is with both pain and pride that we gather here today. Pain, for many brave heroes of the Horde fell
against a terrible foe. And pride, for against all odds, we have vanquished the Legion. We bled. Now we heal. We mourned. Now we celebrate. For the Horde! For the
Horde! War Chief! A moment of your time.
No doubt Gallywix wants to push his latest money-grubbing scheme.
Gallywix?
Rats scurry about their business. And get eaten if they're not careful. What is the rat up to? He does keep sending more goblins to Silithus. Nothing good has ever come out of Silithus.
This will change everything.
I told you!
And the Alliance knows nothing of this?
Don't worry, War Chief. I got people on it.
So what'd you think? Like that, yes.
Yeah, the whole thing was just so epic and huge, and Illidan is completely my favorite.
I'd agree.
I was already going in that direction before this video, but this video kind of sealed the deal. I think it's very interesting, the idea of like and forgive me because I'm terrible with names, the Prophet, who was all like, you know, he let his people down because he just kept having this faith that things would sort of like go right or turn out the way they were supposed to.
Yeah.
I think that brings up an interesting point, and I love what Illidan said about like, we make it. You know, you know, I think Illidan would be willing to dabble in some of the dark arts to get the job done.
Clearly, I mean, yeah.
You know, that's, to him, that's a justified means to the end. Whereas I think the Prophet is probably all like, no, you can't go to the dark side, like that's evil. And yes, like that's not recommended, but at the same time, I love that I'm a positive person and an upbeat person, so I always think like, I always come at things with like, it's gonna be fine, it's all gonna work out somehow, it's gonna work out for the best. And yes, that I do think that happens, but it's also you make it happen. It's not like you can just put it in the hands of like the gods or fate and be like, well, my life sucks right now, but it's just all gonna work out great, so take care of that. No. It's like, you gotta take care of it, and you gotta make it happen. And I think that's what Illidan does, is he makes it happen.
Well, it brings up about the guy that's like floating in at sea, and you know, he's drowning there, and he's you know, a little lifeboat comes back. It says, hey, you know, come on board. He's like, no, it's all right. You know, like God's gonna save me. And then you know, a sailboat comes by and says, hey, you know, well, come on board. You know, you're overboard. He's like, no, it's all right. God's gonna save me. And then like, you know, a big yacht comes by and throws him a life vest and it's like, come on board. He's like, no, I'm waiting for God to save me. Then he drowns and dies and gets to the gates of heaven and says, you know, hey God, why didn't you save me? He's like, I sent the sailboat, the rowboat, and the yacht. Like, what the hell?
Yep.
It's kind of one of those things where yes, faith isn't a bad thing, but like it just like being blinded by faith is bad, and just thinking and dangerous, and just completely submitting to the fact that you have no free will, or that like it's all up to chance, can be dangerous. And it's just one of those things where you do have to, you know, take matters into your own hands. I think you can do both though. I don't think it needs to be something where it's all right, you either have faith or you're somebody that doesn't believe in it at all, and
right.
is like, you know, there's no such thing as like fate or anything like that. Like, for instance, for us, for getting together, maybe fate brought us together, but it was our own actions and our willingness to, you know, fight through the tough times and through like, you know, acknowledging that there's something there, and like, you know, and taking that chance, because there was some hurdles we had to overcome. We were talking, and she goes about how she would like this guy, and then he would like her, but like they would like you know, they wouldn't have said anything, and it wouldn't be like until like 6 months later or like a year later, they're like, oh yeah, I used to have a really big crush on you. Oh yeah, me too. And like by then, like, you know, it was over. It was like, you know, the time had passed. And so I remember her saying that and being like, I'm not gonna let that happen. Like that moment's not gonna pass. And that's, you know, and it hasn't.
And here we go.
And here we are.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you can have both. I think where faith in things become dangerous is like, and it's not just faith in like a religious sense. It's faith in anything,
exactly.
in politics, in government, in whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Anytime somebody asks you not to question something, question the hell out of it, because that's when you should be concerned. Like, anytime there's something that you should have faith in and you want to ask, well, why? Or how? Or because this happened? Like,
always ask questions.
Like, always ask questions. And if those questions can be answered and can make sense to you, and if the questions are encouraged, you're on the right path.
Yeah.
But if your questions get shot down or you're told you're not supposed to question or just believe, be a little bit worried about that.
I like what they did with Illidan, because the whole revenge aspect, I'm always really drawn to revenge and like and everything, and I love those kind of stories, but it can be so consuming. Mm-hmm. And what he said at the end, where it was just like, what is a hunter, you know, without the hunted?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where his whole life at that point had been about revenge and getting to this moment. And like, once you get to that moment, then what? What's after that? Like, there has to be something after that. And so it's one of those things where like you can't be consumed by anything, you know, whether it's faith, whether it's revenge. Don't let any kind of one feeling, be your guiding light and be like your belief, and like just be so tunnel vision into that one thing. So I just thought that was interesting.
You shouldn't be identified as one thing.
Exactly.
Like, Illidan is identified as revenge, and that's it.
Well, the guy identifies as like the prophet, and like it's like, you know, like a faith, just a full-time believer. Like, that's it.
And I think so often, especially because we get so enthralled in these stories and we love these stories, and they are put into sort of those cookie cutter ideas of or character types, that we sort of get the idea that like that's a really great thing, but really it's a technique of storytelling. Like, what's really interesting are that people are all of these things. We're all a little bit of the prophet. We're all a little bit of revenge. I mean, God, if you mess with my dog, I'm going to screw you up, okay? So like, I'm really sweet right now, but if you touch my dog, we have issues. Like, we all have those pieces to us, and that's what makes humans and real life so fascinating. The only other thing that I would say about World of Warcraft is each time we dive a little bit further into it, the more kind of enthralled I become in it. It's just, I'm a fantasy buff, so I love that world in general, but the characters in this are really good. Sylvana, I think
there's an S. I think it's Sylvanas.
Sylvanas, sorry. I have more questions. Like, I felt like we got really good with like the Prophet and Illidan, and sort of like they got wrapped up nicely.
Yeah.
But Sylvanas, I didn't feel it necessarily got wrapped up. I kind of was like, wait, how did we go from like here, War Chief, to imprisoning someone in Freaky Blue Lantern, to wait, what happened? Where'd you go?
Yeah. I agree too. Like there was something there that wasn't quite seemed complete yet. So let us know what you thought about this down below in the comments, and just get ready for part 7, which is going to be Warbringers for next week, next Triple Trailer Tuesday. And just keep in mind that our reaction for this World of Warcraft journey for Legion Part 6
is definitely not definitive.
What's going on? Welcome back to Definitely Not Definitive. I'm Ken.
And I'm Bethany.
See you around.
And we're just a couple of nerds in love that love being nerds, I guess.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with it.
Yeah, you know, it works for us.
You need something?
We like doing some trailer reactions. We like playing video games, and one of the, you know, kind of the most iconic, I guess, RPG games, you know, throughout the years is World of Warcraft. And so normally on Tuesdays we do Assassin's Creed. We're not done with the Assassin's Creed, but we're not necessarily going to do it every single week.
Oh, we're changing it up, and I didn't even know.
We're changing it up. Yeah, see, she's new to this too.
I am?
Yeah, I'm just like, you know what? Let's change it up a little bit. We got through a lot of the Assassin's Creeds, and we have more to get to. It might just be every week, might be every other week. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
All right. She doesn't know. She's like I don't know about this. I don't know if I like this.
I like the Assassin's Creed.
I do too. But you know what? We have a lot of suggestions to get to, and different franchises to highlight. And now we're gonna highlight World of Warcraft. So it's one that's been on our list for a while, and we wanted to get to it. So that's what we're doing.
All right.
Ours is a cycle of hatred. Alliances forged and broken. We have paid the price for sharing this world. And we have forgotten what makes us strong.
My king, we have her cornered.
Pissed.
Oh yeah, she is. That was impressive.
That was impressive.
Whoa. Well, I mean, that'd be funny, but if you had all those powers to begin with, what were you waiting for?
Welcome back to Definitely Not Definitive. I'm Ken.
And I'm Bethany.
And we're just a couple of nerds in love that love nerding out together. Battle of Azeroth Warcraft. One of the trading cards and so, I don't know. Let us know. Here we go.
back in.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. Child, I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power.
Big is this thing? A dragon?
Or a titan.
Yes!
Whoa.
But the truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people.
That's awesome.
I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
Enjoying the evil dragon a little bit too much, baby.
We've seen some dragons before, and that is the coolest dragon I think I've ever seen. Welcome back to Definitely Not Definitive. I'm Ken.
And I'm Bethany.
And we're just a couple of nerds in love that love nerding out over some fantasy stuff.
We are nerds.
Yes, we are. And we are back with some World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
So we got introduced into it with Battle of Azeroth, and you can check out all of our World of Warcraft reactions down below in the description of this video. We have a playlist for you. And then we got Lich King, and then we kind of went to the back of the beginning with Warcraft 3. Now what we're doing is, this is our Warcraft journey. This is our World of Warcraft series, where so many people have been sending us links, full lists of videos for World of Warcraft to react to get the full story. We're gonna have to go back. I mean, we're not gonna be able to get the full story because it would just be so super long, but we're gonna try to get as much of the story as possible. And so what this is we're gonna start with World of Warcraft, the first cinematic, and then we're gonna go through Cataclysm. And then in between those, we actually have some cutscenes as well, like some in-game cinematics that people recommended. So we kind of like pieced it all together and came up with this to try to give us as much of the story as possible with, not making it like a super long reaction. We can always come back to it, but we're gonna try to get like, start to finish.
But Handsome, you're forgetting the best part.
And yes, I am forgetting the best part. What is the best part?
The best part is because World of Warcraft is so awesome, and because their community has embraced us so fully, World of Warcraft now gets its very own drink.
Yes, we have the Whiskey Warbringer, and that's what this is right here. It's super tasty, and these glasses are awesome. She's got the prancing pony, I've got the green.
Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated. The drums of war thunder once again.
fairy dust for you. Oh, nice.
Go, dude.
Not a giant golem.
Bear? That guy's just awesome.
It's a good intro.
Mm-hmm.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years.
What'd you do?
That would suck.
Banished from my own homeland.
It's better to ask what were you accused of.
Now you dare enter my realm.
Pretty sure he's bad though.
You are not prepared.
Oh, try me. This guy. Is he really a dinosaur?
You are not prepared.
You know,
Yeah,
realizing his giant horns and his really big ears,
Yeah.
I just have to think, how do you sleep? It's not like you can lean back and bend your ears.
Logistic concerns. I respect them.
I remember the temple as it used to be. A place of worship. I
That's the same guy.
chambers and meditated among its gardens. I was happy then. At peace. I remember too the day the orcs came. A day marked by cries of war and torrents of blood. When terrified women and children huddled in darkened corners. I led many to safety, but many more paid the ultimate price. That day, my beloved sanctuary became the Black Temple. There, the orc warlocks practiced a twisted magic that corrupted the land and nearly destroyed us all.
Not through their school dad bear witness to the undeniable power of our Dark Master. He will destroy us all.
Even after the Horde's reckless sorcery tore the planet apart, my people were unable to find a lasting sanctuary. I remember the armies of demons that swept down on us like a plague. During these dark times, the one called Megtheridon made the temple his home. Then came Illidan, the one they call the Betrayer, the enemy of my enemy.
Megtheridon lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently. We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. We fought with renewed strength, and together we reclaimed our sacred ground. I think part of me knew, even then, that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another. I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become. My soul bears the burden of my misjudgment, but I have been patient. I have been waiting, and when the time is right, the betrayer will become the betrayed.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So much story in that one.
Illidari. My demon hunters. With countless worlds burning in the Legion's wake, you answered the call. Yet these mortals in their ignorance have come to destroy their own salvation. Our time is short. I will deal with these intruders. You must venture to Mardoom and retrieve the Sargerite keystone. Now go, but remember, should you fail, all worlds will burn.
No pressure.
Yeah, right?
It was called the Sunwell, a sacred fount of untold power. It saturated every fiber of our being. In the warmth of its glow, we thrived. Until the shadow of death fell upon us. Sunwell's destruction did we realize how dependent we'd become upon its magic. how much we needed to feed. In the wake of our devastation, I named our people Cinderai, Blood Elves. My people turned to me for answers. I promised them a cure. Strangely, we found deliverance in the demon Illidan.
I was wondering if this was gonna...
Illidan offered new sources of arcane power, and so I joined him in Outland, pledging to return one day to lead our people to glory. But Illidan's agenda was short-sighted. I grew impatient. In secret, I began harvesting what energies I could. I had a brief taste of true power.
Phoenix?
It's too far away. Don't think this is gonna end well for this guy.
Before it was taken from me. But all is not lost. The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those who sought to protect it. Now, I have returned with the knowledge that sacrifices must be made before we can reclaim our birthright. I have forged a new alliance. Soon, the blessed rays of the Sunwell will shine once again and usher into this world the one who will deliver us all.
Now I'm thinking that this guy's bad. And Illidan is good? Or just not as bad?
Yeah, I don't know. There's been quite a few bad people. I like what they did with the dude with the green tattoos, though, because they kind of showed, like, he's evil because of some sad, tragic background apart from the lady ghost elf.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. Righteousness.
Still amazed at the cinematic, just like 11 years old making this.
Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power.
How long you work.
There he is, champion.
So I guess it's his father talking to him as a kid.
an end. You shall be king.
There was so much of it that was so out of Game of Thrones. I was like, God, I wonder, is George R.R. Martin a World of Warcraft fan?
He definitely is. At least the people that were making this TV series were. They like took it direct from this.
It's a David Weiss.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want over! Take the right! For Lordaeron! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches!
That's big.
Yeah, that was like an announcer, like, let's get ready to rumble!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us!
I'm still Team Horde.
Luntargar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
See, how can you not like the Horde?
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
I don't think you're gonna like his enemies. Oh, that's cool.
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear.
I believe it.
Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen.
Souls, too.
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can.
What? Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken!
Sylvanas.
Oh, yeah!
And death to the living!
Yeah, I think the Forsaken are just going after everybody.
Yep.
This isn't over.
Yeah, the Forsaken aren't better, but
Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
Oh, it's not lost.
the Eagles! Fly, you fools. No. Dragons.
It was making me think of like that part in the two towers though, like at dawn, look to the east.
No, yeah. This does not seem as... Gotta be cheerful.
No, but dragons, I think I was hoping they were kind of burning away the evil toxin.
Yeah. And everyone else with it.
Oh yeah.
Rise up, Argent Crusaders! Justice has come!
I'm sorry, the Lich King is just one of the coolest characters.
Can you feel it, my son? Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world. And the dark, ancient powers you've enslaved. First to be devoured by your evil. There are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
I don't think he's intimidated.
That's okay. Humor's the downfall of most films.
Let them come. Frostborn hungers.
Let them come and then something hungers. I think it was maybe the name of a sword.
Oh, okay.
Fall of the Lich King. Don't think it's gonna end well for him.
Don't know. You can weld that.
Oh, wow.
Father, is it over? At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
He was corrupted.
Master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
What?
Plot twist.
Don't put it on.
You just said this. Always gotta be Lich King.
Don't put it on. Don't do it, dude.
Do it. The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Volva! By all that is holy,
The dragon's flame. Seal my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me.
Well, don't give it to that guy.
Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine.
Don't do it.
You will not be forgotten, brother. I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today.
Oh, that's not. It always comes back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah, dude, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. You're gonna regret that.
Tell them only that the Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Thorndragon died with him. Now, go. Leave this place and never return.
I don't have a target.
Why do these people keep making the same kinds of mistakes? Like, don't they watch movies?
I have seen a lack of TVs in this World of Warcraft.
My hatred burns.
Oh, that's always a good sign. Burning.
I think that's the dragon, which I believe is called Deathwing.
Not even a dragon named Deathwing doesn't deserve that.
Holy crap!
The world heaves with my torment. Its wretched kingdoms quake beneath my rage.
Putting all this armor on, in addition to his dragon skin.
Azeroth will break. And all will burn.
Oh, that is so cool.
Of my wings.
You're enjoying the evil dragon a little bit too much, baby.
We've seen some dragons before, and that is the coolest dragon I think I've ever seen. He's huge!
He's huge.
Just flying past things lights things on fire. He just used like a magnifying glass like he was an ant. I mean, come on.
I feel bad for people on board that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah. There's John's back? A little crazy.
It's the World of Warcraft parajumping team.
that one time and just didn't get a clean shot, I guess.
I can feel the elements awakening, rejoicing. The cataclysm is over.
The champions who fought at our side assured the survival of our world. But now, we must see it with mortal eyes. We dragon aspects have fulfilled our great purpose, and our ancient power is expended. But though our day draws to an end, life endures, and new generations will be born.
Did she tell him yet?
Belongs to all
surprise.
Stood against the shadow. You are Azeroth's true guardians, and the future of this world is in your hands. For the dawning of the Age of Mortals has begun.
Kind of reminded me of Return of the Jedi. Yeah. Vader's and like all the fireworks go off, and you see all the little villages throughout the different worlds celebrating. Okay.
That was awesome. That was a nice, I mean, again, we're not going to get all the story in there, but I think we got a lot of good details in there, and like, I mean, a lot of the main characters for that story, and I kind of wish we had a little bit more of Deathwing, the dragon. I kind of want a little bit more of that story, so drop down in the comments some videos you recommend. We might not get to it till after we finish our little full journey of World of Warcraft, the story, but we'll always go back to it.
I want more of purple dude with the green tattoos.
Lydian? The guy.
Sure. I'm terrible with names. I'm so sorry.
The guy with the horns and the and the mat.
The one who I didn't know how he sleeps at night because like the horns and the ears.
Yeah, and the green eyes and everything.
I like that moment where we see his sort of like ghost elf lover, and we get this hint of like he's gone bad because of some terrible tragedy or something. I was instantly like, whoa, wait, no, what happened? Like, what drove you to this? I want details. I don't just want the like hint of a story. I want the story. So I want more of that. What I really loved is that, I mean, it was kind of interesting how it starts with all sort of like the darker stories before it gets us to like the more hopeful ending. But what I liked about the darker stories was that at least it really did show that not everybody who was evil, in fact, I'm not even sure if anyone who was evil was truly at their core created, born, whatever this way. It was all that they had some sort of something about them that became corrupted to drive them down this path. I mean, even the Lich King.
It seems to be the theme that, you know, in trying to do some good and like save your people and trying to be the ultimate, like, I don't know, I almost say like martyr or whatever, but like in trying to be like you have a noble intent, but in that quest you need to you're seeking power, and when you see power, you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and then this is when these people just kind of like they turn. Their intentions are noble at first, but then in seeking out a way to help those that like need help, you just become corrupted with this power, and you know, feel like, oh, I just need more and more. If I could get more power, then I can control the world the way it should be.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
And that was a saying from like my mom and my grandma and everything, and it is true, because people will do things perhaps with what they believe or feel in the moment is the right reason, ignoring the fact that still, but what they are doing is blatantly wrong, even if done for the right reason. That doesn't always, you know, offset that factor.
And the other one is no good deed goes unpunished. So like all these things, like, you know, like being good turns bad. So I think like we need like a new saying, which is like just be an asshole because you're gonna end up one anyways.
Oh no! No, that is not the lesson here.
I think that's the lesson. I'm pretty sure after watching that, that's the lesson.
No, definitely not. No.
Okay, maybe not.
Because at the end, like the fancy dragon elf people sacrifice their mortality because it's gonna be like
a new dragon elf baby.
Was it a dragon elf baby?
What's what they said? They said like, you know, like our dragon elf power is you know, and then a new person needs to take over, so it's gonna be like a dragon orc.
I was gonna say, because she was not touching the stomach of a dragon elf person.
No, but you know, it's gonna be like a dragon orc baby, I think.
Dragon orc baby.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much, but I'm pretty sure that's what I got from that.
The future is dragon orc babies.
Future is dragon orc babies, exactly. Invest in them.
Oh god. That's
Oh, damn.
which burden is that?
Welcome back to Definitely Not Definitive. I'm Ken.
And I'm Bethany.
And we're just a fantabulous couple in love that love some fantasy reactions.
Fantabulous.
Yeah.
Not expecting that one. I don't even know what to do right now with that one.
Just busting it out because we got a World of Warcraft journey, part 2. So, a lot of people really loved our part 1 journey, and for the nostalgic reasons from when they first started playing World of Warcraft. And it's so great that the World of Warcraft community has embraced us.
Thank you.
And so thank you so much for dropping all your knowledge down in the comments and educating us and kind of exploring this again with us. So for World of Warcraft, we have an official World of Warcraft drink. It's called the Whiskey Warbringer. Cheers.
Cheers.
And we have Lord of the Rings cups. She's got the Prancing Pony, I've got the Green Dragon. So for part 2 of this journey, we are doing Burdens of... I'm not gonna know how to say it. Shauhau, and Mists of Pandaria. Those are the reactions that we're gonna check out today. Those are the cinematics. So let's get started.
Let's do it. Blood and gore, crude humor. Yes. I like that symbol. It's pretty. Tension's building. It's so quiet.
10,000 years ago, all the continents of Azeroth were as one. And it is said that all the rivers in the world flowed to one magical place. This was the ancient empire of Pandaria, nestled in the most fertile of river valleys at the far end of the world. Behold, the last emperor on the day of his coronation. His name was Shauhau.
Shauhau, okay.
Young Shauhau was born to be emperor and wanted for nothing. The wealth of the great Pandaren Empire was his to command. All Pandaren emperors begin their reign by consulting with the great Jinyu elders.